We will be starting the meeting in 2 minutes. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Anaheim Planning Commission of March 11th, 2024. My name is Lucille Kring, and I'm the chairman of this commission. Spanish interpreting services are provided for tonight's meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the Planning Commission. Here is one of our interpreters now. Please come on up.
Se ofrecen, muy buenas tardes a todos. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee.
It's working.
No, that's hard part.
Chip.
The interpreter Jesus.
Yeah, let me apply this here. Let me get it up.
No, the heater broke it. Rudy, there's still no power. Wasn't the heater. They're blaming me because I'm always freezing cold. So I have a little heater here, and they It really is little. And it gets my feet really hot, but I broke it. Oh, goodness. Oh, and while we're doing housekeeping, Commissioner Henninger will not be able to attend the meeting tonight. Look at that, it's a baby heater. But I turned it off and we're still not in.
Yeah,
It's
no,
always,
it's not gonna,
it's always my fault.
it's not gonna be a circuit breaker. That would have come up really quick. So
No.
it's something more,
They just don't know how to fix it.
I hope they do.
Oh, no, let's cancel it.
And he bought his own captain hats. And we were white, we were captain hats, and we're at one of the bars. And here comes the captain. Yeah, of course. Walks in.
That's fun.
He took a picture with us.
We've done the week-long Mexico down to Cabo. We've done 2 Alaska cruises.
Oh,
Alaska's just spectacular.
That's what I've heard.
You know who this is.
I know him a little bit.
See about your table now?
Power.
Yeah.
I saw him on Saturday at an event.
I voted.
Is there an extra one so I can put in the file of the letter? Is there an extra letter for the file?
There's a whole bunch of them.
I've got to grab one for myself.
I thought I had multiple things to look at. Where are we? Seems to be working over here.
Oh.
Yeah, I just voted for him.
I like it.
It's important. There's such a waiting list at the beginning. Maybe it's
Test.
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 Oh, hello, hello. Test.
Check, check.
Test, test. Test.
Test, test.
Test, test.
Test. Test. We have energy, so if everybody would claim your seats. We have a few people who went to the restroom, so we'll wait a couple of minutes. 2 minutes to be exact. And then we'll start from the beginning of the meeting. Thank you to our fine utility department for getting us back on track. Okay, let's take a vote. Shall I plug my heater in? Just asking. Okay. We're waiting for them to make sure everything is A-okay.
They're waiting to reboot the.
Oh, there they go. Well, good afternoon, or maybe good evening, and welcome to the Anaheim Planning Commission meeting of March 11th, 2024. My name is Lucille Kring, and I'm the chairperson of this commission. Spanish interpreting services are provided for tonight's meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the Planning Commission. I would like Jesus, our interpreter, to say a few words.
Muchas gracias, muy buenas tardes a todos. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you so much, Jesus. As a reminder, the Planning Commission's meetings are now broadcast in all of our channels, including on the web and Anaheim TV Channel 3. The first order of business, though, is to salute our flag, and Commissioner Castro will lead us in the salute. Please rise.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner. Would our secretary please have the roll call?
Chair Kring,
Here.
Vice Chair Henninger,
Absent.
Commissioner Tran Martin,
Present.
Commissioner Lieberman,
Here?
Commissioner Perez,
Here.
Commissioner Walker,
Present.
Commissioner Castro.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Now, if you would all please silence your electronic communication devices so that they don't disrupt the proceedings, we would certainly appreciate that. Also, the doors at the back of the room are automatic. They open when you get close to them, and they don't close until you have walked down the hall. So please move away from those doors and allow them to close. Tonight, we have 2 items on our agenda. I would ask everyone who is going to speak on these items to please complete a yellow speaker card and give it to the staff if you have not already done so. The cards can be found on the table in the back. When you fill out the speaker card, please identify which item you are speaking on and pick the appropriate checkbox at the bottom, either the applicant, in favor, in opposition, or neither. In accordance with Planning Commission procedures and rules of order, speakers will be called forward in this order and then in the order received for each designation. We are using the speaker queuing system, so please watch for your name to appear on the screen in the chamber and in the lobbies. Please keep your remarks as brief as you can. We are influenced more by the content than the length of your presentation. Before we start the public hearing, we provide an opportunity for any member of the public who would like to speak to the commission regarding a subject not on today's agenda. This is called the public comment section. Is there anyone here who would like to raise an issue that is within our purview but not on the agenda? Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we will move to the public hearings. Prior to the public hearing, I will ask the commissioners for any disclosures they missed to make. Commissioner Lieberman.
Yes, I had email communication with a representative for the applicant and Yvette on item number 1. And last week, I met very briefly with the folks at Disney, and I received like 5 or 6 phone calls on the item number 2 from Anaheim residents who had comments.
Anybody else? Oh, okay, Christopher Walker.
Yes, on item 2, I've met with Disney once back in October-ish and once March 1st of this year. And I did attend one of their city things to listen to neighbors.
Commissioner Tran Martin?
Yes, on item number 2, I met with the applicant twice and also drove by the site as well.
Commissioner Perez?
No communication for item 1, multiple meetings with the applicant.
No communication on item 1. I did meet with Disney 2 times and also did receive a phone call from residents and emails.
And I also met with representatives of Disney on February 29th and got a few phone calls from the public, and nothing on item 1. So now I will begin the public hearings and ask for staff to present number 1. Jose Barriga?
Good evening, Chair Kring and members of the Planning Commission. I am Jose Barriga, and I will be presenting item number 1 this evening. This item is a request for a conditional use permit to convert an existing large family daycare for up to 14 children within a single-family dwelling to a daycare center for up to 30 children, and administrative adjustments to permit 1 fewer parking space and a side yard structural setback less than required by the zoning code. The project site is in a residential neighborhood east of the intersection of Euclid Street and Cerritos Avenue. The site is developed with a single-family residence that has been operating as a large family daycare for up to 14 children. The project site is surrounded by single-family residential uses to the south, east, north, and west. The project site is approximately a quarter in size and is located within the RS2 single-family residential zone and is designated for low-density residential land uses in the general plan. The proposed daycare center would operate Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is consistent with the current operating hours. The first story of the building would be used as a primary area for the daycare, while the second story would be used for administrative offices. Proposed site improvements include 5 new parking spaces accessed via a circular driveway, new landscaping setbacks in the rear yard for the outdoor play area, new solid fences in the rear yard to reduce noise from the outdoor play area, and ADA upgrades. The applicant is also requesting an administrative adjustment to allow 1 fewer parking space and a side yard structural setback less than required. The proposed use requires 5 spaces and 1 loading space and is only proposing 5 parking spaces. In addition, a 5-foot side yard setback is required for parking spaces when adjacent to a residential zone. The request includes a 4.5-foot proposed setback only on the west side. A circulation study was provided by the applicant that surveyed the existing large family daycare during drop-off and pickup times. At peak demand, there was only a total of 2 parent vehicles on site and 2 staff vehicles. With the increase in the number of children, the applicant would establish a staggered drop-off and pickup schedule that would limit no more than 2 parent vehicles within a 10-minute increment. Staff believes that the proposed parking spaces would provide adequate parking for the proposed project. A structural setback would still be provided from the adjacent uses for the proposed parking spaces and allow for the maximum utilization of the front area to provide parking for the proposed daycare. For properties currently developed with single-family dwellings in the RS2 zone, parking spaces are permitted to encroach within the side yard setback. The proposed reduction in the setback for the parking spaces along the west property line would not be out of character with other properties in the vicinity. The image on this slide here illustrates the 5-foot required setback and the approximately proposed 4.5-foot setback along the west property line. The site has been designed to provide adequate parking, on-site circulation, new landscape setbacks, and new outdoor play area fencing. The proposed exterior improvements were designed to reduce noise and maintain all operations on site so that the proposed use would be complementary with the adjacent uses. Based on the analysis included in the staff report and findings contained in the draft resolution, staff recommends approval of this request. Since posting of the agenda, staff has received public comments for this request that have been distributed to the commission prior to the public hearing. Staff did meet with a neighbor that expressed general concerns with noise, lighting, and use of the site. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant and city staff are present this evening to address any questions.
Thank you so much. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for staff? Commissioner Lieberman.
Thank you, Jose. I have several questions. I'll just throw them out to you and let you answer them as you will. First of all, I was wondering if this house, being an old house, is on Anaheim's list of qualified historic structures. And having to do with an old house, you can, bet your bottom dollar that it was built with lead-based paint. Now, I don't know, my question is, are you aware if any testing on site has been done regarding lead, in the house and in the soils, or any abatement that's been done in the past? And I also do not know if California has any statutes regarding, potential lead on a property that is a preschool. So one more question. Does this facility ever have any functions where all parents attend, such as a ceremony or performance, that sort of thing? I live next to a Montessori school, so I know, pretty familiar with the kinds of things that go on. But so if they do have any type of function, what's the parking plan? That's all I have. Thank you.
So the property is identified as a historical structure of interest. The applicant has had a consultation with the historic preservation staff up to this time. With respect to functions on site, the letter of operation did not indicate any proposed operations that would have any individuals or the complete set of all students and parents on site at any given time.
So absent that it's not stated yes, automatically the answer's no? That doesn't sound right to me.
We can check with the applicant as to how
Okay.
if they propose any, all-parent functions or conferences or things like that, or
Okay.
performances, that kind of thing. They did not indicate to us that that was anything that they were proposing.
All right.
As far as the lead paint is concerned, there is state licensing that is required for the preschool, and so we can, again, maybe check with the applicant as to whether or not that's covered within their state license.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Perez.
Yeah, do we have in existence any other commercial daycare centers that have been converted from single-family dwellings?
We do. I'm not certain exactly, which ones off the top of my head, except for the one that I went to in the late 70s off of East and La Palma. But it's still there. But other than that, I'm not certain of any others.
Got it. Yeah, I was wondering because that's the one by my house too, and I see it, drive by it every day. So my other aspect is, because it's a single-family home, are there any conditions in which you need to use the home as a home and then the secondary use as a commercial vehicle or a commercial asset?
No, they're not proposing to use this as a residence. This would be a full conversion to commercial use.
Got it. And then in terms of that for the code, is there anything in regards to, in this case, since we're taking off a single-family home dwelling off the market and converting it to a commercial unit, is there any type of in lieu, inclusionary, or any type of fee of that nature?
No fees that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers my question for right now.
Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, one short question. They're proposing 5 parking spaces. How many exist now?
We'll look that up for you, and if not, we can check with the applicant. We've been working with them quite a bit on the location of these spaces and the design for them, so I don't think we remember exactly how many they had to begin with, but we'll get that for you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Would the applicant please come up if you want to say anything? Okay, Yasha Restagari? Welcome.
Thank you, Commission members. My name is Yasha Rastagari.
Almost.
Very close, better than most. I purchased this property in 2020 from Gloria and Larry Clemens, who for 30 years actually owned and operated a large family daycare from this very facility. Their home closed at the height of COVID, which was not uncommon. It closed at a time when we already had a childcare crisis in Orange County in California. And so my mom and I, she's the director, she's sitting right here. Someone had asked the question as to whether or not a residential unit property had been converted to a commercial childcare center. She actually did that with her first preschool, which is also located in Anaheim. And so she advised me that this could be a suitable location for the same project. The families that we serve here are primarily low-income families. The majority of them are on subsidized programs, which means that we get our payments from the state for the most part. And the problem that we're facing is that the state will only reimburse us for up to 75% of market rate for tuition. And it's necessary for us to expand so we can have more students in order for us to continue giving services. A question was raised regarding lead. The property is safe by virtue of the California licensing inspection program. So in order to have a license for a childcare center or for a large family daycare, you must establish that the premises are safe, and that includes regulations which specifically speak to lead. I think there were some other questions as well. Are there any other questions for me, Council?
About the parking.
Right. So as is, it's basically a home, and you're looking at a very long driveway. So there's no regulations, there's no parking structures, nothing. We're looking to actually clean it up, make it ADA accessible, and put 5 parking stalls there. When I did the traffic study, or the circulation study, I took about 1 month footage of parents coming and leaving from the property. And at a capacity of 14 with 17 students enrolled, we found that not one instance of 2 parents coming to the property or leaving at the same time occurred, which was a surprise to even me. When parents come, as is, unguided, unregulated, uncontrolled, they're coming in such a staggered way where the parking isn't a situation, where they're not approaching at the same time. And when they do come, they're coming and staying for maybe 5 minutes max. We've created a schedule which allots them 10 minutes. It's double what they naturally spend at the property. And I hope that will address the council's concerns.
Do you have any parents that just walk their kids there?
I do. One of our really close neighbors, like 4 houses down, Samantha Reza, she wanted to be here tonight, but because of the 5 o'clock, it was a little bit difficult with work. She has 2 kids. She does walk to the preschool at times. She also drives at times.
And one of the commissioners asked about events. What do you do with the parking when you have a big, if you do, like a graduation ceremony or something?
Okay. It wasn't included in the operation plans because we hadn't contemplated that. We currently don't have graduation ceremonies or anything like that. So I'm sorry to say, but there is no instance of congregating of all parents, if that answers your question.
Okay, Commissioner Castro has a question for you.
Yes, of course.
You're proposing 5 parking spaces. How many staff members do you have there?
So we have 4 staff members currently, but they're each part-time. So it comes out to like 2 full-time employees, you could say.
So 2 of the parking spaces would be staff members, so you would have 3 for your...
Bravo. It's 2 parking spots dedicated to staff, and then 2 which we're allotting for each 10-minute increment, and then 1 in case like one shows up unexpected or out of their time slot. And then we have a whole, well, so the idea for this schedule actually came from other schedules that were submitted to the city and approved. So, and for much larger daycares too. The plan is that, a child gets enrolled, the parent decides what time slot they want to bring their child in for the drop-off and pickup, and they adhere to that. And if they fail to adhere to it multiple times, theoretically, there's monetary fines, but I think realistically, we just ask them if there's like a better time slot that would fit. If that answers your question.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we do.
There's no names up, okay. Are you Laura?
I am. Yeah, hi.
Welcome.
My name is Allura Aguilera. I'm with A2 Design. I'm the architect for the project. So I didn't want to say much. I just want to introduce myself. I did want to mention that the reason we need this is we have a very narrow lot, so that's causing certain constraints with the parking. We laid out all the parking spaces. We tried a variety of different scenarios. This was the one that got us the most spaces with accessibility in mind as well. So we do have ADA requirements for path of travel, 5 feet along the side. And we've got a van accessible space as well that we're required. So we're trying to meet health and safety code requirements. And in laying it out in this way, we've got that 6-inch encroachment that we're requesting. But all the spaces are standard sizes. So we didn't have to go narrow, and all of our depths are of adequate size as well. And then we worked through that circular driveway with staff. So we had various different approach methods. We had a single driveway at one time, and with staff, we found that that was the most efficient way to circulate the property and to have the ability for cars to stack and park in those spaces and have adequate access for accessibility as well. So, and I did want to mention too, the existing structure is staying as is. It's got architectural character already, so we were also limited in that way. We couldn't provide parking in the back. We're limited there. We are adding a ramp on the side, and then the children will be playing in the rear of the property, so that keeps the residential having its same architectural character that it has now. The play area is in the back, and then we do have a landscape buffer at the rear of 15 feet and on the sides of 5 feet. So it really keeps the kids safe in the back of the property and contained in the rear of the yard as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from commissioners? Thank you so much, appreciate it. And Ms. Utley, welcome.
Hello, my name is Robin Utley. I'm a mother of a student at this school. I have to say that the program here is excellent, and we have such a dire need for early childcare in this county that I would hope that this gets approval for more children to have an opportunity to see a program like this. It has had a profound effect on my daughter in social and emotional growth and development. I have seen a fostering of a love of education to the point where my daughter is upset when she can't go to school. She has absolutely no problem leaving me and coming to school. She asks on Saturday, can I come to school? She is 4 years old right now and reading at a 2nd grade level. So I have seen nothing but success, and I wish that more parents had an opportunity to bring their children here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Mr. Mitchell, welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Robert Mitchell. I live directly across the street from the applicant at 1593 is across the street, and I'm over at 1590. What I just wanted to address was I'm not neither, as it says, general, a proponent or a person who's trying to decline the application. I'm just raising some issues that I think are worthy of consideration. The first is the nature and character of the single-family residency, which we call the neighborhood, okay? Bill and Gloria Clemens, who had an original large family daycare, since before I moved there. It was created in 1987. Was a terrific place, and Bill and Gloria resided on the property 24, single-family nature of this particular property. Something that I took into consideration when I purchased the property. I knew they had signage that it was a daycare, but at the same time, I wanted to make sure that this was a neighborhood that my family is going to stay and reside. And I've been there since 1989, so I've been there quite a while. The other thing I'd like to mention is a concern over, now, if anybody travels on Cerritos Avenue between Walnut and Euclid, they know that it's a speed zone. And the city has been plagued with complaints by neighbors and has tried to help mitigate or calm the traffic. And the most recent effort is a single lane in each direction with a median down the middle. Well, if that lane for any reason gets blocked, cars are going to zip around in the median lane. Cars already traffic on that median lane in order to pass what they consider law-abiding rates of speed by going around them at a much excelled rate of speed. So if we're going to have an instance where it's possible that this traffic lane is going to be impeded or blocked, however temporarily, this is a race course, okay, down Cerritos Avenue. It's really quite an accident waiting to happen. The other thing, of course, again, is the character of the property, changing away from single family, and the concomitant effect is that there is no off or on-street parking that will be permitted by the city of Anaheim. Since there's no residential permit to park on the street, and everybody else is going to be an employee. So we have to understand, where is anybody going to park if the limited 5 spaces, and it's very easy to see them filling up rather quickly, and they're not going to be given residential parking permits, even temporary ones. So the concern is the character and the nature of the neighborhood. Signage is going to be imposed, no trespassing sign. As neighbors, and we want people to stay off our property, we resort to the beware of dog sign. But this is a city mandated, probably for commercial properties, a no trespassing sign. A lot more formal, so when I look out my windows, I'm going to see that. There's also signage that's required that they state at the owner's request, vehicles must be moved. I guess it's sort of like a tow away.
Right, well, Mr. Mitchell, your time is up.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no other speakers? Then I will close the public hearing and open it for public discussion. Commissioner Lieberman.
Well, Mr. Mitchell brought up a comment that has me wanting to ask another question of staff, and that had to do with permit parking. Is this a permit parking zone?
Welcome.
Commissioner Lieberman, Rafael Cobian, City Traffic Engineer. So Cerritos is a permit parking neighborhood street. However, this isn't a residence, right? We've established that and I've already discussed that. So the area in front of this parcel is not restricted for residential permit parking area only. So what it means is that anybody that wants to park there, say that they're dropping off, for some reason the 5 spaces are already taken and the circular driveway is already taken, they do have the opportunity to park between those 2 driveways. However, they will not have the opportunity to park anywhere else in the neighborhood because the entire neighborhood has residential permit parking.
Okay, that's why I asked that question. That's actually a very interesting answer. I'm willing to bet everybody in this room had no idea that if you're in a non-residential thing, the permit doesn't apply and you can park there. That's fascinating. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Perez?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for staff. And then first for staff, could you give me the definition or what spot zoning means?
I'm not sure I can give you the textbook definition, but typically speaking, spot zoning would be something where you were zoning something that's either inconsistent with the general plan or out of character or out of character with the surrounding properties and their existing zoning and or general plan designation.
So with that, does this applicant meet the, this project consistent with the general plan?
Yes, the property is zoned residential single-family, and the general plan designation is for low-density residential. Under the single-family residential zone, these uses are permitted with the conditional use permitted is consistent with the general plan.
Got it. And then for clarification, does the current business operate, or was it terminated in 2020? Or does it continue at the site?
The new ownership has continued to operate it as large family daycare? Yes.
Got it. And then were the previous operators, were they living on site when they were operating the business?
That would be something that we'd have to ask the current owners or operators.
I believe Mr. Mitchell already said that they were.
Can I get the applicant up here? And if you could answer that question.
Commissioners, the prior owners were living at the property. And I noticed there are some questions about the street parking. As a condition of approval, I'm so confident that we can accommodate parking. As a condition of approval, I would waive any such notion that we could park on the street without permit.
My question more had to do with the fact that I had no inkling this was a permit parking area and wanted clarification.
Right.
So I've got it now. Thank you.
When you expand from 14 to 30 kids, I want to dissuade the notion that 30 parents are arriving in an army of vehicles and parking onto your property. That's not what's happening. At current rates, we're seeing 8 in the morning and 10 in the PM session. That's at 14 children maximum capacity. If you were to double that, that looks like 16 and 20 kids over a 2-hour peak period. So from 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m., you're looking at between 16 to 20. And that's at most. And the reason for that is a number of our parents come with siblings. 2, we only have about 80% of the students actually showing up to attendance on any given day. It's never a circumstance where 100% of the children are present, and several other factors. Do you have any other questions?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, Commissioner Perez.
Yeah, this one's to staff first, actually. Can I get an aerial map of the project, or a vicinity map, if we have both?
That one.
Okay. And then do we have a photo of how the site looks from a street level or from the street, from Cerritos Avenue perspective?
There is no photo of the site as part of the presentation.
Can we get a Google Street View just so we can see the character of the street?
If you give me a minute, I'll bring it right up.
Thank you. Okay, so that's how it looks as is right now, correct? Got it. In terms of Cerritos, it's a 4-lane street is it a suicide lane, or are there supposed to be a raised medium? And I see Raphael coming up, so.
Commissioner Perez, so currently, Cerritos Avenue, we did a road diet on that roadway, and our resident mentioned that earlier. converted the lane to have a two-way left turn lane. I prefer not having the suicide lane term, but two-way left turn lane in the middle that allows for the safe turning of vehicles. And then we've got the one lane in each direction, and then we installed the buffered bicycle lane on Cerritos. We did that two reasons. One, we've got the high school just down the street. We've got a lot of people, a lot of kids who ride their bike to and from school. And two, it also is it psychologically gets drivers to slow down because it makes the lanes feel narrower. So that's the current condition of our Cerritos.
No, I appreciate those comments, Rafael. And then do we know what the speed limit is for Cerritos?
I don't have that off the top of my head. It's sitting right on my laptop. But what I do know for sure is that we've got a school speed limit sign. So during school hours, that is restricted to 25 miles per hour while children are present.
Got it. Okay. And then I have now questions for the applicant. So thank you, Rafael. So to preface, I don't necessarily have an issue with decreasing the zoning code for the structural setback or even the parking spaces. I think that's your business. You're investing in it. Great. And I don't necessarily have an issue in terms of going from 14 to 30 because it was already being used as a site. What I do want to ask you is if you could walk me through your guys' circulation study that you submitted to the city, and just so I could have a better understanding of it.
Sure. I don't have the actual circulation study, but I have the one in the
attachment. That's fine. Yeah. And if we could get the attachment on the screen.
By the way, just want a point of reference, we have redone the roof and done a new paint job, so it's rehabilitating the property. So if you go to page 6, 5, and 6, those are the current schedules in place at other preschools. You'll notice they break it up in 10-minute increments. We've done the same. Is this ours? Next. Yeah. Oh, you're looking at the actual circulation study. That's totally fine. I don't have that in front of me, but I know it well enough. So what you're looking at, you see where it says date recorded? That's on the Ring camera, we recorded the entry time and the exit time of our parents. And it shows you what time they came in and what time they left. So for the first parent came in and left within the 7:30 to 7:40 period. And that was recorded on 2/13/2023. And what we did is we aggregated that for about a month period, and it told us on average how many parents with 17 enrolled are coming to the school on a daily basis. And it also tells us what time they're coming during peak hours. And it also showed us how long they're spending at the property. And so what we learned was that parents spend 5 minutes on pickup and drop off on average. And then we've allotted them 10 minutes. And we've also learned that at current operations, we have 8 pickup drop-offs, and then in the PM, 10. And so if you double it, you'll get the number of parents coming and leaving the property at 30.
Perfect. And then I'm assuming that you guys operate other, preschool academies or other sites like this, correct?
My mom sold her last preschool, and I pulled her out of retirement for this project.
Oh, wow. Wow. Awesome. Okay, well, now, just kind of 2 final questions, right? And I want to see if you concur and if you agree with me that we do have a childcare crisis in not only just Southern California, but we could just call it out, right? Orange County, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, would you also agree and concur that we have a housing crisis?
I would, yes. Well, affordable housing crisis, yes.
But, I mean, would you say just a housing
Yes,
crisis?
yes, absolutely, I
nonetheless?
would.
Awesome, thank you. You can sit down. I have no more questions. But I did want to opine a little bit, and I think this is kind of a perfect example of, and I want to say I congratulate you and I celebrate you because I see you're another young man like myself. This is what you want to do for your living and your fulfillment, and you're doing the Lord's work. And my comments are not towards you or anything like of that nature, but rather to kind of address the concept, right? The single-family home has died, and with its death, the birth of the multi-generational home is here, where we see things changing. I kind of have an issue where the previous owners were using it as their living situation and also using it as their asset operational business. And now moving it to a complete commercial site where we're not getting any in lieu fees or any inclusionary zoning policies currently written in our books meant to address this. It's not a reflection on you. I completely understand that. You're a young man like myself. A lot of these rules or lack thereof were written before us. And I think this is kind of an example that we've been seeing, roughly since COVID, where we're not addressing these multifaceted issues holistically from a planning department. And I don't think we should punish the applicant either for this, but I think this is an extreme consideration. And do we have anybody from our housing committee or staff from the city here? I do want to ask a question. Oh, Grace is here.
Welcome, Grace.
Thank you, Grace, for joining us. Kind of my question and what I wanted to communicate is whenever we are doing arena numbers or looking at projective housing sites, do we ever account for losing housing stock? And if we do, what's the metric or what's the methodology that we use?
There is a net zero requirement when you're taking an affordable unit off-site, and certainly we look to replace those I'm not aware that this was actually an affordable housing unit. I think it was being formally used as a daycare, but certainly when we're losing units that are attributed as affordable, there are state requirements of no net loss. So we would look to replace that with an affordable unit.
Got it. And then Grace, do you know of any California charter cities that have any in lieu or inclusionary in specific to commercial property or any conversion from housing to commercial or anything of that nature?
Certainly there are cities in California which are, I believe what you're alluding to is commercial linkage fees. And those are usually for larger employers in which if they're creating jobs that perhaps pay less than would allow for those workers to live in that jurisdiction, then there's a linkage to that. There's a handful of those. I believe the one I'm most aware of is City of LA.
And then towards kind of linkage fees like that, are they done by square footage or are they done by like unit size or what's the metrics?
Generally, there's a square footage calculation so that it's comparable for whether the size of buildings that you're building.
Got it. Okay. And then okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, seeing none, I will close that part of the meeting. So, what is the pleasure of the commission?
She has questions.
I'm sorry. Oh, Michelle, Commissioner Lieberman.
Okay, I didn't have a question,
Yeah,
but
thank you.
thank you.
Oh, dear.
I'm fully aware that school use along with churches, and there's a handful of other uses that are completely allowed in residential areas with the CUP. And I am sorry that Mr. Mitchell is, bemoaning the potential loss of a single-family residence in his house, but the way the city sits now, it's an allowed use. So with that, I actually will move for approval.
And I have a comment as well.
Okay, go ahead,
No question, but I just want to say, as someone who desperately struggled to find childcare in Anaheim, I really commend and appreciate the willingness to not just keep your previous childcare, the previous business open, but to actually expand, because it is, we definitely are in a childcare crisis, so really appreciate and commend the work that you all are doing.
I'll second.
Okay, I think Commissioner Martin. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
We have 6 yeses. The motion carries.
Well, congratulations. We wish you all the best. And before we continue to item 2, I just want to say that if there's an appeal for this particular item 1, that appeal deadline is Thursday, March 21st at 5 o'clock, and appeal forms and information are available on the city clerk's webpage. Item 2 is a recommendation to City Council, and therefore there is no appeal available. And before we get to item number 2, there were a lot of comments last meeting about Magic Way. Magic Way is an abandonment item, and the planning commissioners have no authority when it comes to abandonments. That item will go strictly to the city council. So if anyone is wanting to speak on that issue, we have nothing to say about it because it's not under our purview. Also, you were a terrific audience last year, the public coming here. You followed the rules, you saw your name, you stood up in the middle aisle, and you pretty much stayed to your own time. And you were very respectful of the people who spoke before you and after you. So congratulations, and I'm sure you're going to do the same tonight. Thank you. How many cards do we have? 69? Okay, I changed my mind. No. Since we have 69 cards, and I see an awful lot of you who were here last meeting, I am going to request that my commissioners support my motion to limit the comments to 2 minutes.
I make a substitute motion to keep it as is. And I say this because both me and Chair Kring are the longer serving members of our commission. We both got appointed at the same time. And within our 4 years being here, we've never limited comments or debate or public comments. And I've been attending public hearings and council meetings since I was 13. I could count the number of times we've numbered or limited debate. So I think we should remain consistent and continue with 3 limits like we did the last item.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, let's vote on that and the substitute and see where it goes.
Can we get clarification on what we're voting on right now?
We're keeping it to 3 minutes.
You're voting on your substitute motion, and we can keep public comment at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Motion carries with 4 yes votes, 1 no vote, 1 abstain.
Okay. Well, let's begin. Heather, can you put the first 5 names up?
I think we need to do the presentation.
Oh, President. See, I was so shocked. Okay, so who is it? Elaine, if you would start with the presentation, and the applicant, of course, is Walt Disney Parks and Resorts.
Good evening, Chair Kring and members of the Commission. I'm Elaine Tian-Persidi, the project planner. I'm joined tonight by Ted White, Deputy City Manager and Planning and Building Director, Steve Mattis, partner at the law firm Myers-Nave, acting as the city's outside counsel on this project, and Tim Kremen, also a partner with Myers-Nave with an expertise in environmental law. Also in the audience behind me are staff from various city departments who are here to help address any questions related to their discipline. Item number 2 is a request for various land use entitlements for the Disneyland Forward project to provide for continued long-term growth of the Disneyland Resort. It would allow flexibility of uses across Disney's properties and a streamlined review of their development projects. This request requires Planning Commission review and City Council approval of certain components of the project. Tonight, I'll provide a brief overview of the Disneyland Forward project, discussion of the requested entitlements, review of key components of the environmental analysis, and staff's recommendation to the Commission. This presentation is the culmination of the 3 prior workshops on the project, which included the CEQA workshop held in October, the Development Agreement Focused workshop to City Council in January, and the workshop held 2 weeks ago, which included the project components, details of proposed code standards, and the development agreement. The Disneyland Forward project builds on the previously adopted specific plans for the Disneyland Resort and the Anaheim Resort, referred to as the Disneyland Resort Specific Plan, or DRSP, and the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan, or ARSP. Both were originally adopted in the 90s, and although separate plans, they complement one another for the overall enhancement of the Anaheim Resort. The Disneyland Forward project continues to support the original purpose of both plans and facilitate investment for the continued long-term growth of the Anaheim Resort area. Specifically, Disneyland Forward would allow already permitted development to shift across Disney properties in the DRSP and ARSP under a streamlined review process. The only increase is for an additional approximately 4,300 employee parking spaces in the ARSP. Disneyland Forward does not increase the amount of development square footage for theme park or retail dining and entertainment uses, or the allowed number of hotel rooms. It also does not request any public funding. The map on the left shows the existing DRSP districts, which are the theme park district in orange, hotel district in yellow, parking district in pink, and future expansion district in blue. The DRSP allows 6.85 million square feet of theme park uses in the theme park district and 5,600 hotel rooms in the hotel district. To date, Disney has used approximately 45% of their approved density. The properties shown in purple are in the ARSP CR district and are allowed to be developed with hotels. The map on the right depicts the proposed districts and overlays. Disney could move all or a portion of the unused theme park square footage to the west side of Disneyland Drive in the areas of Orange and Hatched Orange, or to the existing Toy Story parking lot south of Catella and east of Harbor. Parking spaces authorized in the East Parking District, shown in pink next to Disney Way, could be shared with the adjacent property to the north, shown in hatched pink. Finally, the hatched pink property at Harbor and Ball is currently used for employee parking, and the project proposes an additional 4,376 employee parking spaces on that site. To summarize, the request includes no change to the amount of theme park square footage or hotel rooms, but is requesting an increase in employee parking spaces at Harbor and Ball. The project requires a number of discretionary applications that require review by the Planning Commission. These are amendments to the general plan, land use, and circulation elements, amendments to the DRSP and ARSP, as well as the corresponding code chapters, an amendment to the resort height map, amendments to the public realm, landscape, and identity programs, an amended and restated development agreement, and approval and certification of a subsequent environmental impact report. I'll discuss these in more detail on the next slides. The project requires an amendment to the general plan land use element. The project is located within an area that has specific density limitations different from other parts of the city. Table LU4 of the general plan, which corresponds with the map shown on this slide, would include updated descriptions of the DRSP and ARSP to reflect the amended district names and new overlays. The project requires an amendment to the general plan circulation element, which currently identifies future extensions of Gene Autry Way and Clementine Street through the project area east of Harbor and south of Catella, the current Toy Story parking lot. The project proposes to eliminate these planned future extensions to activate these properties and better integrate with the Disneyland Resort. This change also requires approval by the Orange County Transportation Authority, or OCTA, of an amendment to the Orange County Master Plan of Arterial Highways. In February, OCTA conditionally approved the amendment, which is contingent upon the city's approval of the general plan amendment. Additionally, by not developing this planned segment of Gene Autry Way as a public street, it preserves an existing residential community outlined in red on this slide, which is currently developed as the Sunrise Palms Apartments. The requested amendment to the circulation element would reflect changes to the lane configurations at the intersections of Harbor and Convention Way, as well as the intersection of Hastur and Gene Autry, due to the removal of the Gene Autry Way extension. The lane configurations will be modified from those adopted in the Anaheim Resort specific plan to reflect the removal of Gene Autry Way between Harbor and Hastur. The city's general plan circulation element and the bike master plan identifies a planned Class 2 bike lane on either side of Walnut Street between Ball and Catella. A Class 2 bike lane is comprised of pavement striping and signage used to allocate a portion of the road for bikes. The project proposes to upgrade this facility to a Class 1 shared two-way bike and pedestrian path on the east side of Walnut. It would be raised and separated from vehicle traffic lanes by a landscape parkway. The project also proposes to amend the circulation element and bicycle master plan to relocate a planned Class 1 bike path from the north side of Disney Way between Harbor and Clementine to instead go north on Clementine along the west side of the street. This would be a shared two-way bike and pedestrian path which will connect to a dedicated bike parking area in the future transportation facility constructed by the project. Additionally, the project includes construction of the portion on Disney Way easterly toward Anaheim Boulevard. The applicant requests an amendment to the Disneyland Resort specific plan document and corresponding chapter of the zoning code to comprehensively update text, graphics, and imagery to reflect the proposed Disneyland Forward project. The amended specific plan would require new criteria called 360-degree architectural treatment for new theme park uses visible from the public right-of-way or abutting residential zones, as shown on the top right. Setbacks and heights would also be modified to address the new residential adjacency by providing greater setbacks at taller heights. An example of this is shown at the bottom right, which demonstrates the increased step back referred to as a sky exposure plane in the zoning code for taller portions of a building. The applicant requests an amendment to the Anaheim Resort specific plan and corresponding chapter of the zoning code to incorporate the theme park and parking overlays described previously. The zoning code would include new sections to provide regulations for these new overlays, which would incorporate many of the same provisions as the corresponding theme park and parking districts in the DRSP. Relevant to both the DRSP and ARSP, the applicant proposes to amend the zoning code to streamline review of future development on Disney properties. City staff would confirm that development is in conformance with the specific plan, zoning code, conditions of approval, mitigation measures, and development agreement terms prior to issuing building permits. Most of the conditions of approval for the project were carried over from the original DRSP conditions. Conditions that were completed with the original project were removed, and conditions that would continue to be applicable to the project were modified by staff from the respective city departments to reflect updated standards and regulations. Staff also added new conditions to require a wayfinding program for the east parking area and operations plan for city traffic engineer review for any new public parking facilities. Also, the project requires that there would always be vehicular access to the west parking area from Magic Way, as shown in the photo. The project proposes to amend the height map that governs allowed heights in the Anaheim Resort to provide for the DRSP to regulate building heights within a larger portion of the theme park and southeast districts, and the ARSP to regulate building heights within the theme park east and theme park west overlays. In general, the DRSP and ARSP would allow for taller heights toward the middle of the theme park areas and reduced heights closest to residential areas. These changes would not affect allowed heights on non-Disney properties. The Anaheim Resort Identity and Public Realm Landscape Programs regulate the landscape and streetscape elements within the Anaheim Resort. The project proposes to amend these documents to allow for the use of improved technologies and more low-water plants. The Public Realm Landscape Program would include new landscape concept exhibits, updating and removing them from the DRSP and ARSP. The Identity Program would also be updated to describe the general locations of pedestrian bridges proposed by the project, consistent with the proposed amendments to the DRSP and ARSP. Additionally, photos and graphics would be updated with current images of identity elements and landscaping in the Anaheim Resort. The applicant requests approval to amend the existing development agreement to provide continued certainty to Disney to facilitate growth and investment in the Disneyland Resort and specified benefits to the city. The existing agreement was executed in 1996 and has a 40-year term that expires in 2036. The agreement covers land owned or controlled by Disney within the DRSP. The proposed agreement provides for a new 40-year term, effectively adding 28 years to the life of the existing agreement. The agreement would cover Disney properties in both the DRSP and ARSP. This slide highlights the commitments that the proposed agreement would provide for, which were discussed in detail at the workshop held 2 weeks ago. They include a minimum investment commitment, monetary contributions by Disney for affordable housing, parks, transportation, and sewer, agreements regarding public safety and expedited project review, and agreements to provide that Disney Vacation Club projects would pay TOT equivalent to comparable hotels. The Planning Commission's role is to review and consider the land use aspects of the proposed DA, specifically consistency with the general plan and specific plans, and whether it's compatible with the development of the surrounding area. The City Council will consider the financial aspects of the implementation of the agreement. Development of the project site has been the subject of previously certified environmental impact reports and approved addenda. The city analyzed the impacts of the Disneyland Resort project in EIR number 311, which the city certified in 1993. And the city analyzed the impacts of the ARSP project in Master EIR number 313, which the city certified in 1994, and Supplemental EIR number 340, which the city certified in 2012. When an EIR has been previously certified for a project, CEQA includes a strong presumption against requiring any further environmental review. When further review is required, it is focused on the substantial changes that result in new or substantially more significant impacts. Consistent with these regulations, the city determined the project required preparation of a subsequent EIR, as it had determined the project's changes to the Disneyland Resort project and the ARSP project may create new or substantially more severe significant impacts than those identified in the prior EIRs described in the previous slide. Mitigation measures, which are requirements put on a project's construction or operation to reduce a certain effect on the environment, have been carried forward from the prior EIRs, along with new mitigation measures applicable to Disneyland Forward. The initial study, prepared in 2021 to determine the scope of the environmental review, eliminated 3 topics completely from further analysis in accordance with CEQA guidelines. These topics are agricultural and forestry resources, mineral resources, and wildfire. That left 16 topics to be analyzed in the draft SEIR. For each of the 16 topics, the analysis evaluated the changes to the Disneyland Resort project and the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan project proposed by Disneyland Forward to determine the level of impact and identify mitigation measures as applicable, and then compare that to the conclusions of the prior EIRs. For the topics of hydrology, water quality, and population and housing, the application of mitigation measures reduced both to a less than significant impact, consistent with the impact conclusions of the prior EIRs. For the 11 topics shown on the bottom half of the screen, the application of mitigation measures reduced the impacts to a less than significant impact. However, this impact is either new or substantially more severe as significant impact than found in the prior EIRs. I will talk specifically about several of these topics which we know are of interest to the community. The project will implement mitigation measures to reduce operational noise impacts. No aerial fireworks would be permitted west of Disneyland Drive or south of Catella Avenue. Only shows with non-explosive fireworks or fireworks with an explosion point at an elevation less than 50 feet would be permitted west of Disneyland Drive or south of Catella and must be in compliance with the city's noise standards. New theme park uses west of Disneyland Drive or south of Catella will require a minimum 12-foot tall wall along the property line. The noise analysis prepared a series of hypothetical worst-case scenarios to evaluate impacts, develop appropriate mitigation, and test project design features. Attraction-specific setbacks have been established to drop operational noise to city standard or lower. New theme park uses west of Disneyland Drive or south of Catella will require minimum setbacks from residences and other noise-sensitive uses. Indoor rides such as Space Mountain or the Haunted Mansion must be 200 feet from the center of the attraction with a 30-foot-high building or noise barrier. Outdoor family attractions such as Teacups or Mater's Junkyard Jamboree must be 400 feet from the center of the attraction with a 30-foot-high building or noise barrier. Outdoor thrill rides, parades, and large shows must be 550 feet from the center of the ride or attraction with a 30-foot-high building or noise barrier meeting minimum sound reduction requirements between the attraction and noise-sensitive uses. Additionally, regular and complaint-based monitoring will be required for the expanded theme park areas. The project includes a number of standard requirements and mitigation measures related to construction for noise and air quality. These include requirements such as limiting construction hours, requiring noise barriers, requiring watering to limit dust, and prohibiting truck idling. The project includes a number of mitigation measures related to transportation. These include requirements for various improvements, including installation of a pedestrian signal on Walnut, installation of bike paths on Walnut, Disney Way, and Clementine, and widening of Catella Avenue. Disney will also continue to implement a transportation demand management plan to encourage alternatives to single occupancy vehicles for their employees. Mitigation measures require that the project provide a fire substation in the theme park district, and Disney and the city will enter into a fire operations agreement for fire safety response and inspection staffing. Mitigation measures also require that the project provide a police substation in the theme park district and a police satellite office in the Southeast District Theme Park East overlay. Disney and the city will enter into a police operations agreement for personnel and equipment required for the project. Even with implementation of comprehensive mitigation measures, impacts related to 4 of the 16 topics would remain significant and unavoidable. They are construction and operation air quality, operation greenhouse gas emissions, construction noise, and cultural resources. I'll talk about each of these in more detail on the next slides, including highlighting some of the mitigation measures and discuss how the conclusion of significant and unavoidable compares to the impacts of the original Disneyland Resort project and the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan project. The draft SEIR found the project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact during construction and operation related to regional air quality emissions. For construction, this generally relates to emissions from exhaust and dust. Operational emissions are related to energy use, vehicle trips, and sources such as landscape maintenance equipment and architectural coatings used for routine maintenance. Project size is particularly relevant for operational emissions. This finding is consistent with the impact analyses in EIR number 311 and SEIR number 340. A number of mitigation measures to reduce air quality impacts have been identified, including those to reduce and control exhaust and dust during construction, and increase energy efficiency and reduce vehicle trips within the resort. The draft SEIR found that the project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact related to greenhouse gas emissions. This finding is consistent with the impact analysis in SEIR number 340, but new when compared with the impact analysis in EIR number 311, as CEQA did not require this analysis when the city certified EIR number 311 in 1993. A number of mitigation measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions impacts have been identified related to energy usage, vehicle usage, waste disposal, water usage, and construction equipment. The draft SEIR found the project would result in a temporary, significant, and unavoidable noise impact during construction, using a generalized assumption of construction activity consistent with the project during a grading phase, which typically uses the loudest pieces of equipment. This finding is consistent with the impact analysis in SEIR number 340, but new when compared with the impact analysis in EIR number 311. A number of mitigation measures to reduce temporary construction noise impacts have been identified, including the installation of construction noise barriers and assigning a noise disturbance coordinator to respond to neighborhood complaints. The draft SEIR found the project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact related to historic resources because the draft SEIR identifies a potential Disneyland theme park historic district. 3 individual features are already identified as historic, which are the Main Street Railroad Depot, Pirates of the Caribbean, and Hungry Bear Restaurant, and the Pope House, which is potentially eligible for local designation. There are currently no development plans that would result in substantial changes to the potential historic district or any of these structures at this time. However, because of the need of the project to be able to change over time, the impact of the project is significant and unavoidable. This impact is new when compared with the impact analyses in EIR number 311 and SEIR number 340. At the time of the adoption of EIR number 311 in 1993, Disneyland had been established for less than 40 years. The draft SEIR requires the implementation of mitigation measures to photo document any contributing feature to the potential historic district or individually designated or potentially eligible features or buildings for archival purposes prior to any substantial alteration or demolition. Because of the significant unavoidable impacts related to air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, construction noise, and cultural resources, a draft findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations had been prepared for the project. The document summarized the significant impacts, describes how they're to be mitigated, and discusses alternatives to the project. The statement of overriding considerations presents the justification for the significant impacts related to the project that cannot or have not been mitigated or resolved. It also states that the decision-making body has balanced the benefits of the project against its significant, unavoidable environmental effects and has determined that the benefits of the project outweigh the adverse effects, and therefore the adverse effects are considered to be acceptable. Staff proposes the benefits of the project in the areas of citywide revenue, support of the local workforce, a sustainability program exceeding minimum requirements, increased and improved pedestrian and bicycle circulation, along with support of alternative travel modes for cast members and guests, and consideration of the adjacent public and private realms to override the significant and unavoidable impacts. The public review period for the draft SEIR lasted 45 days, and during that time, the city received comments from 85 agencies and interested parties, in addition to oral testimony from 31 individuals during the Planning Commission CEQA workshop. Of the 85 written public comments, 8 were from state and local agencies, while 77 were from organizations and individuals. 7 of the letters provided comments relevant to the information contained in the draft SEIR. All of the comments were reviewed, evaluated, and technical responses were prepared. All 116 comments and associated responses have been documented in the final SEIR in Section 2. Additionally, the final SEIR includes in Section 3 corrections, clarifications, and additions to the draft subsequent EIR text, tables, and figures generated either from responses to comments or independently by the city. These edits are provided to clarify and amplify the draft SEIR. None of the information contained in Sections 2 or 3 of the final SEIR constitutes significant new information. Changes to the analysis or conclusions of the draft SEIR, or otherwise raises any issues that triggered a requirement for recirculation of the document under CEQA. We are now at the public hearing stage of the environmental review process. To recap, the applicant submitted formal applications for Disneyland Forward in July of 2021, and the city held the first public meeting, which was an EIR scoping meeting in November of 2021. Following that, we prepared technical studies and the draft subsequent environmental impact report, then notified the public of its availability in September of 2023. The draft SEIR became publicly available on September 14th of 2023. The public review period lasted 45 days and included a CEQA public workshop with the Planning Commission in early October. The final SEIR was released to the public on February 29th, 2024. While the abandonment of Magic Way is not under the purview of the Planning Commission, there have been public comments regarding the analysis associated with the closure of the west end of Magic Way at Walnut Street. It is in this context that the following information is provided. The policy decision regarding the abandonment will be considered by the City Council. As analyzed in EIR number 311, Magic Way was a component of the project, designed to discourage use by Disney traffic, but not required as project mitigation. The non-CEQA operational traffic analysis for the Disneyland Forward project that was included as Appendix J2 to draft SEIR number 352 analyzed the closure of the west end of Magic Way as part of the project, along with the other requested modifications to existing and planned public roadways. The operational analysis concluded that the project would have no discernible effect on traffic patterns in the study area. In response to public comments regarding use of Magic Way, a supplemental analysis has been prepared. The supplemental analysis, which I'll talk more about on the next slide, confirmed the operational analysis. The supplemental analysis included counts and importantly, identified the origin or destination of the trips with respect to Disney parking along Magic Way or another Disney property on Disneyland Drive. The supplemental analysis confirms that approximately 80% of the Magic Way trips use the east intersection at Disneyland Drive, which will remain open, while approximately 20% of the Magic Way trips use the west intersection, which is proposed for closure. The supplemental analysis also identified that 99% of the Magic Way trips are Disney trips. The 3,192 daily trips affected by the closure of Magic Way and Walnut Street, the majority of which either originated or had a destination at a Disney property, would relocate to an alternative route, consistent with the conclusions of the operational traffic analysis. There's neither a CEQA nor operational issue with the closure of the west end of Magic Way at Walnut Street. The project would provide more flexibility to develop a wider range of attractions, hotel accommodations, restaurants, and shopping opportunities, which would facilitate investment to support the long-term growth of the Disneyland Resort and enhance the success and vitality of the Anaheim Resort. The project complies with and implements the goals and policies of the general plan. The proposed amendments to the general plan, DRSP, ARSP, the zoning code, the Anaheim Resort Public Realm Landscape Program, and the Anaheim Resort Identity Program are implementation actions of the project, which would further the goals and objectives of the general plan. Staff believes that the project would continue to implement the vision of the Anaheim Resort as a nationally recognized tourist, convention, and recreation center. With that, staff recommends that the commission recommend to the City Council certification of final SEIR number 352 and adoption of findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring program number 387. Approval of the proposed amendments to the general plan, the Anaheim Resort Public Realm Landscape Program, and the Anaheim Resort Identity Program, and introduction and adoption of ordinances to amend the DRSP, the ARSP, the zoning code pertaining to the DRSP, ARSP, and height map, and to amend the development agreement. That concludes my presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Council, Commissioners. Commissioner Perez, you have questions for the planner?
Yes, for staff. First question, and this is regarding the Hotel Circle specific plan. Is that dead, or what's the issue? Because I know it folds within the Anaheim Resort specific plan, so if I could get clarification on that.
Yes, the Hotel Circle specific plan is one of the 3 specific plans within the Anaheim Resort area. The project does not propose any changes to that specific plan, and that specific plan is currently built out with hotels implementing it.
Got it, okay. So in terms of the aerial map, or first, can you explain to me what the difference between Disney-owned and controlled properties are?
There are some properties that Disney has a long-term lease on. One example is the Southern California Edison easement, where they don't own it, but they have the ability to use it for an extended period of time.
Perfect. My follow-up was if you could show me on the area or vicinity map first, the properties in which Disney owns, and then the distinction which ones they control, or if we can't make the distinction, you could just all loop it all together.
So I don't have an aerial handy, but the maps on the screen show the entire Anaheim Resort area. I think it would be best to have the applicant come up and indicate which properties, and I can use the pointer to indicate which ones are not owned, I think is what you're looking to find out.
Correct. I mean, we could save this question after the initial, once the applicant has their ability to do their presentation. I could save this question for after. So kind of my next question is that is there an ability to add in property that is not currently included in any of the 2 specific plans? And if such, what is the methodology for that, or the process?
The development agreement does provide a process for Disney to add property that they either acquire or enter into a long-term lease into the development agreement. And there's a process for them to do that through an amendment. And once they do that, then that property would be included within the properties that are covered by the development agreement.
And through that amendment process, how is that done? Is that administrative review by staff, or is it goes?
Yeah, that's an administrative process under the development agreement. It doesn't change the overall rights that are allowed on that property that's brought in, because you're still acting within the scope of the Disneyland Forward approvals that are being granted.
Would any additional properties, or whether leased or owned, also change the specific plan in the need for a specific plan amendment?
Well, they wouldn't inherently change it. Whether Disney wanted to come back at some point in the future and for instance, modify the approvals, that would be a process. If it's beyond what's authorized in Disneyland Forward, then they would have to come back to the Planning Commission and the City Council for that.
Got it, okay. Kind of then for my next couple questions is regarding the DSRP and the ARSRP. I know they were both adopted in 93 and 94, but when were the initial studies or action taken by that current council to get that going? Do we have any historical reference or date?
It was I would say approximately a 2 to 3 year process with a project, with both being initiated in 1992.
So we would concur around the turn of the 1990 is probably when they first
90s.
started. Okay.
Correct.
So the 96 DSRP had the expiration for 40 years till 2036, correct? Okay. Does the ARSP have any expiration date or anything similar, or no?
So just to clarify, it's the development agreement that would have an expiration date, but both specific plans would continue on beyond that date unless amended otherwise.
Got it. So the development agreement is both for the two specific plans, correct? DSRP and ARSRP?
Yeah, the development agreement would cover Disney properties in both the DRSP and ARSP.
Okay. And then how does the streamlined process occur? Or if we were to move to approve as is, what is the streamlined process?
The process is outlined in the draft zoning code, which identifies procedures and implementation of the specific plans. So there's a section that describes uses that could occur on the theme park and the different districts in the DRSP, and then the overlays being proposed by Disneyland Forward in the ARSP. And the applicant, once they have plans submitted to the city, or preparing to submit plans, would be working with staff to confirm compliance with the different components that I mentioned previously: the conditions of approval, the mitigation measures, the specific plans, code, and the development agreement. And so it would be through the building plan check review process that would occur with city staff.
And then would that be a discretionary process or administrative review?
It would be administrative review.
So for kind of clarification, it's making sure that the development has crossed their T's, dotted their I's, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so the next aspect that I did want to ask, if approved as is, we have new entitlements, correct, for the parking units on the ball property? Can I get
Correct.
it correct?
Yeah, that's the addition.
Got it. Do we have new square footage to the DSRP?
No.
Got it. And then in terms of the review process for the Disney Vacation Club rooms, can you explain that as well too, at least more in detail?
It would be the same process as what I described for any project as part of the Disneyland Forward project. So anywhere that hotels are permitted, they could be hotel rooms or they could be timeshare units known as DVC.
Got it. And so what's the change from the current process as is to what would be approved?
Sure, the current code allows up to 100 DVC units to be permitted by right. Anything above, it's 150. Anything above 150 requires a conditional use permit. So the last DVC project that was just completed on the Disneyland Hotel property, that came to Planning Commission as a conditional use permit.
Got it. And so in terms of, I'm looking at this if we're at, let's say, 2044, right, 20 years from now. And let's say we approve as is, council approves as is. Are there any conditions in which construction has to occur? Is there construction phasing or limited scope of, hey, you can't knock down this hotel, or you need to build this before you move here?
There is an obligation in the development agreement that Disney is required to make an investment in theme park improvements and new lodging that is equal to $1.9 billion over the first 10 years. And so it's a valuation-based methodology.
So nothing in terms of timing or construction phase, correct?
No, that has to be done within 10 years, but there's not something more specific than that.
Got it. And then is there anything in the current DSRP or ARSRP that does have construction phasing or time schedules like that?
No, there's not.
There were associated with the opening day project. Those obligations have been met, and so since the completion of those obligations, there are no further.
Got it. Okay. And then let's see. I do have a very kind of technical question, and maybe City Leone can step in here. I was taught that amortization finance payment schedules are not subsidies, but kind of coming from the ruling of recently with the state and saying that the payment of the bonds and the liquidity of that methodology does make it a subsidy. Can I get further clarification on that?
Well, I'm not sure if you have a specific instance that you want to apply to, but if you're asking, there have been recent court rulings on what is or may not be a subsidy. Certainly, if there is a subsidy to any development project, other rules would apply. And in this instance, our office, along with outside counsel, took a look at the deal terms with a very specific and keen eye to determine whether or not any of the city's obligations in this project and what its commitments were under the amended and restated and amended development agreement, if they amounted to a subsidy. And we have determined not in our opinion, but again, if you have a specific instance, we can certainly speak to that.
And I was just asking for clarification and mainly regarding using the parking structure as a component. Kind of one of the final questions that I have, and this is in regards to the East Overlay Parking District. Since we're not talking about further increase of entitlements there, when the 96 agreement was agreed upon, what was the determination in terms of 100% utilization? Is that anywhere addressed at all?
What do you mean by 100% utilization?
In terms of the entitlements and the park and future development?
Do you mean the theme park and hotel uses, or do you mean the parking?
Parking.
So it was identified as a future phase that a parking structure would be constructed on the east side. It just hadn't happened yet.
Got it. So there was no timetables of it needs to be completed by expiration of the deal, or it needs to be done within 5-10 years or whatever?
There were not.
Got it. Okay. And then kind of just for my final questions for this portion of it, I want to see if you guys concur with me. So, or actually, first question first. In terms of the closures and the abandonments, I know it's not under our preview, but this is again another legal question. Can you explain to me if the Surplus Land Act does or does not apply for abandonments and closures of streets and public right-of-ways?
Do you want me to go ahead and answer that? In this instance, the roadways that are contemplated for abandonment, the city does not own in fee. These are easements that have been provided or dedicated to the city for the purposes of right-of-way.
Leonie, can you explain more in detail what in-fee ownership or in-fee purchase means?
Sure. Fee is, all of the rights, all of the bundles of sticks, so to speak. But more importantly, the Surplus Land Act was meant to open up land that is appropriate for housing, to be available for more housing. In this instance, this is not fee-owned. This land is a former right-of-way, may only be used by the city for right-of-way.
Got it. Okay. And then kind of because we have to make amendments to the specific plan that addresses the circulation, I had this kind of across my mind. At any point with the future abandonments or closures, can they loop that into the property in terms of, as I think as the term I've heard before, spreading the peanut butter in terms of the land use entitlements?
Do you mean if, for example, Magic Way is abandoned, could theme park uses be built on the street? To some extent, because there would still be, so yes, to some extent, there would still be easements required for pedestrian access, which we've identified would connect Walnut to, through the property to Harbor. There also are utilities underground, which would need easements, above and probably some dimensions to the side. So there could be. Also, what's remaining of Magic Way would have to be available for emergency vehicle access too. So that, I think, is at least 20 to 26 feet wide for just that.
Got it. But so theoretically, they can have the ability to fold in property into the DSRP and ASRP and spreading the entitlements.
Correct. Yeah, the street is within the Disneyland Resort specific plan today.
Got it. Okay. So with this, I want to see if you guys concur with me. So increase entitlements, potentially new square footage, streamlined process, no public subsidies, and then can I get a summary of the community benefits?
Can I back up to something you said?
Yeah. If you could concur with my statements in terms of new entitlements or in terms of increased entitlements for the parking spaces.
Oh, for the parking spaces, yes.
Potentially new square footage.
No.
So,
What do you mean by that?
I mean, and what I meant by that in terms of was using the Magic Way example,
But
potentially.
it's the same square footage.
Got it.
Like you said, spreading the peanut butter, it's not increased
But-
square footage.
Nonetheless, they could activate that land.
Yeah,
Got it.
correct.
So they could activate that land. I'll change my statement there. So they could activate the land, new entitlements, streamlined process, no public subsidies, that the legal team feels confident. And then would you concur with those four statements?
Yes.
Okay. And then can I get a description of the community benefits that are associated with the development agreement?
I'll put it up on the screen. Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you.
let me put it on the screen and then Steve will take it from there.
So the community benefits are as shown up on the screen now. The minimum $1.9 billion investment in new theme park and lodging, the $30 million for affordable housing, $8 million for the parks outside of the Disneyland Resort area, $40 million for the street and transportation improvements that's associated with the vacation of the right-of-ways, $10 million for sewer improvements along Catella. Disney's continuing their workforce programs that have existed under the existing development agreement. New to this agreement would be the two public safety agreements. So there's now a fire operations agreement and a police operations agreement. There's also a provision that's in this agreement about a reimbursement of staff costs for increased staff and enhanced services, which would associate with kind of expedited processing of Disney developments. And then also the transit occupancy tax revenue neutrality master agreements that would ensure that the any DVC units that are constructed pay essentially equivalent amounts of TOT than the city would get if they were built as hotel units strictly.
Got it, thank you. And then I actually had a question in terms about the first portion about the minimum 1.9 billion investment within 10 years. I know there's the portion of if they don't meet it, it's 5 million, and then if they go over 2 point something, there's another condition. Can you explain that further?
Sure. So the minimum requirement is 1.9 billion. If they actually achieve 2.5 billion in the first 10 years, then there's an additional payment of 5 million that would not be obligated. So if the more construction they actually do to get to the 2.5 billion, then that negates the 5 million additional payment.
And then in terms of the investment, it's not site-specific or entitlement-specific in terms of you need to build more investment first in hotel, or you need to build more.
Well, it's use-specific. It's theme park attractions and lodging. So for instance, the parking structures don't count towards that, even though they will be building parking structures. And so it's very specific to the types of uses that would qualify to be counted against the 1.9 billion and the 2.5.
Can you list those type of uses just so we have it in the public record?
Yeah, sure. So it's theme park attractions, So that category, as well as lodging units, and that could include the DVC units as well.
Got it, okay. And then I have another question regarding the other structure of the payment. So the 30 million for affordable housing within 5 years, if approved as is, we get the 15 million within a certain time frame immediately, right?
Correct. The first 15 million is due within 1 year of the effective date of the development agreement, and the second 15 million is due within 5 years of the effective date.
And then with that second portion of disbursement, do we have some type of CPI, consumer price index, or some other type of metric to make sure that 15 million is worth 15 million when we receive it?
No, it's a set amount of 15 million, but it is being paid again. It's front-loaded into the agreement in the first 5 years, so.
So no CPI or anything matched to it, okay. And then 8 million for parks within the first year, that's same thing too, immediate?
Yeah, that's within 1 year of the effective date, that's correct.
Okay. And then for the 40 million for street and transportation improvements, can you give me a clarification on what that means?
So that, it's covering two different types of street abandonments and vacations. So Magic Way, Hotel Way, and Clementine, those are three existing streets, and those would be at the point that the vacation is made, the payments for those would be payable to the city. For the what are referred to as the MAP segments, which are the portions of Gene Autry and the unimproved portion of Clementine. Those are actually, there are three sets of triggers that are associated with those, and it's really the earlier of those. So if the city needs the funds to be able to, for instance, do other transportation improvements or an east-west connector or something like that, the city can expedite it. There's also a timing requirement that it has to be paid. And so there's three different criteria that are associated with that, and then there's an outside date of not later than 20 years. So it's the earlier of the various things.
So essentially the 40 million comes from the abandonments and closures. And then with that, can you give me a breakdown of the three closures? What is the mileage currently, or the, I don't want to say VMT, but like what is the sizing of each street, and what is the value that we're getting for each of those streets?
So there isn't a specific identified value. They are appraised separately, and they are all based off of the same appraisal methodologies that is very consistent with the city's normal process for vacation of streets. And Leonie, if I might ask, do you want me to, Leonie, should I refer the distance to Rudy, or I don't recall the distances off the top of my head right now. I could identify them in a little bit, but I just don't have them off the top of my head unless you know.
Magic Way is 1,150 linear feet. The other two are very negligible.
Got it. And then can we get the, can I get the appraisal for each of the three closures? The appraisal value for each?
That's involved in the kind of real property negotiations that's within the purview of the city council. And that those negotiations, even though we've finalized them for a term in the DA, those are not finalized yet. They are, all the values are based on MAI appraisals, and there's a specific breakdown for each one of them.
Do we have a ballpark figure, a skeleton?
Leona?
I would just add, that is what the 40 million value is reflecting. It is the fair market value. And I also would ask, Steve, if you could also elaborate, since we were talking about timing, that there is a potential for that value to be updated should the actual closure or the payments not occur for some time. Because again, this is something that may not happen in the near future, if at all.
Got it. So this one's a little bit more conditional, and it does attach some type of CPI or other type of index.
It does specifically allow that if the acquisitions are not, if the abandonments are not completed within 10 years, the city can reappraise the properties, and then the city's entitled to the higher of the two appraised values, either the if you will, the 2024 appraisals, or what would be a 2034 appraisal.
Got it. Okay. Well, I think that's enough of my questions this first round, so I'll let my other commissioners chime in.
Commissioner Walker?
Hello, everyone. First, before I start, I wanted to thank staff for everything you've done on this project. You've been amazing. I wanted to focus on the significant unavoidable impacts in the EIR, specifically 4 categories that can't be mitigated to less than significant, correct? Air quality, greenhouse gases, noise, and cultural. Am I correct on that? Am I correct? Okay, just checking. On the air quality, the mitigation measures compared in the current ER 352 to the prior one, which was 340, can you, on air quality, tell me what mitigation measures are being added or are new, or increased technology or anything like that?
Good evening, Commissioners. The air quality mitigation measures are largely from the prior EIRs, both 311 and 340, which was done for the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan. There is a new mitigation measure requiring Tier 4 equipment for construction, which is a low emission vehicle.
So basically a technology increase.
Yes, and also a requirement to use that technology.
Okay. And then how about greenhouse gases? Same question.
So in that way, I just want to clarify that for EIR 311, which originally analyzed the Disney Resort Specific Plan, it did not have a greenhouse gas analysis. So when we talk about prior mitigation measures, they're from the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan EIR, which is 340.
340, yes, that was my question, actually.
Yeah, so they're from 340. And also that over time, there were other types of mitigation measures for other impacts, such as air quality, that have a secondary impact of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So what happens in 352 is they include all the mitigation measures that would result in greenhouse gas reductions, including things like the TDM program, which is a vehicle reduction program that reduces mobile emissions. So it is a long list. If you look in the 352, it's a long list of mitigation measures, but they address the different sources of greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay, and how about the noise? Same question, and 340, comparing 352 to 340.
Right, and this one, Elaine, I may need some help because you had it up on one of the slides with the new noise mitigation measure. Well, while she's looking, I'll start that both 311 and 340 did have mitigation measures for construction noise. But there is an additional one that for some reason I would need a moment to find. That's the general list of categories. I thought there was one new.
Correct. That's it.
I thought there was one new one besides that general list of categories. I'm wrong.
That was the list I had.
You may have to look for a second for that one, but they're largely reflected in prior ERs.
Okay. Let me go into cultural resources. The historic properties, good term, that we're talking about in this case is Disney, essentially, correct? 3 properties in Disney, 1 house that's just outside of Disney, and Disneyland itself.
That's right. The original Disneyland property is a historic district, so that's taken as a whole. And then the 3 individual properties, there you go.
Is Disneyland actually an historic district, or is it potentially?
A potential historic district.
Okay. And the reason that the concern is that Disney Forward could impact that potential district and not allow them to change things as they want. Is that correct?
Right. So what happened in 352 is because of the passage of time, the 40-year, like normally 50 years is considered a time frame parameter for identifying historic resources that are structures or properties. So that has occurred when the analysis was done recently under 352. So that's why it is a new identification and analysis in the most recent supplemental EIR. And it is what we just described as far as what the resources are. And then because of that, because these may be potentially impacted by development allowed under the approvals before you, that they identify that as a significant and unavoidable impact because it may happen, and for full disclosure of that potential impact.
Okay.
That's identified.
And significant and unavoidable. So despite the mitigation measures, correct, on all of those?
That's right. And when you have a significant unavoidable impact, you need to impose feasible mitigation measures, and that's what the EIRs do.
Okay. Is there a significant difference other than the cultural one in any of the other three between 340 and 352?
In mitigation measures?
No, in potential impact.
There is one new significant unavoidable impact in noise. I think that was in one of your slides, due to short-term construction. So that would be one new. And again, like I said, greenhouse gases wasn't analyzed in 311, and cultural resources is new.
Yeah, greenhouse gases didn't exist really at the time of 311. Well, they did, but we didn't really know much about them. Okay, so just for clarity, in order to approve the EIR, we have to find that the benefits outweigh the impacts, correct?
For those significant and unavoidable impacts, you have to make those findings for each and every one. It's a single finding, but it applies to all the significant and unavoidable impacts.
Okay, and for further clarification, assuming for some reason we don't approve this, can we still approve the EIR?
Sorry, when you say don't approve this, you mean approve the project?
To manage the project, yes.
Yes, there's separate decisions. You are asking you to approve the environmental analysis. Should you vote yes and approve the environmental analysis, it does not mean you must approve the project for other reasons.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm done.
Commissioner Lieberman.
Okay, I've got something to say about those cultural resources. There's something so wrong when I remember Pirates of the Caribbean being open and now it's a historic building. Okay, that's wrong. Anyways, I would like to echo Commissioner Walker's comment on city staff. Elaine, I don't know how you haven't gone completely gray in the last 2.5 years. This is outstanding, and I know many departments had their input in. Bravo. Okay, one recommendation, next time one of these things comes along, please include a list of acronyms. Please. Okay, I do have some legitimate questions here. The $1.9 billion investment over the 10-year period, is that where that $5 million kicks in if that investment isn't done within 10 years, they pay this $5 million penalty?
So there's an obligation to pay the $5 million, and it goes away if they get to $2.5 billion in investment. So the $1.9 billion is its own independent obligation, but there's also an obligation to pay $5 million, and that obligation goes away if they get investment up to $2.5 billion.
Okay, 2.5 billion in 10 years. Okay, what happens if they don't make the 1.9? Then they pay 5 million to the city. What happens if another 10 years goes by and they're still not meeting that number? Is there a subsequent, what happens? What's the incentive here?
The incentive, well, one, there is the obligation to do the 1.9 in 10 years. And so if they didn't meet that, then they would have to address that as part of their annual reviews to the city as to why that obligation hasn't been met. The commission will recall that in the existing development agreement, there was the opening day project obligation, which also had a tighter time lane for it, and Disney was able to meet that obligation as well. From a practical standpoint, for any year that they, beyond the 10th year that they haven't got to $1.9 billion in investment, that's something that the commission and the council would consider as part of the annual review as to whether or not they're in compliance with the DA.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Elaine, can you find amongst all your pictures? I'm a little confused about one of the proposed intersection changes, and this is Hasser and Gene Autry Way. Show me the pictures with all those little arrows that had, represented lanes and which way they turned. That's it. Okay, if let's see. Proposed, adopted, okay, well, let me figure out my question here. Where'd we go? The Pastor Gene Autry. Okay, so looking at adopted, that's what we've got today, correct? Or
Adopted does not reflect the existing conditions of the existing turning movements or intersection configurations. It's what's planned for the future, for example, based on if Gene Autry were built through the site.
Okay. Okay, and then proposed would be if Gene Autry's not built. And, okay, well, I'm just kind of looking at adopted, that southwest corner there is going from, basically 5 lanes down to 1. Am I reading this correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, are you at Gene Autry and Haster?
That is correct.
So it's just 1 because that's the exit from the existing apartment complex. So if there's no Gene Autry, then there's no street going through there.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you. Let's see what else I have here. Okay. In reading the, how do I explain this? I'll give you the section numbers, 3.1.7, concerning dispute resolution, having to do with fire, then the next section, which has a different number, has the same type of thing referring to police operations and dispute resolution. And it's in both sections, it's basically a 3-step process dealing with, a staff person and a Disney rep getting together, and if they can't hash it out in 2 weeks, then the next higher up at the city and the next higher up at Disney, they try to hash it out. And then the third and final step is city manager and the president of Disney getting together. And okay, so hopefully they get something resolved by then, but sometimes nothing, sometimes it can't be done. So I was actually kind of surprised there you didn't go to the step of, outside, I don't want to say litigation, but what do you call it? Third-party involvement isn't there. What's the reasoning? I mean, I'm surprised it's not there.
So this is in relation to the fire operations agreement and the police operations agreement. And so there has been, in the past, regular communications between Disney's public safety team and the city's public safety representatives. And the development agreement requires that there be an operations agreement for each of the public safety groups. And so we start this discussion of dispute resolution with an agreement already in place. And so the process that ends with the president and of Disney and the city manager having a conversation concludes if the two of them, now you're at the fourth level of communications, if they can't agree on something between the two of them, then each side would make kind of their last and best offer to the other, and then either side could choose to accept it. But if they don't accept it, the existing fire operations agreement just continues in force. And so this is only going to come up when there's a proposed modification either coming from Disney or from the city side. And we've also structured both of the operations agreements, and so that there will be milestone events, if you will, that will result in some cases in more staffing or more equipment. And the public safety representatives can speak more to those issues if the commission would like. But these are terms that both Disney and the public safety representatives either have come to agreement completely or are finalizing an agreement right now.
Okay, thank you very much. That is all I have for now.
Commissioner Jan Martin.
Thank you. So I had a question regarding Ball Road. So what is is Ball Road currently sufficient to handle traffic that might occur because of rerouting and or a large-scale parking structure?
Great question, Commissioner Tran Martin. So you said currently. Ball Road right now, if you drive through it, it's congested. And the reason is because we've got a majority of our resort-related parking on the west side. We've got the Mickey and Friends and the recently opened Pixar Pals. Under the ultimate condition, we're gonna have a big parking structure in what's called the east parking area. That's gonna absorb all the vehicles coming up the Five Freeway from the south, to and from the south, and will absorb them right into the freeway, just as the parking structure to the north kind of does that the same with the vehicles traveling on the 5 from the north side traveling southbound. So under its current configuration, Ball Road is congested, but under ultimate, once that parking structure is built, Ball Road and that parking structure area isn't going to see as many vehicles and it's going to be as congested as it is today because of all the vehicles that are going to be absorbed coming from the south. If that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Perez.
Yeah, if we could go back to the historic properties, because I do have some questions there regarding that, and specifically how they came to determine those 4 sites as historic.
Is your question, how did these become identified as historic?
Correct.
Well, sometime in the past several years prior to the Disneyland Forward project, the 3 sites, the train depot, the restaurant, and what was the other one? The Pirates. They were identified already as historic, not related to the project.
No, I get that, but there's no notes on there at any determination when they were deemed historic or the reason why they were deemed historic?
Oh, yeah. Commissioner, there are technical reports connected with the EIR where there were assessments of historic significance, and so is done by an expert under an approved methodology based on factors that are used to evaluate significance.
Can you communicate what those factors are?
Well, under CEQA, they're either under the National Register of Historic Places, the California Register of Historic Places standards, but then there are also, I'd say catch-all, but there's a general standard that either under local or other CEQA developed standards that you can apply in the CEQA context.
Thank you. And I ask because I wonder, I understand Site 1, Site 3, and Site 4. Site 2 is not even part of the original Disneyland configuration. Louisiana Square, Pirates of the Caribbean, was built in 1963, 1964, I think, or it was constructed in 1962 and completed in 63, 64. And then I asked too, because I would assume just easily the monorail should be deemed as like some type of historic. I think it's the first use of, we would call it a public-private partnership between two private companies to do a public transit system or alternative people mover. And then also too, is the original Disneyland Hotel deemed historic?
So if I may add, so Heather Allen, Deputy Director. So the three projects or areas in the park that we're talking about, the Railroad Depot, Pirates, and Hungry Bear, are actually one of the categories that Mr. Kremen mentioned being designated as a state cultural resource. That they actually came about through implementation of the Federal Telecommunications Act. So when a telecommunications company is installing equipment on a property, one of the compliance metrics is to review and submit to the state Historic Preservation Office. So through that process, these three buildings were designated as state resources without really any involvement by the city on our historic team or the applicant. So they do fall on what's called the BIRD, Built Environment Resource Directory. So they are treated as any other state resource, which is why they're part of what we're identifying as the potential district.
In the compilation of the project itself and discussions of it, did our staff or historic team discuss any additions to that list?
No.
Was there a reason for not?
I think we, and perhaps when the applicant comes up, they can speak to it a little bit further. But in terms of as Mr. Kremen mentioned, the reports go into a detailed technical analysis. Really, the kind of the identification as the potential district, we really felt was emblematic of what the Disney property encompassed. So we essentially kind of got to the same point by having the district boundary established for the potential area.
Got it. So what we see currently in the red line is what we would consider future Disneyland Historic District, or whatever they would.
Correct. The red boundary, as you indicate, is the boundary of the potential historic district.
Got it. And are there any developmental standards or some type of construction aspects in regards to historic districts?
So in terms of this designation, so as was stated in the presentation, so the mitigation measures do require photo documentation with respect to the historic structures, but I don't believe there's anything specific to the district since it is potential.
And then kind of with that, I know the fourth one is not currently within that red district. It's more closer to the north on Ball Road, closer to the administration building. Would that have protection in this or no?
Is there a specific mitigation regarding Pope House? Let me just check on the specific properties that have the photo documenting.
And can I make one clarification on the cultural analysis, which is that there are appendices to the EIR that contain cultural evaluations and historic resource evaluations, and those are Appendix D1 and D2. So the further information is in those documents.
Can we get a summary of that?
We can do that. We do have some consultants who are a little better versed than the attorneys, just giving you the legal standard. If you'd like that description, we can get that for you.
Yes, please. And I asked too, because my other thing that just popped into my head is portions of the monorail are within the red district, and then the vast majority of it is not within the red district. And my kind of continued questioning is whether there's any aspects in which that has to be maintained or not be, I don't know. I'm just asking in terms of any historic preservational need or limitation.
If I could address one aspect to that the CEQA evaluation looks at changes to historic resources, so that's what the mitigation addresses if they're potentially going to change it. And this is what you have to do as opposed to needing to keep it in a certain state.
So I guess to answer your question, what we'd like to do is as SOMA's team to assist on the analysis of the historical resources, and you can walk through the specific questions that the commission has.
Good evening. Jennifer Marks with SOMAS. Okay, so you had a lot of questions. Actually, if you wouldn't mind taking them one by one, I can respond to them.
Yeah, so I'll start with the first one is, are there, in terms of the mitigation measures or any aspects with this potentially, we approve this potential historic district, is there any times of preservation or any type of measures that limit construction or future development of the park?
Yes, we do have specific mitigation measures that it's what's called HABs, and it requires photography, anything within the district, within the potential historic district that would be impacted would have to go through that HABs photography, and they would have to be doing some level of documentation to make sure that those things are properly addressed before they're impacted.
And where do those documentations go? Who are they reported to?
They are, let me look at the measure real quick. There is the Secretary of the Interior, there's the historic, the National Historic, wait. Let me look it up.
I can get that one. So digital copies of the documentation shall be submitted to the Anaheim Planning and Building Department for storage with Heritage Services and housed in the Walt Disney Company archives.
Thank you, Heather.
Awesome. And then, so of the property number or the number 4, which is the Pope House, that is not within the historic district, what type of protections in terms of historic mitigations are also applied there, since it's not in the proposed historic district?
It's the same mitigation measures associated with those 4 properties.
So if anything changes, if they were to move it off to a different portion of the property, they would have to document it?
That's correct.
Got it. Got it. Okay. I think that answers all my questions for the historic impacts.
Commissioner Lieberman? Oh, Commissioner Castro.
Yes, thank you. I have a question regarding the additional police station and fire station. When in the development will that be built? Is there a threshold for additional guests or a percentage of the development built?
Development of the fire station, as well as the substation and satellite office, sorry, not the fire station, the fire satellite office or substation, fire satellite office and PD substation and satellite office would be required when there's significant development, and the significant is the threshold of 10,000 square feet within either the theme park district or the ARSP theme park overlay in the case of the Toy Story parking lot area. So it's when Disney develops a certain amount of new uses on the parking lots on those areas, then they would be required to build those facilities. So it's not a time, it's based on development.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Perez.
Sorry, that popped up a new question. Is Sergio here from Economic Development or anybody from Economic Development here?
Is he here? No.
I think I could probably assist with that. Perhaps I'll try.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. In terms of the staff report, I don't know if it's table 1 or table 2 that goes about the entitlements. Let me pull it up. If we could get it on this big screen too. Oh, I believe it is table 1 on page 7 of the staff report. And maybe if we want to put the district maps, because my question is in regards to the utilization of the entitlements. And kind of, Ted, if you could kind of explain the spreading of the peanut butter per se.
Sure, and I believe if you're speaking to the utilization of the existing entitlements, I mean, the big buckets of uses are hotel rooms, theme park uses, and those are really the two major categories. And of that, there were originally 5,600 hotel rooms entitled as part of the DRSP. And of that, 3,258 hotel rooms remain to be constructed, or another way of putting that is they've constructed 2,342 out of those original 5,600. And in the theme park uses, it's 6.85 million square feet was the envelope, the maximum buildable amount, and of that, there are 3.6 million and change left over to be constructed.
Got it, okay. I do have a question. So does the future expansion district, does that mean the East Overlay Parking District, or what does that specifically mean? And if we could put it on a map so we could have some visualization.
So on the left side of the screen, where we're describing or we're showing existing districts, it's the blue area for the future expansion district. And on the right side of what's proposed, it's just being renamed to Southeast District. This is an area where today in the future expansion district, they're allowed to have parking spaces. There also could have potentially been hotel rooms constructed on that site, but it would have required additional environmental analysis, but essentially it's parking today, and that's what's allowed. And then in the proposed plan, they would be permitted to transfer a portion of hotel from what's now the hotel district and a portion of theme park from the theme park district.
Thank you. And then if you could explain to me further what the changes are with the overlay districts. And first, could you give me a definition of what an overlay district is and what it's the purpose for it?
The purpose of an overlay, and there are existing overlays today in the ARSP, it allows for an underlying zone or district. So in the ARSP, so there are two current districts. One pertains to the Anaheim Convention Center, and everything else is in a CR district, which is commercial recreation, and it allows for the most part, hotels as well as their ancillary uses. And what the overlay does, it gives a developer or owner of that property the opportunity for an option to do something else in addition to what they're also allowed to do under the district zoning.
Got it. And then, so with the current proposed districts and overlays, can you kind of walk me through what are the additional usages with each overlay, specifically Theme Park West overlay, and then the parking overlay, and then the Southeast future expansion property?
Sure. So going back to Southeast, that's in the Disneyland Resort specific plan. So that's a district within the DRSP and not an overlay. But on the right side of the screen, the hatched orange, so on the left side next to Disneyland Drive, that's the Theme Park West overlay. And that's currently developed with the Pixar Place Hotel. And on that property, a portion of the theme park square footage that's in the theme park district today would transfer to that property. The Theme Park East overlay is the south portion of the Toy Story parking lot, and that would have the ability to transfer over a portion of the theme park square footage from the theme park district. in the pink hatching, north of the parking district, north of Disney Way. That area would be allowed to share the amount of parking that today is allocated to the parking district, which is about 17,600 parking spaces. So that allows that parking to be spread over the two properties. And then the parking overlay on the north is the area where we've been discussing the employee parking spaces. That's currently a surface lot and could be developed with more employee parking in the future.
Got it, okay. And then, so Ted, so with the remaining entitlements, do we have a breakdown of what the percentages are? And then from that, do we know what the cost of development would be?
No, we do not have we don't have the numbers associated with that cost of development would be. And, we would expect that this is going to be developed over, many years into the future, decades. And so that cost obviously would change over time as well. We can probably do some math here quickly to get those percentages for you.
I'll give you guys time for that because I know it's just, plugging in numbers. But, and kind of going back to the question of planning staff, do we have somebody from economic development here?
So just on the original question there, it's approximately 55% of the development entitlement is left remaining.
Got it. And then can we get the breakdown by each usage? I think that's important too.
We'll get that.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. And then if anyone from economic development is here.
I'm sorry. Could we get the answer for the economic development question?
The question? Yeah, the question was, do we have a concept of what the cost of construction would be for the remaining entitlements?
Again, I do not believe that a representative from our economic development team would have that answer. That's related to, future construction costs that we would not be able to provide that answer for you at this time.
Got it. And I just would like to hear it from the economic development staff.
Commissioner Tran Martin.
I'm sorry, just to finish that up, we did have a representative from economic development here earlier, but I do not believe that we have one here at this time.
Commissioner Tran Martin.
Thank you. Sorry, Raphael, I have another parking traffic question for you. Apologies. So because of where the potential parking structure or this additional number of parking spaces would be, would Harbor also be able to manage that traffic flow? And I asked the question specifically because of the school right next door.
Absolutely. Once we're able to absorb the east end traffic, we're going to be able to manage traffic all through the resort a lot better than we do today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then I have a question on the acquiring. Oh, sorry, that was my last parking. Yeah. For the acquiring of new property and how it falls into the development agreement, does that same standard apply if there becomes Disney-owned or controlled property outside of the specific plans?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in, but I will if you want to add anything. The additional properties, that's a DA term, and that does allow to add properties to what are vested, but they're still subject to the applicable rules. In this case would be the DRSP and the ARSP. And there's certain rules that apply should there be amendments to those specific plans, changes, there's processes that would have to be complied with before that could happen.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any names on my screen. I have a lot of questions, but I think my colleagues have asked most of them or a lot of them. So at this time, I would ask the applicant to come up and tell us about this adventure. Good evening, Ken.
Nice to see you.
Too.
It is quite an adventure. Good evening, Madam Chair Kring and Honorable Planning Commission. I'm Ken Potrock, and I'm the president of the Disneyland Resort. I am incredibly proud to be here today representing the Disneyland Resort on what I continue to call a legacy project that will set the stage for an immensely bright future for both the resort, and I focus on both the resort and the city of Anaheim. Together, we are unequivocally making history, just like Walt Disney did almost 70 years ago with the city of Anaheim and Disneyland. It is a tremendous responsibility for all of us. It is a tremendous responsibility for all of us and a privilege to be the steward of this vision for this very, very special place. Disneyland Forward will allow us to continue Walt's legacy of bringing Disney stories to life right here in Anaheim at a world-class destination resort that is known around the globe. Guests today want more immersive and integrated experiences, like the popular Star Wars Rise of the Resistance attraction here at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, or the new Zootopia Land that I just had a chance to visit at Shanghai Disney Resort, or the world of Frozen in Hong Kong Disney Resort. Again, I just visited that. Two remarkable integrated experiences. And we're committed to doing that with a minimum of investment, as you've heard, of $1.9 billion. I focus on minimum investment of $1.9 billion in revenue-producing assets. Commissioner, you asked a number of times what were the specifics. We were very detailed in recognizing that these needed to be revenue-producing assets that would lead to tax revenue for the general fund. And again, during the first 10 years, that we believe will bring exciting new experiences and entertainment to loyal fans and audiences for, think about this, generations to come. We know from the last 2 decades of major investment, including Cars Land, Pixar Pier, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and Avengers Campus, that when Disney invests, everyone wins. In fact, Cal State Fullerton Economic Impact Study projects nearly $30 million annually to the city of Anaheim just from our initial investment. That's not tied to the commitments, that's tied to what we believe will be generated. This will be bringing new revenue to the city's general fund to pay for vital services like police and fire, parks and libraries and roads. That's really, in a nutshell, what Disneyland Forward is all about. We want very badly that the economic engine that is the Disneyland Resort to enhance the benefits that the city of Anaheim provides to its residents. The economic engine of the Disneyland Resort can provide these incredible opportunities for the residents of Anaheim. With more Disney investments in the Disneyland Resort, we can attract new visitors who will stay in Anaheim hotels, dine in Anaheim restaurants, and support local small businesses, continuing our vision for the Disneyland Resort as a multi-day, and I say multi-night destination. We can create new competitive paying jobs at the Disneyland Resort, where we are committed to making meaningful differences in the lives of our cast members with benefits like fully paid college tuition, affordable health care, and child care for those eligible, along with opportunities for mentorship and training. We can bring additional new jobs, lots of them, thousands of them, to Anaheim, including union jobs through a project labor agreement with building trades for the proposed eastern parking structure, the associated transportation center, and pedestrian bridge across Harbor Boulevard, ensuring our largest infrastructure project will be built with 100% union labor with a focus on hiring Anaheim residents and veterans. And we can commit to unprecedented community support that brings direct benefits to residents, including affordable housing investments, park additions and enhancements, transportation upgrades, and pedestrian safety improvements. the future, ladies and gentlemen, is indeed bright for the Disneyland Resort and the city of Anaheim through this collaborative, and it has truly been a collaborative planning effort. I'd like to share a video to better illustrate the potential of Disneyland Forward and why we are so incredibly excited. Hopefully this will help as well.
The Disneyland Resort has been an integral part of the Anaheim and Orange County community for nearly 70 years, bringing joy and happiness to millions of guests from here and around the world. And we're also building community. Programs like Disney Aspire, providing cast members with 100% university tuition paid up front to help them achieve their educational goals, supporting military veterans, and making wishes come true for children with life-threatening illnesses through Make-A-Wish. All this while serving as an economic engine that creates jobs, supports local small businesses, and contributes millions in tax revenue to the city of Anaheim. It's why we're so optimistic about the future, with the potential of Disneyland Forward bringing new attractions, lands, and other immersive experiences. Even more magic to the Disneyland Resort. Disneyland Forward also includes an unprecedented commitment to the Anaheim community, addressing immediate needs, as well as deepening our commitment as a great employer dedicated to building skills, experience, and opportunity for our cast members. It was Walt himself who famously said, Disneyland, quote, will continue to grow as long as there's imagination left in the world. So Disneyland Forward is a multi-year plan for the future of Disneyland Resort, creating magic throughout the resort and beyond by unlocking new adventures and paving the way for a thriving economy and prosperous future for Anaheim. $1.9 billion invested in new theme park experiences and lodging over 10 years that experts say could generate nearly $30 million a year in new revenue to the city. First and foremost, we're creating new jobs in Anaheim, thousands of them, construction jobs and operations jobs. We're contributing $30 million to jumpstart a new affordable housing trust in Anaheim and $8 million to city parks, making a sustained commitment to mentoring and career training for Anaheim residents, and $85 million for improved traffic flow, circulation, and public safety. And all of this without seeking a penny in public funding, all on land Disney owns in the resort district. As Disneyland Forward takes its next steps toward the future, we invite you to be a part of this extraordinary journey. Join us as we create a great big beautiful tomorrow, just a dream away. Imagine the possibilities.
Good evening, Madam Chair Kring and Honorable Planning Commissioners. Nice to see you again. My name is Rachel Aldi, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Global Development for Disney Experiences. Thank you so much for this time. Since the day we announced Disneyland Forward 3 years ago, we had two key goals: to build upon and strengthen the successful blueprint we have used for decades to guide growth and provide exceptional benefits to the city and the community. And second, be transparent and involve the community in shaping the project. And I can proudly say that we have accomplished both of these goals. We conducted a thorough environmental analysis in the subsequent environmental impact report. We included detailed design, development guidelines, restrictions, regulations, and mitigation measures to reduce impacts on the community as Disney builds for the future. We added increased setbacks for development, stair-stepped height, a landscaping palettes, buffer, and screening measures detailed for every edge of property adjacent to our neighbors. And we implemented 360-degree architectural design requirements to improve public views, especially from adjacent residential properties. I also want to point out that many of these new and improved guidelines are a direct result of countless meetings with our neighbors and local business owners. Our expanded development will be on Disney properties, and we are not asking for any additional theme park square footage or hotel rooms, and we are not requesting any public funding. As Ken mentioned, in addition to the economic assistance this could provide, we are committed to unprecedented community benefits that bring direct support to Anaheim residents, from affordable housing to parks to transportation and pedestrian safety improvements. And finally, I will end with one of the things that we are most proud of, our 3 years of transparent outreach to the community. From numerous sessions with neighbors and local business owners, to hundreds of one-on-one meetings with Anaheim residents, to community town halls and webinars, and 3 public workshops. Our goal in every one of these engagements was to make sure everyone was factually informed on the project, that we answered questions and concerns, and most importantly, that we addressed these concerns. The result, we believe, is a better win-win project that was shaped by this extraordinary collaboration with residents and the city. And I believe this is why we have seen so much support throughout the community, including all of the supporters that are here tonight. Now, I'd like to invite Kim back and deliver some closing remarks. Thank you.
Great video, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel, very much. We would be remiss, and you guys have already done some of it, we would be remiss if we didn't thank profusely city staff for their guidance and support. As you heard from Rachel, this has been a 3-year-plus process, and the city staff have worked tirelessly over these years to make Disneyland Forward a project that we can all be very, very proud of. So, I'd like to respectfully ask the Planning Commission to support city staff's recommendation to move Disneyland Forward to the City Council for final approval. Our team welcomes the opportunity after public comment to come back and address any questions that you might have. And again, I profusely thank you for your time, interest, and support.
Thank you, Ken and Rachel and your team. So with that, shall we begin with the speaker cards? What, does anybody have any questions for the Disney team? Okay, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, if you would like the question, I believe we do have our representative from Economic Development here, Commissioner Perez.
Okay, we'll have that person.
Can I get that
speak
question first? Yeah. Good evening, Stephen Stower, Economic Development.
Okay,
Could you repeat the question? Thank you.
Yeah, of course, sorry about that. So in terms of, and if we could get the table 1 in regards to the entitlements up, just so our staff member here can know what I'm referencing. And it's basically from the remaining entitlements, do we have a ballpark figure or a skeleton pro form of kind of understanding what the measurement is of the remaining construction that needs to be done, or the economic value of it?
We have not conducted any analysis on that.
Is there a methodology to conduct that analysis?
I'm sure there is, but we have not done that. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So
the prognostication, it's a lot. It would be a lot of guesswork. Just, yeah.
Got it. And then so in this case, right? Is that in regards to the hotel development, or is it more a theme park development itself? That is, you're kind of doing more guesswork.
The theme park development, and once the hotel development was completely identified, yeah, that would be simple.
Got it. So what about addressing kind of the administration buildings, commercial buildings, stuff like that? There's methodology for that?
There's methodology, but again, without having the specifics, it's impossible to speculate.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that has to do mainly because of the square footage, different designs, all that
All
stuff.
of that, yes.
Okay. So in regards to the parking spaces, do we have a rough figure of how much one parking space goes for in terms of the cost of economic development?
I don't have that at the top of my head, but we have what one parking space costs to develop, yes.
Would you concur it's roughly around $30,000?
That's about accurate.
Okay, got it. So of the remaining parking spaces in the hotel district use, would you concur if 4,045 parking spaces, let me pull up my calculator, sorry about that. 4,045 times 30,000. Would you agree that just for the hotel district use, the remaining parking, economic development round ballpark would be about 122 million?
That sounds about
Okay.
correct.
And would you kind of agree that the concurrent of, if we were to kind of do that math across the board, that the math would be relative to that as well?
It would seem to be, yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you all.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the Disney staff?
I do think that, just for the record, we can answer Commissioner Perez's other question about percentage usage of the three.
Yes, for hotel rooms, there's a remaining 58% of the allowed hotel rooms that could be developed. And for theme park uses, 53% of the remaining entitlement is left. And then for parking, and this is specific to theme park guest parking, 46% of the spaces are remaining.
And do we know for the other parking spaces, what is remaining in terms of hotel, commercial, and anything else that would apply administrative?
Sorry, I thought you were just looking for the big buckets of categories.
I was looking at all of them.
Do you want me to just read from the table of what square footage is remaining in each category?
I would like the percentage. I think that's better clarification.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Or maybe we can go.
We'll continue with our math exercise here as you
Okay.
have call speakers.
Okay. Speakers can move forward. Brent?
I think we have options to ask the applicant questions, correct?
Well, I said that, and they went on to something else.
No, I know. I had questions. I was in the queue.
I don't have you down here.
Oh, well, I was in the queue.
For the applicant.
Yes.
Okay,
Get the public
Joe, Ken, Rachel, Commissioner Perez.
Can you guys give me a
like to
summary
answer
of
a question.
the community outreach?
Sorry, I apologize, Commissioner Perez. I was untangling myself from my seat.
No problem.
The community outreach, you asked for a summary. I believe there is a summary in, a detailed summary of all the outreach activities that's included in the staff report. Is that correct? There is not? It's attached to the staff report.
Can we get that attachment on the screen?
Do you want to just put up the end of the video? Because it was clearly identified in the video that
This,
the president did. Was a lot of meetings.
this is I think, a more a detailed list, I think.
And it is attachment 15 to your staff report.
So this report was submitted monthly to city planning staff throughout the course of the 3-year project. And each month, there was a cover page executive summary that included activities conducted in that given month, followed by a listing on the following pages of every single activity over the life of the project. So there's like an exec summary of here's what we did this month, here's the big things, and then there was listings of every single briefing from there, all going back to the launch of the project in March of 2021.
Perfect. So would you agree, Joe, that you guys had multiple meetings and you guys first started, I believe the first one says March 25th, 2021?
March 25th, 2021 is the first one noted on this record. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then would you agree that the last one is February 29th, 2024?
I'd have to consult this document to recall. There's been,
It's coming down. It's coming down.
actually, no, this reflects the activity as of the month ending
Yes.
February. We're 2 weeks into March, so I would say there's been even more over the last 2 weeks.
Okay. And then with that, when were the community benefits made public? What was the date of that?
The community benefits were discussed for the first time at the City Council workshop on January 23rd. Memory serves, is that correct, Mr. White?
So January 23rd of 2024.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for all the meetings in which you dealt with the community or other governmental relations or other individuals' business or whatnot, when the topic of community benefits came up, what did you guys communicate?
That was not the focus of those meetings. Our outreach meetings on the project have been focused on the four corners of the project itself, not necessarily community benefits as you would see in the development agreement. So the four corners of the project itself are what I kind of call the kitchen table issues. What am I looking at? What am I hearing? What am I seeing? Things like that, the things that people care about when they see out their kitchen window. While community benefits are important, I think people are most concerned of things that impact their daily lives first and foremost. So that was not the focus of that outreach.
Got it. No, that makes sense. So you would concur then for anybody who attended a community meeting prior to that community benefits being public, they wouldn't know what the complete scope of the project would be?
No, I would not concur with that statement.
Okay. How would you communicate that? In the sense, would you then say that individuals who did attend those community meetings did have a full grasp of the scope of the project?
Without a doubt, sir. Without a doubt, sir. Project, as it's typically referred to, project capital P is the project, the four corners of the project that we've been talking about really since March of 2021. And like I said, that covers all the basics of a real estate development project. The community benefits is an element of the development agreement, and that is not what I would consider a portion of the actual four corners of the project. That is a point of business in the development agreement.
Got it. Okay, perfect. So with that, what is the number of guests that come to the park or the resort area as a whole annually?
Disclosing specific attendance is not something Disney does. That's considered proprietary information.
Is there any ballpark number that you guys use for promotions or anything?
No, sir.
Got it. Okay. With staff, do we have any information of how many guests come to the resort area or the parks?
I'm going to take a stab to the extent it's included in the EIR. We don't, again, consider attendance to be public information. It is proprietary, and that's understandable. What we do have from prior EIR 311 are trips and capacity information, which is quite different than attendance. So for the purposes of environmental impacts, we're looking at capacity. How many people might be on the road? How many people might be visiting? So we do have those older numbers from 311.
Do we have figures about what are the capacities of the commercial aspects of the project, theme park as is? As in the sense, how many people could be in downtown Disney? How many people could be in Disneyland? How many people could be in California Adventure?
I would defer to staff for the CEQA aspect of that question.
We have from 311 what was anticipated to from the existing Disneyland park and an additional that would be presumed to be added as a result of the second theme park that was proposed. And at that time, it was estimated to be a combined total of 24 million capacity. But again, that's different than attendance.
Got it. Okay. From that, and then this is for the applicant. So can you explain to me the products essentially you guys sell for access to the park, whether it's ticket passes or magic keys or any of that? Can you explain that to me?
Every possible product? Or
At least the majority ones that you guys see. I know you guys have like different VIP, and I'm not really asking for that, just kind of high level.
Commissioner Perez, I'd be getting out of my depth a little. I'm going to invite my colleague Rachel Aldi to come up and answer that question.
Thank you.
So let me make sure I understand your question. You just want me to share examples of different admission access to enter the theme park?
Correct. Which ones that you guys provide for this Disneyland resort?
Currently, we provide multiple access points, so one-day access, multi-day access, park hoppers, evening hard ticket events, depending on evening events. We also have other different partnerships with other youth groups and other various groups.
And then you guys have the annual pass or the Magic Key systems, right?
The Magic Key, as well as a Magic Key access, and different access points for that one as well.
Can you communicate what those access points are? Or the Magic Key passes, essentially?
Well, we have several different tiers that give access points. I'd have to get the details for each of them, but some give you access during, for a large bulk of the year. Some, eliminate certain, weekends and certain holidays, and some are, a SoCal level pass. But I would have to get the actual details if I understand more of what your questions are.
No, it's essentially, that's kind of what I want to figure out, like what the different passes are, what they allow or what they don't allow. And kind of the portion for that is to say this. Obviously, the proprietary information of how many people are coming, but I'm curious to see what the full scale of 100% utilization of the development is. And I say this because there are no construction phasing or anything like that. And I would assume it's because of proprietary information of theme park development. But I also understand that your guys' CEO is going to public events, going to venues and saying, hey, we want to have Avatar 2 here, we want to have this here. So I'm trying to have more clarification and understanding is, do you guys have an aspect of what you guys want to do, or is that more proprietary information?
So I think in terms of what we want to do, as we've stated, we know there are different stories that we would love to tell. The Disney company constantly creates stories. We would love to bring some of those stories in immersive ways onto our property. We are just waiting to go through this process to understand the guidelines and where we can actually put those stories and those types of experiences. Once we get that type of guideline, we'll be able to start that process in more detail to define what we could build more specifically.
So would you concur that the project itself is conceptual in nature?
No, we know very clearly what we'd like to build and where, right? And I think it's a combination of theme park and mixed-use development in several different areas that we've outlined. We just need to figure out which stories and how those stories come to life in those areas, but the components are defined.
Got it, okay.
Excuse me, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Leon, are we getting off topic here? Completely off topic, so I'm going to stop this conversation. Are we?
Well, again, I'm going to give some deference to the commissioner. He is asking questions about the project. Do I think it's off topic as far as we've had staff presentation? We have not opened the public comment period. I'm not exactly sure what the purposes of the questioning is as far as forming your opinion on the matter tonight. But if you would like to move things along, we can proceed to that. But I would look to the rest of the commission to see if they wanted to vote to allow that, or perhaps the commissioner wants to wait until after the public hearing to continue.
That's fine.
We will start with the public hearing. And I would suggest if you have questions, you can talk to staff or Joe or Ken. Come on up, Brent. If you could put the names of the speakers up, I'd appreciate it. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, esteemed commissioners. I think I'm really, really lucky to be number one. So
Well,
usually
actually,
I'm
you're
number
number
39 or last in line, but appreciate the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I want to just speak on behalf of the Anaheim Family YMCA. We are incredibly proud of the Disneyland Forward project. Again, I think nonprofits are sometimes the last group or the last aspects of communities that are sometimes thought of. And I just want to certainly compliment Ken and the team for how we've been engaged as a nonprofit for the benefits of this project. Thousands of kids and families come to the YMCA for services every year. And I can't tell you how many, again, the incredible possibilities that will happen from this project, that we'll be able to engage and meet vulnerable children where they're at in our community. So again, as an organization, we support this incredible project, and I want to thank the city staff that have poured over this for hours and hours, if not days and weeks, over the last 3 years. So again, kudos to Anaheim. What a great project, and I couldn't be more proud to be here leading an organization that, again, cares about kids, families, and community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome again, Beverly.
Good evening. I'm going to start by saying I have a very unique perspective on this entire project because I have been a zoning commissioner in my former hometown. Anaheim is now my hometown. And as far as being a resident, there's nobody that lives closer to this project than I do. There's others that live as close, but my house sits right on Walnut. So when I look at what has gone on in the past 3 years, I cannot tell you how proud I am of Disney as a business from a resident's perspective as to how they've listened, they asked questions. They wanted to know what we needed. What's the noise situation? What do we need aesthetically? And everything that we asked for, they delivered. Sometimes it was, a little extra effort to get them there, but they got there. And I cannot think of a more cooperative situation than what I experienced. And I went to every meeting I could get to. I was at the parks, I was at the hotel, I was wherever we could gather to make sure that this was going to be good. And as I spoke to Joe, and I told him, I said, you know what? Let's get this all worked out now. So at the end, we don't have problems. And I cannot stress how good they communicated all of the events that were going on. Short of coming to my front door and handing me an invitation, I knew when everything was going on because they communicated that, because they wanted the residents there. They wanted to be a good neighbor. How many neighbors or neighborhood businesses do we have that are going to donate $30 million for affordable housing? It's unprecedented. It's what Disney is doing. And as far as being a good neighbor when it comes to other donations, the parks and $85 million in roads and safety, my gosh, if we can get those 11,000 cars off of Walnut, I cannot tell you how important that is. And is it going to inconvenience a small handful of people that use Walnut to cut through over to get to the freeway? I think it's more important that they spend that extra 5 or 10 minutes on the road, that we get those 11,000 cars off of Walnut for the residents' safety.
I'm one of them, Beverly, but I don't cut through.
Well, there you go. See?
I'm on Walnut. Okay.
I cannot encourage you or urge you strongly enough to approve this to go on to City Council. It's near and dear to my heart, and this is a company that I'm proud to say cares about the people.
Thank you, Beverly.
So thank you.
Welcome, Francis.
Good evening, Chair Kring and Planning Commissioners. As a noise-sensitive receptor, I'm here this evening to say that we live off of Walnut, and we've gone through all the sessions with Disney Forward during the past 3 years. I believe we have achieved positive results for our neighborhood regarding noise, and especially with continued open dialogue. I can only speak as I find, and that is that Disney are great neighbors and amazing contributors to Anaheim. Have you all seen the trees and shrubs along Walnut and how beautifully it's maintained? There are no weeds or garbage on the medians and sidewalks. Being resort adjacent has always been a benefit to us, and we don't think that will change much going forward. In fact, we gave up our time to make sure that our little part of Anaheim remains a respite for all residents. And we feel we have an open door to the whole process, both with the city and with Disney. We walk our dogs on Magic Way, Disneyland Drive, and Catella every day, and we have observed the traffic firsthand. In fact, we walked it this morning and noted 4 cars coming north on Walnut from Ball, doing a U-turn at Cerritos and going back to Magic Way. We personally have never used Magic Way as a cut-through to Ball Road or Catella, and therefore we personally don't see it as a loss. We very much hope that closing it will be a benefit as part of our effort at traffic calming along Walnut. We feel sure that a raised crosswalk with the flashing light would be a great advantage to all the residents of Walnut. Closing Magic Way to vehicular traffic would ensure the safety of the hundreds of pedestrians crossing Walnut. I urge you to approve the project.
Thank you, Frances. Sabrina, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Kring and Commissioners. My name is Sabrina Lockhart. I'm the Executive Director of the California Attractions and Parks Association. We represent California theme parks, water parks, and family entertainment centers. Many of our members live and work in Orange County. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak to you tonight in full support of the Disneyland Forward project. Much has been said about the tremendous benefits to the city of Anaheim and its community, but I want to remind you that those benefits don't stop at city limits. Orange County, Southern California, and California as a whole stands to benefit. In short, California's entire tourism ecosystem stands to grow. When people think of California, theme parks are just as iconic as our palm trees, our beaches, and sunny skies. A project of this magnitude will encourage people to visit Orange County and stay longer, resulting in more nights in our hotels, more dining in our local restaurants, and the opportunity to visit nearby destinations and attractions. CAPA fully supports Disneyland Forward because it will solidify California's status as a global tourism destination, and it really highlights the innovation and entertainment that our industry provides. The project before you today reflects many years of community work, a thorough, inclusive process that ensures residents' voices are heard. For all these reasons, I urge you to support this project so it may move forward to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Welcome, Mike.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Manter. I'm actually a proud Anaheim resident and in full support of the Disneyland Forward project. My support actually comes from a different angle. Unlike most people, I wasn't a local, I'm not a business, I haven't lived here for years. After many years of visiting as a tourist, my husband and I made the move in summer of 2020 to Anaheim. 2 years ago, we actually moved to Walnut and have been proud residents ever since. As a tourist, I rarely ventured outside the resort, and if I did, it was to find a grocery store, place to eat, or actually go to another tourist destination. I never realized the impact of the resort had on locals. While not perfect, I think the Disneyland Forward project helps address the concerns and needs from all sides. I'm looking forward to the next several years and seeing how the Disneyland will impact the future of Anaheim and make it a worldwide destination, home to the only Disney park visited by Walt Disney himself. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Nick.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Hockman, and I serve as the General Manager of Disney's Grand Californian Hotel and Spa, the Chairman of the Anaheim Orange County Hotel and Lodging Association, an Adjunct Professor of Hospitality and Tourism at Cal State Fullerton, and most importantly, I am a proud resident of this great city of Anaheim. It is an honor to stand before you in support of Disneyland Forward. One of my fondest childhood memories was sitting on the shoulders of my grandfather, Pop-Up, watching a Disney parade, the only time I experienced a Disney park as a child, a memory that I cherish. Now I lead a group of casts that welcome guests from all over the world, and together we lay the foundation for other little boys and girls and their families to build memories with those they love most, memories that will be discussed around the Thanksgiving table for years, if not generations. The reality is simple. The magic of Disney extends far beyond the berm of our resorts and parks. The economic engine that is Disney aids in the creation and foundation of magic all across our community, generating a staggering $8.5 billion in economic activity annually, serving as the cornerstone of our local economy. Walt Disney was an innovator, he was a storyteller, and he said that we would never be completed. As a resident of Anaheim, we know that when Disney invests, Anaheim wins. Hotel taxes represent the single largest source of tax revenue for Anaheim, more than half of the city's total revenue. And when Disney builds something new, people come, and hotel tax revenue increases with a direct benefit to the city of Anaheim and, of course, our fellow residents. According to the city, the opening of past attractions like Star Wars, Galaxy's Edge, and Avengers Campus, revenue generated from hotel taxes soared to an impressive $162 million and $177 million, respectively. According to experts, Disney's investment of $1.9 billion in new theme park and lodging experiences could create nearly 9,000 new construction jobs and more than 4,000 new jobs during operation. With Disneyland Forward, Anaheim wins. Our residents win, our schools and universities win, our police and fire departments win, our public libraries and community centers win, organizations like Make-A-Wish and Children's Hospital of Orange County win, small businesses win, our cast members win. Together, ladies and gentlemen, we all win. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hello. My name is Jennifer Brooks. As a resident of Anaheim and a Disney cast member, I've spent a lot of time considering this project and the impact to our community. In doing so, the best way I can share my thoughts is to share my story. I've been a cast member for almost 22 years, and when I look back at my time with Disney, I can see the positive role the Disneyland Resort has played a big part in my life story, raising a child with disabilities while being a single parent working full-time for 13 out of my 22 years. Disney has offered numerous volunteer opportunities at various organizations, some of which have played a significant role in our lives. My very first Disney volunteer event before I had a child, in 2003, I believe, was with the Shea Center in San Juan Capistrano, where they offer therapeutic writing programs to individuals with disabilities, not knowing 8 years later my son would become a client. I also did multiple volunteer experiences with Special Olympics, again, not realizing my son one day would become a Special Olympics athlete. Disney's contributions to the community and the benefits it offers its cast members have been a large part of our journey. My son and I, we know chalk very well, and while we were there for many overnight stays, Disney was all around us. Turtle Talk with Crush, child life specialists bringing us toys, and the endless supply of Disney videos. All of these were things that were donated by the Disneyland Resort. Having a child with special needs, trying to get access to certain medical services can be very difficult at times. However, with Disney's benefits, I have access to a dedicated nurse case manager that has saved me hours navigating that red tape. And now as my son approaches early adulthood, special needs trusts and conservatorship are on the horizon. And again, with Disney's benefits, I have access to a group legal plan that can help me find an affordable attorney, and in some cases, services are covered completely. All along my journey, Disney has been extremely flexible. Due to appointments or several unforeseen events related to difficulties with my son and his medical issues, my leader has always been flexible, providing a flexible work arrangement if and when needed, which has allowed me to be 100% committed to my job and 100% committed to being a parent. And Disney has also listened to my story. One of my most cherished memories with my son is being able to swing next to him in a swing set due to an accessible swing seat. I knew Disney years ago was updating the play spaces in Anaheim. I knew I had a story that I needed to share, and I did. And Disney listened. And that was the birthplace of the accessible play space at Barton Park that hopefully you are all familiar with, that happened a couple of years ago, which, by the way, includes an accessible swing seat. I know I only have limited time to speak, but as you can see, the Disneyland Resort has played a positive and very important role in my life story, providing opportunities, resources, and benefits to help me walk my journey. As a resident of Anaheim, I support the Disneyland Forward project. Aside from economic reasons, I support it for all the future roles it will bring to our community. And if it can help even just one person, maybe someone like me, it will have a monumental impact.
What sport did your son play?
He's done track and field, he's done baseball,
Yeah, it's enough.
basketball.
He does everything.
Yes, and hopefully, the most important thing, you know, one of these roles, his life goal is to sell churros at Disneyland. So with these additional roles, hopefully that can become a reality. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ken, you have a new employee. Welcome. How are you, Jason?
I'm great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Jason Smith, or Jason Daniel Smith, and my mom would yell at me. I'm an Anaheim resident and a cast member at the Disneyland Resort. My background is engineering, and I moved to Anaheim with my family almost 9 years ago to support the most recent wave of Disneyland Resort growth initiatives, including Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Avengers Campus. As Anaheim residents, my family and I have become active and engaged members of the community, including volunteering our time and expertise to support a variety of local organizations and schools. Approving Disneyland Forward will create thousands more opportunities for families like mine to contribute in meaningful ways to the city of Anaheim. In my current role, I have the privilege of being Executive Director of Downtown Disney and the Arrival Experience. Arrival Experience includes our resort transportation and parking team, which works very closely with our Anaheim Police Department and Anaheim Traffic Control on a daily basis to ensure safe and smooth flow of vehicles and pedestrians around the resort. We know firsthand how valuable the proposed enhancements to Walnut and Magic Way will be to reducing cut-through traffic and improving pedestrian access. This is one of the many reasons that I enthusiastically support Disneyland Forward proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's the next speaker is Paul Sanford. I don't see him, and Dara Maliki. I don't see him either. So, okay, Laura, welcome. The other names on the board, please line up.
Hello again to the Planning Commission for giving, and thank you to Planning Commission for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Last time I stood before you, I expressed my passion, as well as sharing a heartfelt message for the Disneyland Forward project, both sharing memories and magic from past and those to come. While they may have been compelling, I want to be very clear. I am in favor of this project, not because I love Disneyland or that I have a young child. I'm in favor because it's the best decision for our beautiful city, from all aspects of tourism, employment, revenue, public safety, and quality of life. I think a lot of people have come up here to speak about it, and I don't want to push on that topic more, but I will say I've listened to the opposition, as I think it's the respectful thing and logical thing to do. In reflection, I'm compelled to bring clarity to some of the claims. The opposition states there's fireworks every night. There's not. Google search can tell you. The opposition has demanded traffic counts, and Disney's provided them. The opposition has stated 10% of Disney employees are homeless, which isn't true and is an outdated information piece. In fact, California holds 12% of the national homeless population, which is devastating, however, has nothing to do with this project. I encourage any supporter of housing development to call our state representatives and get involved, as Disneyland Forward isn't a part of it. Being a resident who lives at the intersection of Walnut and Cerritos, I literally live just steps away from Magic Way. I would assume that's a quite compelling and relevance regarding the closure for through traffic. I want to be crystal clear that I have navigated driving on Ball as well as Cotella during many peak times, like some of our commissioners, and I have never needed to use Magic Way to get where I've needed to go in a timely manner. To the very few people who use this street as a shortcut, which was never intended for its design, I'd suggest to give a different route to try. I can assure you, out of the 1.4 billion square feet the city claims, the minuscule 1,000 feet of Magic Way will not highly impact your commute, nor our community in a negative way. In fact, the changes proposed with Disneyland Forward, including the crosswalk, will make Magic and Walnut safer for residents. There is nothing more important than that to me. I urge the Planning Commission to approve Disneyland Forward, as it's what's best for our community, and stand before you as a citizen and a mother raising a 4-year-old girl. The decision that you make will make a brighter future for her and countless other residents. I will leave you with another quote from Walt. Today, we are the shapers of tomorrow. That is the plain truth. There's no way to duck the responsibility, and there is no reason why we should. End quote. Today is the day we can shape tomorrow together with your approval to move Disneyland forward. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Laura. Is Jill Baker here? Okay, if not, are you Robert? No? Corey?
I'm so sorry, ma'am. I am Robert. I just got so tied up in the clapping, I missed my name.
Oh, Robert, get to the back of the line. No, I'm kidding. Get up here. You got to get a better excuse next time.
It's my first time. I apologize. Robert Moutry. Good evening, everyone. Robert Moutry from the California Chamber of Commerce. I also come to speak in favor of the project and urge its approval. For background, the California Chamber of Commerce is the largest business trade group across all industries and sectors in the state. Specifically to the Planning Commission's scope, we urge support because we believe that, as discussed by staff at length, we do see this as very consistent with community goals and documents. At a policy level, I couldn't compete with the statements from the parents and the others about the importance of Disneyland to the community. But I will say from a business standpoint, it brings so much to our state and so much to in the jobs and the benefits from it. So we urge support that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert. Corey? Welcome, Corey.
I didn't want to clap so I wouldn't be late. Sorry about that. My name is Corey Collins. I'm a manager of content strategy at Disneyland, but also I'm an Anaheim resident. So happy to be here to speak in support of the initiative. The $2,002 million that will be estimated to increase for Anaheim in the first 10 years alone is just amazing for the city. What it can do for our police, fire, parks, road improvements, not to mention the city services. I talk to friends that live in neighboring cities, Anaheim, Orange, Fullerton. The services we have here far outweigh the Anaheim app. Just anything you have to do with the city is much better here than any neighboring city, and we can just only increase that. The $8 million contribution to the parks alone, I would love. My boys love to use the parks in the city. My wife, I walk the dog every day, use the dog parks, and just would love to see more. I know there's a lot of consternation around Magic Way. I understand that a loss of a shortcut is a personal thing. My wife commutes a long way. I get that that's a big issue for people. But it's a very small number of people. And we heard a resident say, and I agree completely, getting traffic off of Walnut. My street is used as a cut through for a lot of people, and I don't like that. And I don't want extra cars in my street. And so if I lived on Walnut, I wouldn't want extra cars. I wouldn't want, I think it's 2,000 extra cars that go down Walnut going to Disney property. I would not want that. Yeah, I don't want to take any more time. There's 70 people left, so thank you very much.
Thank you for telling us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Welcome, Emma.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Emma Burrows. I'm here on behalf of the Anaheim Orange County Hotel and Lodging Association, and I'm going to do my best to keep my comments as brief as possible. Tonight, I come to you on behalf of our board and our membership to reiterate AOCHLA's steadfast support for the Disneyland Forward project. As you're aware, the project holds immense promise for our community and for the future of Anaheim. The changes outlined in the Disneyland Forward project represent a monumental opportunity to invigorate our city. Through this project, we have the chance to usher in a new era of entertainment, hospitality, and economic prosperity. AOCHLA is proud to stand in support of the Disneyland Forward project, and we ask that you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. John? Oh, Barat, I don't think he's here. So, John, come on up. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to thank you, Chair Kring, commissioners. I'm John O'Neill. I'm from the Garden Grove City Council. I've lived here my entire life. I was going to have a big, long story about how I started working at a motel across the street since 1979 until 1986 when I got in the electrical apprenticeship program. But I'll cut short that and respect everybody's time. That speakers.
No, what's the name of the motel?
Magic Lamp, Magic Carpet, where the Westin
really?
Hotel sits now. Bob Shelley and his family. Bob Shelley, my family is very close with Bob. He drove his parents to my parents' wedding back in New York. Anyway, thank you for your service, because I know what it's like to sit on that side of the dais. I was elected to council in 2016. I'm happy to report that over the weekend, I called the mayor, I called the city manager of Garden Grove, and all my colleagues. We have unanimous support for this project for Disney Forward.
Well, thank you.
So you have full support. We really appreciate the traffic study that you did, the sewer and water development. Everything looks good. I confirmed today with my public works that we're all on board. And Disney has committed over all these years. I can remember when, it was My mom went on the opening week, so 50 cents to park. It was closed Mondays and Tuesdays, so I could work as a 13, 14-year-old. I could work there because they didn't need a driver. You know, I wasn't 16 to drive people over to the park yet. But, you know, Disney has committed hundreds of millions of dollars to the community. They've given back at every step of the way, and Walt Disney knew that himself. He had to have the community on board to do what he wanted to do, and he did it. And we need to do it, like previous speakers have said. We need to continue that magic and that imagination going forward. And we've reimagined Garden Grove. If you paid attention to Garden Grove in the last 10 years, we're doing that over there. And we really appreciate the bond that we have with not only Disney, but the city of Anaheim. And city of Garden Grove, just real quick, and then I'll close, is we rely on the transient occupancy tax to provide services for the city of Garden Grove. Tens of millions of dollars a year are coming in on our hotel transient occupancy tax, and we wouldn't be able to provide fire, police services, paving roads. We really rely on those services. So I urge you to pass this tonight, unanimous support to move this forward to the City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you. Good evening. Andrew Gonzalez, OC Building Trades. I'm standing here in support of the Disneyland Forward project. Bottom line, this is about jobs. If the full investment of $2.5 billion is put in place, you're talking about 11,000 construction jobs. These are high-quality, union construction jobs that pay living wages. And every moment wasted asking how many churros are going to be sold, is there an algorithm to tell us how many churros are going to be sold, is there a methodology to tell us how many churros will be sold, delays the implementation of those jobs. Asking you for the Planning Commission to put this forward at the recommendation or the full council. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Tony? Tony, welcome, Tony. Please, the other speakers, please line up.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Tony D. Trinidad with the Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 36, and we represent painters, drywall finishers, floor layers, and glazers in the finishing construction industry. We're also here in support of the Disneyland Forward project. We believe that a project of this magnitude will create many good career opportunities and sustain jobs for the city of Anaheim and surrounding communities. Recently, there has been some pushback against smart development, including projects like this, and it results in the loss of good paying, union jobs, and sustainable careers. We need to open up and provide more opportunities and pathways for low-income communities in the city of Anaheim and surrounding areas by giving them a chance to work towards the middle class. And the only way we can start doing that is by making sure projects like these are approved. It's also comforting to know that this project will be built with the highest safety and environmental labor standards in the state of California. So please, we urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Welcome, Chris.
My name is Christopher Solorio. I stand in support of this, the Disney Forward. We're thankful for Disney's partnership with the unions, specifically IBEW. I just want to share a quick story that I was a superintendent for a venture campus, and we had 100 electricians working on that project. 20 of them were Anaheim residents. 50 of them were Orange County residents. So I think if we're thinking about developing a project, we can have construction persons living in Orange County. I think that would be really helpful. Where they can live, where they work would be really beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, John.
Good evening, Chairperson Kring and Planning Commissioners and staff. My name is John Notaboom. I'm here as a 27-year resident of the city of Anaheim. I know I look 27.
You're looking good, John.
And I am in support of the Disneyland Forward project. My wife, who came up earlier, and I are active in the city, volunteering, and serving as commissioners in a couple different commissions. We have proudly lived on the western edge of Disneyland Resort, a couple hundred feet from Walnut Street for 24 of those 27 years. As some of the closest neighbors to the proposed theme park district of Disneyland on the west side of the park, we have had nothing but cooperation with Disney anytime an issue has come up. We have also represented our neighborhood and kept them apprised of all the happenings that had been discussed. We are aware of the traffic patterns and particularly the speeding of the northbound and southbound lanes of Walnut between Catella and Ball. Because of the speed, we have seen some serious accidents resulting in some major property damage to neighbors, homes, and even tragically a death on Walnut. We typically use Cerritos to make our way north on Walnut to Ball or through to Manchester to access the freeways, or Broadway to City Church or City Center, where we spend a lot of time. We also believe that a pedestrian crosswalk at Magic Way will be a great deterrent to speeding on Walnut. As Francis says, we frequently walk our dogs around a beautifully manicured 2-mile walkway around Disneyland using Walnut, Catella, Disneyland Drive, and Magic Way to complete their little circuit. Over the last 3 years, we've been invited to voice our concerns, working with Disney and the city, beginning with the construction of the villas and the proposed theme park on the west side of their property. We believe that Disneyland the Forward project will provide thousands of high-quality jobs during the construction phase and long-term employment for hundreds of cast members over the next 30 years. We will see the benefits that will boost our city's finances, including the general fund, which will provide public safety and police and fire protection to our neighborhoods. We have had the pleasure of living adjacent to both the Disneyland and Anaheim resorts, and are blessed that Disney continues to invest in our city.
Thank you, John. Scott, before you start, I'm going to make a request. You're all very enthusiastic. You all want to applaud each other, but it's pushing 9 o'clock. We still have about 3 hours to go, and I know some of you have to go to work in the morning. Some of you have kids that need to get to school. So could I just ask you not to applaud? Thank you. Okay, Scott.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners. For the past 17 years, I've lived within a few hundred feet of the projects, and my interest is in protecting the integrity and aesthetics of my neighborhood. I don't have a financial or business stake in the project. My message to you is that the Disneyland Forward project team has gone above and beyond to get us to where we are today. When the project team first began neighborhood outreach in March of 2021, I appreciated Disney's customized town hall sessions for neighbors living closer to the project, but I did not expect that there would be continuous engagement from the project team leaders, nor did I expect that detailed feedback and requests from neighbors like myself would somehow get used in a meaningful way to shape the project's planning process. I was really completely wrong. The Disneyland Forward leadership team sustained outreach to neighbors like myself for 3 years. Moreover, instead of receiving the same talking points or just talking to us in generalities, each meeting built on prior meetings, providing specific updates that were relevant to neighbors like myself about the progress being made and how us neighbors' specific feedback and requests got incorporated into the draft project plans. Ultimately, I was impressed to see a high degree of concordance between what the project team described to us verbally and what was actually codified in writing in the DSEIR. I skimmed through both the original 1990s era Disneyland Resort EIR, as well as the 2023 DSEIR, and I really think that the differences are striking. There are numerous carve-outs, provisions, and other details that have been incorporated into the new DSEIR for the express purpose of protecting the aesthetics, the configuration, and the flow of my neighborhood. For example, as Disneyland pushes its theme park areas west toward Walnut Street, the DSEIR contains extensive provisions to ensure that the backside of the new infrastructure does not become an eyesore like the backside of Cars Land or Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. The Disneyland Forward project team and city staff have consistently demonstrated extreme due diligence and dedication to protecting my neighborhood's integrity, and I have full confidence in their expertise and stewardship going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, Thomas, welcome.
Thank you. I'm a hyperlocal resident to the Disneyland Resort who lives on Walnut Street. Disney has worked with me and many other local residents to ensure this plan meets our needs. The crosswalk is an example of a direct result of this collaboration. I just wanted to come here tonight to say that through our shared collaboration across many meetings, it does, and I support this plan.
Thank you so much. Okay, Tim, welcome.
Hello. Honorable members of the Planning Commission,
As a resident of Anaheim and a cast member myself who is a direct beneficiary of the current Disney Aspire program, I'm here today to speak in support of Disneyland Forward project. This project will bring numerous benefits to our city, including generating $202 million in additional tax revenue for Anaheim in the first 10 years alone. This will allow our city to invest in improving city services, including our parks, public safety, and roads and transportation. Disneyland Forward will also create thousands of quality jobs in Anaheim and provide crucial opportunities for our community through career training and job skills development. I urge the commission to support the project and the positive impact it will have on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Carolyn? And if you see your name up there, please come to the middle aisle. Carolyn Jones? Okay. Then Hatham?
Good evening. My name is Hatham Owena.
Hatham, I'm sorry.
Ironworker for Local 433.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I'm in support of number 2 because of the jobs that it creates for the residents of Anaheim and for the food that it's going to put on the table. And I have 3 children. Me and my wife lived in Anaheim for a while, and I love being able to work at Disneyland because it's like that was the place I wanted to be at every day when I was a kid. I even applied to be Aladdin, but because of my criminal history, they wouldn't hire me. That's all right. I snuck in the back way. I joined the union for Local 433, and now I put up the rails there. You know, so if you guys see the rails at Disneyland and then the iron that covers around the trees and stuff, and the roller coaster rides, Star Wars and cars. Here you go. There's Aladdin. It's a dream of mine to be able to go to work and then come back home and be able to be in time for my children's football, basketball, baseball, Muay Thai, ballet, whatever that is.
Wow, busy house.
So when I'm working in North Hollywood, I'm thinking about the next time Disneyland calls upon me to work there, And so I love this project, and I really hope it pushes through. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Okay, Laura? Welcome, Laura. Oh, Joe, you have friends.
Needed some water. I'm just going to talk a little bit about myself. I am an Anaheim resident and a 40-year cast member of the Disneyland Resort. I'm also a very proud Disney volunteer. And I've gone from being a cashier in the restaurants to being an IT professional, all because of the Disneyland Resort. I also want to say that I give back to the community. Over 200 hours a year I've spent as a Disney volunteer, and I love the programs where we are able to give back to the community. In fact, my family was the Volunteer of the Year. And we had 3 generations to do that. So I am very much in support of the Disneyland Forward project because I know how much it impacted my life and how much it can impact others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Michael, welcome.
Thank you for your time to the commission and to the staff. As a longtime resident of Anaheim, I greatly appreciate the contributions that the Disneyland Resort makes to city services via tax revenue. Our city thrives from tax revenue, and it's incredible to think of the additional $202 million that the Disneyland Forward project will bring in its first 10 years of its existence. My great-grandparents moved to Anaheim in the 1950s. They're buried over at Melrose Abbey Memorial Park, and just thinking about what an incredible city Anaheim has become since then is very special to me. I love living here in Anaheim. I love working here in Anaheim, and I especially love volunteering my time here in Anaheim. My city enjoys our family parks. My family enjoys our city parks, from playing tennis at Pearson Park to hiking at the Oak Canyon Nature Center, to bird watching at Pelanconi Park, and even attending church picnics at Pioneer Park. What I like most about the Disneyland Forward initiative is the $8 million contribution or commitment that it makes to improving our city parks. It's so exciting to think about the improvements that will happen, from playgrounds to skate parks, even pickleball, so much more. Our parks benefit so that our residents will benefit. I've taken part in 6 park improvements as a volunteer over the past few years. And there's nothing more that makes me proud, nothing makes me more proud to live in the city than to see our residents coming together for a common cause, and that is building up our community. My fellow residents, along with Disney volunteers, do so much, and I see Disneyland Forward as a tremendous benefit to our residents and our visitors. Over the years, more than 5,000 Disney volunteer hours have been worked in our city, and I know that Disneyland Forward will bring more of this wonderful commitment to our community. I'd like to close my remarks by thanking Fire Chief Pat Russell. He was here. I'd like to thank the Fire Chief, Pat Russell, and our firefighters and personnel of Anaheim Fire and Rescue, which is a Class 1 department, which means they have received the best possible rating nationally, and our insurance companies see less risk of our homes being lost to fire as a result of that. As our population continues to change and our communities densify, we know that we need more critical emergency services, everything from ambulances to fire apparatus to emergency preparedness. We need more paramedics, ambulance operators, and firefighters. Disneyland Forward has the potential to bring in an extra $30 million a year for each year so that our city can strengthen our fire department and our city's emergency preparedness. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Kevin, welcome.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Kevin Rafferty. I've been a Disney cast member for 13 years and an Anaheim resident even longer. My roots in Anaheim go back to all my grandparents, each of whom lived here. My mom's parents have lived in the same house in Anaheim since 1960. My dad's parents first moved to Anaheim in 1958. Disneyland was an appealing reason they moved to Anaheim. When my dad's parents lived here, my grandpa kept a souvenir map of Disneyland hanging in their garage. My mom's parents continued to share a fence with Walt Disney Elementary School. My mom remembers seeing Walt Disney there when she attended and the special support Disney provided, like the Disney characters they created for the school's auditorium. Later, my parents would both work at Disneyland, meet and get married. Their first home was in Anaheim. I would also eventually meet my wife, Courtney, working at Disneyland. She is a cast member too, and our first home is in Anaheim. Around the time I started working at Disneyland, one of our Disney Volunteers projects was building a teaching garden for Walt Disney Elementary School. I remember seeing my grandparents' house over the fence as my fellow Disney volunteers and I helped to build and plant the garden, which was funded by the Disneyland Resort. You can see how Disney gives back generation after generation, and how over the years, Disneyland and Anaheim continue to be part of each other's fabrics. They have grown up together, and with Disneyland Forward, this is still the beginning. The historic structures of tomorrow may have yet to be built yet. I also have grown up with Disney. My dad had a 40-year career as a Disney Imagineer, helping to develop attractions and experiences for Disneyland and Disney parks around the world. He helped create and ideate Cars Land, for example, part of an expansion that has generated billions of dollars in economic activity for Anaheim and the region. Now I currently work at Walt Disney Imagineering, and I'm so excited for what the future could look like for the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim. Plus, Disneyland Forward will provide millions of dollars in tax revenue and thousands of new jobs. I love living in Anaheim, and I've seen the positive impact Disney has on our community. On one side of my neighborhood is Imperial Park, one of several Anaheim parks for which Disney sponsored and helped to build a playground. I helped to build it myself, and it made me proud that my employer was enhancing my own neighborhood. At the park on the other side of my neighborhood, Eucalyptus Park, the Disneyland Resort met with residents of our neighborhood about Disneyland Forward as part of a community outreach event. My neighbors and I have been included from the start in Disney's thoughtful approach involving the community to this investment. I just got a mailer within the last 2 weeks about the community benefits. With the Disneyland Forward commitment of $8 million to improve parks outside the resort area, our parks will get better with Disneyland Forward, and so will our roads, public safety, job opportunities, quality of life, and the future of our city, a city that means so much to proud residents like me and my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, Ross, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Ross Bunch. I am a building trades member, and I am 100% in support of the Disney Forward project. I'll give you a little bit of history, try to be really brief. I joined the Operating Engineers Local 12 in 1993. I graduated the apprenticeship program in 1996. I bought my first home in 1996. Several years later, I got married. We have 2 children together with my wife. My oldest son started college last year. My daughter will be starting college next year. And all of that could not have happened without a good paying job with benefits. And by passing this project, it's going to give the opportunity of thousands of people to have a good paying job with benefits for many, many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Robert, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Robert Ty. I'm a fellow cast member, but more importantly, Anaheim resident. My mom and I moved to Anaheim because of Disney, because of the opportunity to work at Disney. I do want to say, you know, as an Anaheim resident and from a business perspective, this is such a slam dunk deal. In exchange for flexibility on what currently Disney owns, is the return on the benefits that were mentioned. And there were numerous benefits. I want to take time also, the rest of my time, to thank city staff for the amount of work they've put in. It's evident by the documents that they published publicly through the website, and all the workshops and meetings has been held, how much work and effort and community involvement is taken. Although they didn't address everything, like how you obtain magic keys or what products are actually sold in the stores, they addressed everything else. And it's a tireless effort, and commending and knowing that they actually looked with the understanding of what the residents want. So I want to thank them and thank everybody for the time, and urge you guys for support. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Welcome, Doug.
Madam Chair and commissioners, thank you. And I'm going to take your advice. I'm going to be uncharacteristically brief and really keep this down. So my name is Doug Mangione. I am rising on behalf of the 2,400 skilled and trained men and women of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers here in Orange County. We also represent 200 skilled ride maintenance electricians that work for Disney Resorts. So all these folks, many of our members live in the Anaheim surrounding area, Orange County. The money we make at Disney, Disney construction projects, Disney maintenance, that money comes back into the community and helps our members with health care. Every hour they work goes to health care and to help their families. This is a great project. We want to support this just for them. And please, please, please move this project forward for them. This is a good project. And along with the building trades, I also want to know, how many churros did you guys sell in the last 10 years? But I want to know which ones got the cinnamon and which ones didn't. It's inquiring minds would love to know. Thank you all.
Thanks, Doug. Okay, James McDonald. Okay, do we have Jeremy? Jeremy. And then the other two, Ashley and Stephanie, would you please? He already spoke. Yeah, his name's twice. He already spoke. Okay. Jeremy.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Reinders, and I'm a Disney cast member since 1995 and an Anaheim resident since 1998. I'd like to share my story and the ways that the previous Disneyland Resort expansion opened up a whole career for me. I'm an audio designer for Disney Live Entertainment, and my journey with Disney began in 1995 when a college professor of mine noticed my technical aptitude and recommended I apply to work with Disneyland Entertainment in the tech services department as a summer job. I applied, and in the summer after my freshman year of college, I was spent at Disneyland with a team of entertainment professionals operating shows. My actual first job was working on the audio crew to support a grad night stage in front of It's a Small World, presenting a local Anaheim band named No Doubt.
Ooh.
What a great place to start. My timing with getting hired was very good because in 1996, when I accepted a permanent role, we were in the beginning phases of the expansion that would become Disney's California Adventure. And in the year 2000, I was offered a chance to join the project on the construction side of the entertainment infrastructure going into the new park, and I jumped at that chance. So I spent an entire year on the construction site that used to be the original parking lot, supporting the bones of what became the parade route in Audio Central, learning new skills and technologies along the way while building relationships and trust with the current leaders. It was on this project that I found my passion and ability for taking projects literally from the dirt of a construction site into immersive entertainment experiences. 1 month after we opened Disney California Adventure in 2001, I bought my home here in Anaheim, not far from Pearson Park. Looking back, my work on the resort expansion changed the trajectory of my career and put me on a pathway that wasn't really clear until recently. My experience on that project led to numerous more, including putting me on the design team creating the entertainment venues and parade systems for the Shanghai Disneyland Park. My role evolved on that project to the point that my wife and 4 kids relocated to Shanghai, China for a year to complete the work. Looking back at that time, I now know that we were blessed to have been given a more global perspective on life from our time living in China. We returned to Anaheim, and now I lead a team of entertainment audio designers involved in creating new magic year-round for all our shows and seasonal events. For me, my Anaheim life and my Disney career have been intertwined for roughly 25 years, and the skills I have gained through my work have taken me around the globe and provided me with broader perspectives on the world. But I've also enjoyed the short commute to work and the endless stream of family and friends that always want to stop by Anaheim and enjoy Disneyland and the surrounding city. So now, as we are on the cusp of another season of development, I'm looking forward, excited for the challenges and possibilities. But I'm also realizing that it's now my job to identify the next generation of the me's that will benefit greatly from the work opportunities on the horizon. Personally, I can't wait to help this next line of cast members grow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ashley? If the next speakers can please line up.
Hi, I'll
Welcome.
be brief.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Ashley, and today I wanted to talk about my experience as a resident of Anaheim and why I support Disneyland Forward. I have lived in Anaheim for the last 28 years out of my 31 years of age, and I've always had Disneyland in my backyard. Additionally, I have worked as a cast member at Disneyland for the past 12 years, and during this time, I have witnessed expansion projects such as Cars Land, Adventures Campus, and Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. I also was an Anaheim resident and cast member during the height of the pandemic, where I saw the impact that Disneyland closures had on the city, as well as the impact on the businesses surrounding the resort, along with all the loss of jobs in the community. However, I saw the positive impact that Disneyland Resort had on those businesses and communities when we reopened to the public. Disneyland Forward would allow the city to continue the growth and provide many jobs in the community, as well as revenue for its surrounding businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chris? And then next, Tina Riley, Rigoberto Pinto, Lucas Biamengo, and Adam Wood. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm also a cast member and very proud of it, and a resident of the city of Anaheim. I'm very proud of that as well. And I want to talk a little bit personal about my experiences both. We've heard from my colleagues about what job creation means, what the revenue is going to do for the city. But I want to tell you, as a cast member who was a 17-year-old high school student who first started working there, I'm a little older now. I've been here 36 years in the company. It's taken me all over the world, Shanghai. It's taken me to Hong Kong, Paris. But I can honestly tell you the culture that I've learned, the ability to be mentored by the best mentors you can have, all that we've been able to do as cast members and learn is because of the jobs that were created by this company. And I learned how to be a man basically here in Anaheim. I've been here my entire adult life. And as a parent living in the city, what we also see, and we use the services, going to the parks. My son has started his basketball career at East Anaheim Gym. So with my daughter, with her gymnastics, same thing. We're both very involved in our Little League, almost too involved. But we use all those parks for that, as well as practices. And I can honestly tell you, to be able to be part of a city, to be able to be part of a company that allows that for future growth and development is outstanding. And to be able to see these kids that can become the next me. I am, by the way, the Vice President of Special Events and Broadcast Production. So I have grown from a cast member who paddled a canoe for my first job to now representing our company and representing this city. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, and let's say yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, it's Tina Riley's not here. Rigoberto, come on up. Tell me your name. Don't be shy. Which one are you?
Going down there. I'm Lucas, and thank you for pronouncing my last name correctly. That's very unusual, so I appreciate that.
I'm Italian. What do you want?
Good. So
Welcome.
I can't pronounce it most of the time. So good evening. I manage a hotel in the resort area. I've been in the city, worked in the city for 10 years now, and I support the Disney Forward project. You've seen the numbers. This project will unleash a massive burst of economic activity that will produce great results for the residents and businesses alike here. Disney is committing a lot of money outside of just what they're doing inside their parks to improve the infrastructure of the city of Anaheim, libraries, parks, roads, housing, affordable housing, creating jobs and opportunities for so many people. This story that the representatives from Disney talked about earlier, they talked about the stories. I think the Disney story and the Anaheim story are really, they're intertwined, they're inseparable. And advancing that story, moving the story forward, brings more visitors to the city. And those visitors are going to stay here longer. They're going to spend more money in the city of Anaheim, and they're going to bring more tax dollars to the city. What city? If you look around some of the cities and some of the budgets and financial problems some of the other cities in California and other parts of this country have, I think Anaheim is the envy of those others, and will be even more so if you move this project forward. So I urge you to vote yes, move the project forward.
What hotel?
Cambria Hotel and Suites. You can come down the water slide sometime, visit my hotel.
I'll be there, Lucas, when it gets warmer. Thank you. Adam, welcome.
Evening, Commission and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. Here to speak in support. We got a great project in front of you tonight. Specifically, we're very interested in the $30 million contribution to housing. We've seen a lot of policy proposals brought forward that stop housing production. This one won't cost Anaheim a single unit. It's going to be a major boon to the community. We're very excited about that. And also on a more personal note, I have a 5-month-old daughter. So Ken, I think if the construction timelines are right, a frozen land would be very enticing. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Come on up, Jesse. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Good evening. I'm here, Jesse Benron, VP of Business Initiatives at Orange County Business Council, but also an Anaheim resident. So I think these comments actually probably with both hats, I think they both hold true. Obviously, OCBC is ecstatic about the thousands of jobs being created with the focus on Anaheim residents and Orange County broadly, but also as a resident, and I think as OCBC, equally excited about the tax revenue that would come into the city for the services that I enjoy, my 3-year-old, my 1-year-old enjoy. And from OCBC's standpoint, the fact that you can have economic growth while improving quality of life, they're not mutually exclusive, they're not either or. And with that, we urge you to support and move this project to the City Council. Thank you so much, have a good evening.
Thank you, Jesse. Timothy? You Timothy? No, you're not Timothy. Dale? Okay, what is your name?
My name is CJ Lewis. Bill had to leave, Bill O'Connell. I'm just speaking on his behalf. We had some comments for our family.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would have taken you for his twin.
Oh, perfect. Well, thank you, Chair Kring. It's an honor to speak here tonight with all of you. I'm a 4th generation in this city. Great-grandfather came here 60 plus years ago, and there has never been such an exciting time in our city. We're just so thrilled, and for all those young and old, all the community members, the Stovall O'Connell family, we all support Disneyland Forward and all the wonderful things that it brings to the city. This project will ensure that we have a strong and bright future for all of Anaheim and its residents, create more life-changing opportunities for all who live and work in Anaheim. The planning has been so thoughtful and considerate of all those in the community. And with Disneyland's affordable housing commitment, generous charitable contributions to Anaheim and all of Orange County, job creation, and all the wonderful things that it brings, We just thank you, Disney, for everything you do, and thank you to the city as well. And we're just here today in support of this wonderful project.
Thank you, CJ.
Have a good.
Okay, is Matt here? Matt Stanley? I see Chris Lowe. Welcome, Chris.
Chairman Crane, thank you so much for being here, and members of the Planning Commission, appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I grew up in the city of Anaheim, and my fondest memories were going to Disneyland and being here with the city of Anaheim. Today, I'm here representing the Catella Gateway Project. The Catella Gateway Project consists of 23 acres and is located directly across the street from the proposed Disney Forward project and the current Toy Story parking lot. We have met with the Disney team on several occasions and have reviewed all of the Disney Forward documents. Yes, all 17,000 pages. We would like to express our support for the Disneyland project and encourage the Planning Commission to approve this proposal. At Catella Gateway Anaheim, we deeply understand the role of investment in fostering the long-term prosperity and vitality of the city of Anaheim and the resort area. In addition, we recognize Anaheim Resort Area as an economic engine and a driving force for the city's economy. 5% of the city land generates 50% of the revenue. We believe projects like Disney Forward and the Catella Gateway Anaheim project are the types of investment that will make a positive and lasting difference. For example, Disneyland Forward represents $1.9 billion investment in Anaheim within the next decade and will add $30 million to the city funding, not to mention the ripple effect it will have in attracting additional investment. The Anaheim Resort needs forward-thinking projects that consider long-term needs within our community. We need projects that can raise the bar and develop the next generation of a great chapter for the city of Anaheim. In conclusion, we support Disneyland Forward and hope to see the Planning Commission move swiftly to approve this transformative plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Todd? He's not here?
He says vote yes.
Okay, okay. Well,
Todd, yes. Fred, yes. I'm Gary Majetti.
you have it. She's in ventriloquist. Are you?
How's everyone doing? Look, I'm General Manager, Disney California Adventure Park, immediate past chair of the California Restaurant Association. My name is Gary Majetti, and the last time I was here, I told you a personal story about how when you said yes in the early 90s, I got a job.
You still have one.
So
That's good.
the expansion, the approved expansion that allowed for our retail, dining, and entertainment downtown Disney District, the Disney Grand California Hotel, and Disney California Adventure, meant that I've had a nearly 30-year career here. 13 different roles in the same zip code. Except for one, I did spend a couple years in Japan at the Tokyo Disney Resort, and I was there 13 years ago today during the Great East Japan Earthquake.
Wow.
Which closed the theme park Tokyo Disneyland for 30 days and Tokyo Disney Sea for 6 weeks. Now, that story doesn't have quite the same punch as it does, after we've closed Disneyland for over a year. And so, but what you realize during that time is how important the Disneyland Resort is for our community. You get that feeling, you understand that. I was there when we said goodbye, see you real soon to the guests the night that we closed, and oh my goodness, welcome back. I can't believe we're walking through bubbles when we're able to bring everybody back. So I'll say that. But the last time I was here, I told you that story about you saying yes. And I was asked by the commission what my favorite attraction was. And I said Pirates of the Caribbean. So I want to talk about forward, the future. I have 3 teenage boys. They are 16, 19, and 21.
Close.
He's still a teenager because he's not adulting yet, okay? They have their own favorite attractions. In order, they are Guardians of the Galaxy, Incredicoaster, and Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. When you vote yes for this and move this forward, you are saying yes to new memories. So my grandkids will have new favorite attractions. You're saying yes to community affordable housing. You're saying yes to over 9,000 construction jobs, nearly 5,000 new cast members. You're saying yes to park investment. And you're saying yes, above all, to new memories. That's what you have the power to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, Chris Shepard, Hector, Mark Richard Daniels. Nobody's here. Mark, you're here. Welcome.
Yeah, I was taking a nap, but the noise woke me up. Mark Richard Daniels, I was born in this city, and I'll have it no other way. First of all, I think this is, you got it all down. You got it all, it's just a matter of voting on it now. So, but I will say that there's a lot of problems down the road because you're going to be challenged in court because there's several issues that are going to be an issue that you're not going to be able to just wash away. And that's about the people that have taken money from the Disney SOAR group. And
Wait, Mark, are you for or against the project?
oh, I'm for it.
Okay, good.
But then at the same time, I'm
You're gonna have problems.
Yeah, we're gonna have problems. Always, the city always has problems because we have people that are untrustworthy. So it's going to be challenged in court. It's going to take years to build this project, and then even then, knowing the past, like with the Epcot, what became California Adventure, so there'll be a lot of changes or a lot of, well, let's do this differently. And the whole idea that you're voting on this, and many of you have taken money from the Disney SOAR and been at their events and all that, is going to be problematic. And also when it goes to the city council, there's another group that's going to be you have to recuse yourself because you're going to get called up on this. If you've taken anything from the Disney group, you're going to get called up. It's just inevitable. It'll probably go to court. And then also, Disney ought to thank their lucky stars because they have this staff here that basically they didn't have to do any of the heavy lifting. It was already done for them by the city of Anaheim. So these are the greatest lobbyists for Disney that you could ever ask for. And they wrote everything down. They got it all straightened out. It was just a matter of the rest of you just having to show up and watch. So good luck.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, Marshall. All right, Matt Sutton. Okay, Michael, you're Matt?
Thank you. Yes, I'm Matt Sutton with the California Restaurant Association.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We represent, I'm actually with the Orange County Restaurant Association. We're a chapter of the California Restaurant Association. Very excited to be here in support of the project. What I've heard today, listening to people and throughout the process so far, is certainly an inclusive process. I think it is certainly centered around a comprehensive plan. And then what I have felt here today is you have residents that are on the perimeter of the park that have talked about the responsiveness of Disney and about the project. And I think that says a lot. Restaurants are unique. Restaurants are a very big part of supporting the local community. We're a fabric of many of the neighborhoods. And of course, we have a lot of members both in the Disney district, resort district, and outside of the district in the city in general. So we're a big supporter. Restaurants, of course, we're very proud to be one of the larger producers of sales tax locally. We're very proud to be one of the most diverse workforces and ownership models of businesses out there. And with that, I think I'll close and just say that we're very excited about this project. We're very supportive. We think with the right mitigation measures that you can find the sweet spot for greater entertainment, more job creation, and add to the vibrancy of the city and the neighborhoods around it. So we think this is a great project for both the residents of Anaheim and for job creation and for entertainment. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Michael Johnson, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Honorable Commission. Michael Johnson, I'm the Chief Volunteer Officer at the Anaheim Family YMCA. YMCA simply supports this because this transparent process, this is thousands and thousands of hours just tonight, but over years of work. The applicant came to our board, our YMCA board, and our dozens of board members, and gave a presentation and asked us all the questions. We've had months and years ourselves to get all of our questions on this project out. I think you've seen an incredibly comprehensive project. There's binders and binders and binders of data, and I think it's incredibly responsible. And I think it's a bulletproof application to move forward to the full council. So on behalf of the largest youth organization here in Anaheim, an organization with 113 years of history, 70 of those, the applicant has been partners with us to support the youth in the community. We'll continue to cheer on the applicant through the final vote of the council and strongly urge this body to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Dara is not here, so we'll move on to Jill. Is Jill here? How about Carolyn Jones? Okay, James McDaniel, sorry. Stephanie Perez. Boy, we're going right through this, aren't we? Tina Riley is not here. Roberta just already spoke. Is Laura here? Okay, Dale Janice. Matt Stanley. Laura, they can hear us out in the corridor, right? Okay, Matt. Michael? Oh, we're getting, sorry. Mike, your turn.
When they put all their names in advance and they're not here, you get this response. Breaking news, March 10th, 2024, maintenance workers who keep Lux Disney California hotels running sue over wages. They can't feed their families. You can listen to people talk, but according to the Occidental College study, 50% of the employees don't make enough money to rent apartments here. They're living on the public dime. Disney hotel maintenance workers responsible for keeping the company's Lux hotels up and running are suing the entertainment giant for paying them less than fast food workers. Amid a regional housing crisis, the workers tasked with keeping the four-star hotels up to wealthy customers are struggling to get by. A key issue in the lawsuit is that Disney requires the workers to provide their own tools, which under California law means they should be paid double the state's hourly salary of $15.50. Meanwhile, Disney is charging hundreds of dollars a night. Depending on the location, some rooms are $500 a night, even $800 a night. When they hired the employees, they were asked to spend hundreds of dollars on a set of required hand tools and replace them on their own dime. The class action suit, filed Friday, alleges Disney failed to provide paychecks on time for workers who were let go or quit. The lawsuit is seeking unpaid wages, legal costs, which has also faced criticism over its treatment of theme park workers, some of whom have reported taken to living in their cars. I think a lot of these things you can research online, and you can see that what we have here overall is a company that doesn't pay their workers well. They're living in cars. They can't afford the housing in the region. And we challenge the finding that Disney's development of property consistent with current entitlements presents a new benefit while creating no negative impact or negative impact that could be mitigated or found to be of such benefit to the community. I live a half mile away. Lucille, you do too. More air pollution, more traffic, more low-wage employees, no affordable housing. $30 million, according to the Anaheim Housing Authority, is 48 housing units. 48 housing units. And of course, the abuse of the workers, and these are the facts, not something we're making up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Welcome, Janine.
Thank you. Janine Robbins, lived here in the same home in the city of Anaheim, a half mile from Disneyland, for 33 years. Reflecting our dreams and a commitment to enhancing our community, my family and I have a dream to expand our property. Our aspirations are not merely to increase the size of our residence, but to create a magical space that fosters comfort and well-being. By expanding our home, we aim to accommodate the needs of our family. By providing a meeting space for our friends, including a large, wonderful entertainment center, which includes a small amphitheater in our backyard for our many guests to share life and experiences. We need a variance to raise the height requirements to 60 feet in order to accommodate the new structures. This is crucial for the inclusion of upper decks that will enhance the aesthetic appeal of our home. We might not build an upper deck, but you never know. So we must include the possibility that we might, eventually. We also plan on building our property out to the property lines in all directions, regardless of how it may impact our neighbors. It is, after all, our property to do with as we wish. We understand the zoning regulations and standards, and we assure you that if you dig deep into our 5,000-page EIR, you will find fairly reasonable assertions that we have meticulously considered all sides of the expansion. So you don't really have to look too closely at it. We're telling you, and you certainly don't have to read the 5,000 pages. Oh yes, let's not forget this. We need to purchase the sidewalk area and parking area adjacent to the property line extending to the street. After all, we will be building the 20-foot high fence to enclose our property. Or maybe we won't. Who really knows, as we are not submitting any building plans at this time. We just need the approval. We asked the Planning Commission to consider our proposal. The project will begin immediately, or in a few years, or in a decade, or 20 years or 30 years, or whenever we feel like it, after you approve this magnificent expansion in our wonderful neighborhood. We assure you that all the elements work for us, and once approved, we pledge our dedicated commitment to the re-election campaigns of certain chosen Anaheim City Council members. Now, does this sound absurd and unrealistic to you? And that is what Disneyland Forward is, absurd and unrealistic. When they can take care of their existing employees, then they can come back with this ridiculous proposal. Just days ago, another class action lawsuit was filed, as Mike told you, to approve a project that has no timelines, no deadlines, and realistically no plans at all, because Disneyland is worried about the makeup of the council potentially changing, is not only idiotic, but damaging to the community and the Disney workers. If you pay your employees so little that they require food stamps and rent assistance and homeless shelter beds,
Janine,
then
your
you are
time is
not
up.
a job creator. You are simply a moocher on the public dime.
Janine, your time is up.
Don't
Thank you.
pretend Disney is anything but a.
Okay, G. Price. We didn't heckle last week meeting. We're not going to heckle now. Thank you. Okay, welcome.
CEQA defines the baseline as the existing physical condition when the notice of preparation is published. In this case, it would be October 21st, 2021. At that time, Disney had developed approximately 45% of their entitled square footage of theme parks, 2,300 plus hotel rooms, and about 28,000 parking spaces. Disney had remaining entitlements to develop more than 50% more theme park square footage, more than 3,000 more hotels, and more than 23,000 more parking spaces. This EIR limited the review to the impacts from the moving of previously approved invested uses to other areas within Disneyland and Anaheim Resort specific plan. It used the full build-out of the resort as the baseline, not the actual physical condition. It only analyzed the change in land uses and the addition of 4,000 plus parking spaces. It also used old data. In Volume 2, there's a lovely footnote that reads, trip generation rates are based on trip generation estimates from the Disneyland Resort Traffic Study, dated November 6th, 1992. This information from EIR 311 had built out at 85% at the end of Phase 2 in 2001, and 100% build out to be completed at the end of Phase 3 in 2010. 14 years later, Disney has developed less than 50%. The courts have firmly reiterated that the baseline must reflect actual, not hypothetical conditions. Comparison using approved density rather than existing conditions conflicts with CEQA. Permit limits are merely hypothetical if capacity has not been reached within a reasonable time frame. Permits give no vested right to pollute. A hypothetical baseline disguises significant air pollution, traffic, and noise impacts. The court directed the SCA QMD to use physical conditions actually existing at the time of analysis rather than hypothetical conditions. This current EIR uses an artificially inflated existing baseline of uses. It does not contain enough information about the project to characterize potential significant impacts on housing, VMT, air quality, noise, traffic, and emissions.
Thank you. Bobby? Welcome.
Well, good evening. My major concern, and I've talked about it, is the plan has no benchmarks. And you heard earlier today, plans that were made in the 90s, there's over 5,000 hotel rooms that were not completed. Now, that's a lot of work that could have been done, but Disney didn't do that. And then there was the other two major groups that were all around the 50% mark that they didn't do, that they committed to do in the 90s. And why? Why did they not complete that? And then we get up here and you hear the nonprofits praise Disney. Well, I talk about this, that parking garage, City of Anaheim paid for. They get no money with the exception of $1 a year. $1 a year. All that money goes to Disney. And that's a lot of money over a course of, since it was built. And that's one of the few projects that was completed. And that was completed because the City of Anaheim funded all that money. And yet, this plan has no benchmarks to call for completion. And it says at the end of 10 years, if they don't do the $1.9 billion, they'll give you $10 million. Well, that's sad. That's such a minor penalty if they don't complete what they say they're going to do. Because right now, you have the history. You look at what happened in the 90s, where Disney did not fulfill their obligations. And then we get the obligation where they close the Street of Cerritos. They close that, and they say Magic Way was going to be available for people. So what happens? Now they want Magic Way. And I said at previous meetings, what's next is Disney Drive. That was on their original plans. They wanted to close Disney Drive, and I bet you somewhere down the road, they're going to close that because they want to stop all traffic going through there. I used Disney Drive, I used Magic Way. And Disney Drive, if you're coming out of like Sherwood Village, going to the 5 freeway, you're going to go right down Disney Drive, go right up onto the 5. And if that closes off, you have to fight the traffic on Harbor or fight the traffic on Walnut if you have to go completely through to Ball Road. And it's horrible getting down to Ball Road, making a right and try to get over to the 5. So those are all disadvantages to us. So I think it's going to be approved. I don't I don't see any doubt about that. But you should put some benchmarks on it.
Thank you, Bobby.
Okay? Thank you.
Okay, D. Patrick. Could the following people please line up? We have Cynthia Ward, we have Margaret Petrino, Randy Lewis, Stephanie. So is D. Patrick here, yay or nay? Okay, so Cynthia Ward, is she here? She's not here. Okay. Okay, in the meantime, if Margaret Petrino wants to speak, you're very welcome. Okay, we'll wait for you.
The last name is Patino.
Oh, it was misspelled. I'm
Yes,
sorry, it's
I
Patino.
was associated for 45 years with the city of Anaheim, 29 of them on the Housing Commission.
Good for you.
But I'm here because I reside on Laster between 9th and Walnut. Like I said, my family and I, we've been here since 1970, and we've been on our forever home for 45 years. Magic Way was a street that was created in exchange for the city giving up a stretch of Cerritos Avenue in the 1996 Resort Expansion Agreement. Now Disney wants to purchase and privatize public streets for this new resort expansion dubbed Disneyland Forward. Have the traffic studies been shared with the public? I'm not aware of it. I feel at this point, we the residents need more time to review this expansion agreement. Restricting the foot traffic on Magic Way for only Disney guests who will have their key cards is unfair. Neighboring hotels, motels will not have access, leaving the surrounding residents to deal with increased traffic on Ball, Catella, and losing the access to the 5 freeway. This is not fair. In our neighborhood, we will pick up more cut-through traffic on Walnut. This is not fair. For years, I have been asking for speed bumps, I know that's not you, going through our street, and we keep getting denied. This is going to become a real problem for us. This is not Disney World. Disneyland tried in 1980 with the Catella redevelopment to take away our neighborhood, and we said no, and no it was. Magic Way must remain a public street, especially for us, the residents. Let us save Magic Way. It's not for sale. Thank you, and to all of you, have a magical evening.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Okay, Cynthia? Okay, Randy Lewis. Is she out there, Vern? No? Okay. Okay, welcome, Randy.
Well, good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Randy Lewis. I live in the Pepperwood Complex, half of Walnut, and I'm on the HOA. I come as a private homeowner resident. And I'm here to ask, what's the rush? Why is the push to do it right now? You know, a planning commission is all about contingencies. And right now, the contingencies that we're seeing are just not realistic. You know, we've heard presentations about a noise coordinator during the construction, but who's actually going to enforce that? What can they do to mitigate something like that? Dust and noise and all this stuff going on, and yet there's going to be a coordinator? Who's the coordinator? What are they going to do? You know, you're going to have these idling trucks on Walnut. And who's going to actually do the enforcement of that? I mean, let me tell you, this is how I think this is going to go down. I'm going to reach into my phone from Walnut with idling trucks and dust and noise, and I'm going to call the noise coordinator. Tap, 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 tap. Hello, there's a lot of noise and there's a lot of dust. Sorry, Pluto, don't stop barking. I think that this needs to be thought out a whole lot more. And I'm coming back to that same question. What's the rush? The 311 that we started talking about at the very beginning of this meeting is 30 years old. And they say no substantial changes have taken place in 30 years. Well, looking at me, yeah, I've had a lot of changes in 30 years. In 30 years, we didn't have electric cars 30 years ago. We didn't have barely email. I certainly didn't have this punch. I look at myself and I see the changes after 30 years. Disney didn't have Star Wars 30 years ago. They didn't have Lilo and Stitch. What's the rush? This is clearly a shortcut to cut corners and short-circuit any serious consideration to the true impact of our community. And speaking of community, what about these community benefits? Everything that was outlined, they don't sound like benefits to my community. They sound like benefits to Disneyland. So let's consider the mitigation from 30 years ago. Cerritos was cut off, and as an alternative, we had another street for alternate transportation. But saying that it was never intended to be a road, a road exists. It doesn't have an intention. And so when you keep saying, or during the presentation, it's not intended to be a throughfare, so just because you say it doesn't make it so. You can't wave a magic wand, say bippity boppity boo, and make it materialize out of nothing. It's just not true. What's the rush? One thing I do want to address is the attachment 17 of your document dump from Thursday from the Gibson traffic study, where you say that it's 4 days. 4 days is not a reasonable amount of time to conduct this study.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, Stephanie, welcome. And Ted Watkins, Anna Palermo, Carolina Mendez, and Sunny Harrington. Please line up if you're here. Welcome, Stephanie.
I wanted you to know that residents at Hermosa Village received notices of public hearing in English, not bilingual notices. People were in the lobby with no idea why they were asked to come to City Hall. I don't know the rules, but that doesn't seem right to me. The issue of Magic Way abandonment is indeed not up to this Planning Commission, and I don't want to discuss the abandonment of Magic Way. However, the traffic studies for Magic Way are potentially relevant to CEQA due to Magic Way's identification as a required mitigation measure in prior environmental documents. I think they have serious flaws, and they fit CEQA issue that you are deciding here tonight. The assumption that people who are already using Magic Way to avoid tourist traffic will willingly use Ball Road when Magic Way is closed is false, and shows the traffic engineers hired by Disney for the study don't know how to determine Anaheim residents are to avoid tourist traffic. The most likely scenario is that non-resort trips eliminated from Magic Way will instead continue north on Walnut, past Ball Road, and use Manchester to access Lincoln, where we will get on the 5 freeway going in either direction, as we have used Magic Way to do so for years. The traffic engineers failed to study the most likely scenario and the impact of many more vehicles using Walnut north of Ball Road with the pickup and drop-off points for Betsy Ross School and conflict with traffic entering and exiting residential neighborhoods on either side of Walnut. The closure of Magic Way is in fact an item we need you to discuss and delay taking action until a more credible traffic study is done. Perhaps by temporarily closing Magic Way to see where the traffic really goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ted Watkins. Okay, Anna Palermo. Carolyn Mendez. Is Sunny Harrington here? Dennis Harrington? Okay, welcome, Carolina.
Thank you. My name is Carolina Mendez. I'm 24 years old, and as a lifelong resident of Anaheim, I'm here to address the Disneyland Forward project and express a few concerns. I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts with you tonight. I'd like to state outright that I'm not anti-development, and I hope that my comments are received with this in mind. But as a young person born and raised in the city, I'm very concerned about the claims that the project will not displace significant numbers of people, or that the $30 million investment to housing is sufficient to address the adverse effects presented by this project. The assertion that there's no immediate detrimental impact on housing has not sufficiently been investigated. The staffing model used in the 1993 EIR by Brandman & Associates is based on outdated assumptions that do not reflect the economic realities and living conditions of Disney's workforce. A 2018 study by the Urban and Environmental Policy Institute at Occidental found that over half that's 56%, of Disneyland Resort employees reported concerns about being evicted from their homes or apartments. 1 out of 10 Disneyland Resort cast members, including 13% of employees with young children, report having been homeless or not having a place of their own to sleep in the past 2 years. And over half, that's 52% of workers who rent their housing are overcrowded. That means they're squeezing too many family members, roommates, or even multiple families into one unit that is too small to accommodate the number of occupants. That does not sound like winning to me. One mother who worked as a full-time security officer for the park stated, quote, "We can barely afford one-bedroom apartment at $1,800. We have to move over an hour away inland to get something decent. Disney needs to set an example. It's embarrassing that everyone knows that a lot of Disney employees are out on the streets because they aren't able to afford an apartment, or that we live in our cars, or that we're too tired to function because we have to work so much overtime to make a decent living," unquote. These are her words, not mine, but they could be anyone's, and that's the essence of the problem. We need a fresh, realistic analysis of the current housing crisis here in this city and how this expansion could make things harder for the very people it's supposed to benefit. To say that this expansion has no impact on displacement or housing needs, especially when it comes to future cast members, is not just optimistic, it's incorrect. We need time to study these impacts because these are people, my neighbors, and we're more than just numbers. Furthermore, the housing element that should inform all future development has been completed back in 2023, yet remains unadopted by the city of Anaheim. It's imperative that such a crucial document, which outlines the vision for our city's growth and housing needs, is taken into account before moving forward with a project that will shape our community for the next 40 years. So yes, development should equate to progress, absolutely, and not just for Disney, but for our residents. We deserve transparent processes and projects that offer us tangible benefits, of course, but we also desperately need accountability measures to ensure that these benefits are delivered. Thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you so much. Okay, Yolanda Diaz, Stella Saldivar, Maria Escobillas, Marshall Weinstein, he's not here. Cynthia Ward's not here. We have some more names. Victoria and Heather, are there more? Okay. Wes Jones. Oh, what is your name?
Penelope.
I'm sorry?
Hi, my name is Penelope.
Penelope.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Penelope Lopez. I'm a resident of Anaheim's District 2, and I'm the organizing director at Chispa. I'm here to speak on agenda item 2 to urge you to postpone a vote on Disneyland Forward to allow residents to engage with this process. I want to remind you that after the corruption scandal that shook our city, Anaheim residents are still distrustful. They're hurt and with questions. And accelerating this vote and this project will only add to those concerns and deepen the distrust that Anaheim has for City Hall. We have yet to address the issues that came from the report findings, where the FBI and private and independent investigators allege that Disneyland has an influence on City Hall and policymaking. So before you decide whether or not to privatize some of our public roads, it is crucial to gather more community input to ensure transparency and accountability in the decision-making process. So far, the process has not been transparent and accessible. For example, the traffic study. How can residents trust the results as accurate when it was conducted during historic rainstorms, when residents were encouraged to stay home by their own city and avoid roads? The study also found that Magic Way is mostly used by tourists, but our neighbors and in previous council meetings, we heard from residents that Magic Way is their road to commute to work. And that's Anaheim's residents and workers that will be disenfranchised. I urge you to consider the impact of the Disney Forward project on all residents, especially those that rely on public roads, those who will be affected by noise and air pollution, and those who will be displaced. Emphasize the importance of transparency and accountability in the decision-making process, especially in the light of corruption, of the past corruption scandals in the city. We are one of the largest renter cities in the county. Residents, as Disney cast members, as hotel workers, are fighting to keep their homes, fighting for livable wages, and the $30 million investment for affordable housing with, for a project with no benchmarks is not a real investment. Thank you for your time and consideration. Good night.
Thank you. Wes Jones? What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Maria Esquivias.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. I live on Hastra and Catella, on the mobile home parks right there. And my concern is what's going to happen to us. We can't afford to live here. And if we get kicked out of there, where are we going to go? That's my concern about what's going to happen with us. Are we going to be a priority on the affordable housing that they're going to be having for all of us? That's my concern.
Okay, thank you so much. Wes?
Lucille?
Yes.
Fellow commissioners? For the most part, I'm in favor of the Disney expansion. Disney makes a great product. I can remember going there when my daughter was young, and those memories will last forever. However, Disney needs to do a lot better. When the people of Anaheim voted Measure L in, Disney spent 5 years opposing it in court until they were finally turned down by the Supreme Court of California. They're still in court with SEIU over back pay. And now I guess the janitors, maintenance workers are suing Disney over pay issues. And then you have people like Ms. Kring here. Her political career has been financed by Disney. And you take the last 2 years of her duty as a councilwoman. She was on the Sadu Council, and she voted in lockstep with Harry Sadu on every crooked deal that he came up with. And that's what we've gotten out of Disney. They've bought our city councils. So we need to do better as a city. We're joined at the hip with Disney. There's no way Anaheim and Disney can separate. Disney's not moving to Pasadena or anything. And we need to have a good relationship. Disney needs to treat the citizens well, which they have failed to do. So, thank you very much.
Well, I am just going to take a minute here. I probably shouldn't, and I will resent that, but the comments made by Wes are totally inaccurate. Thank you so much. Okay, Vern?
Which ones now, if you're going to...
No, your time is up. I just responded to your accusations. Your accusations. Vern?
Hello, Lucille.
Hello, Vern.
This is weird, putting all the proponents first and then the opponents. It's a good way to make sure half the opponents go home. And then those of us at the end that don't really fit in one category or the other.
Well, which category would you like? It's either opponent?
Just mix them all up. Whoever gets here first. I would think.
Actually, we have been told we can't do that, so speak.
Really? Okay, well, then I just learned something, I guess. I want to say again that everybody likes Disneyland, but some of us just love Anaheim more. Earlier today, you should have all got a 27-page PDF from some of us concerned citizens, which was sent in by Cynthia Ward. And I wish I could read the whole thing, and you probably haven't had time to yet, but hopefully you will have time to read it. I'm just going to read bits of it. Dear Commissioners, we respectfully request that a decision on the Disneyland Forward project be postponed for a period sufficient to assure citizens that our questions and concerns may be considered and addressed. There appears to be no immediate harm resulting from this request. While we're told that the project's on a tight deadline, the First Amendment and restated development agreement states that the applicant cannot close Magic Way until all the bonds we took out in the 90s are paid, which is scheduled for 2037. Even if there's an accelerated repayment schedule, it does not place that event on an immediate trajectory. A minor delay shouldn't result in any harm to either the city or Disney to review the almost 3,000 pages of newly released documents, integrate them into our understanding of the roughly 17,000 pages of the EIR, and compare them to the earlier documents from 1996 to comprehend how earlier development will be changed by this new proposal. Indeed, the entitlements proposed for the next 40 years differs from that promised in 1996 agreements only in the location of the development. The 96 development agreement already entitles Disney to develop property to the extent that they could reasonably break ground on stages of development that wouldn't change, such as the parking structures across harbor. So a delay to review documents does not prevent Disney from starting on projects already in agreement while residents review the proposal to develop the remaining 40-something% of the property they have not yet completed. Okay, I'm going to skip forward to page 16. This is 27 pages. I'm going to leave you with a hard copy just so I know you have it. I'm skipping to this because I think it's important, and I hope that one of you commissioners will question staff about this. We challenge that the following findings of effects determined to have no impact during scoping process and effects to have no impact or be less than significant without mitigation may all potentially be linked to the issue of nightly pyrotechnic displays, which to our knowledge have never been studied for potential impact to geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, related to the possible cumulative effects of debris fields from the fireworks show, which rain down upon local residents' properties, commercial businesses, public thoroughfares, and spaces where the general public may be exposed to potential hazardous material for not yet studied impact.
Thank you,
request
Vern. Your time is up.
Yeah, and let's postpone this. It's no rush.
Okay, your time is up.
It's a
Vern.
moving target by design.
Dwayne Roberts,
Good
please
night.
come up. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com. First, I'm sure you are aware of my op-ed piece on the Walt Disney Company and affordable housing that was published in the print version of the Orange County Register yesterday. Given that what I wrote was almost identical to the comments I made here at the February 26th meeting, I'm not going to bother reading it. And though my piece was specifically directed toward the mayor and council, that doesn't mean you can't hold Disney's feet to the fire and ask critical questions. Second, I'm flattered my comments forced a senior VP at the Walt Disney World Resort in Florida to send a letter to one of our planners about their 1,400 unit affordable housing project. It contains some information I'm aware of, but the claim the Michaels organization itself will be financing it is new. When I emailed this entity about this a month ago, they wouldn't give me the time of day. In that same letter, the Disney exec also raised the argument their Florida operations are much larger, therefore require a more robust solution to housing. Something I anticipated, by the way. My response? So what? Doesn't change the fact that $30 million they propose is way too little, and they heavily rely on government funds to pay for affordable housing, unlike in Florida. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not opposed to using government funds for this purpose. However, the way the $30 million is being spun is that it's going to be used to fund literally hundreds, zillions of units of housing, okay? Sorry, but the taxpayers are going to be the ones subsidizing anywhere from 70 to 90% of the cost of building them, okay? Finally, in another document, a law firm retained by Disney's responds to my comments by arguing that, quote, the $30 million contribution to affordable housing is not required to mitigate project impacts, which is true, okay? But nobody in Florida required them to embark on a privately financed $350 million affordable housing project either. And nothing stops them from doing something like that here in Anaheim. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dwayne. Mark Herbert. Welcome.
Before I start, what are the ground rules for public comments?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes, thank you.
Yes.
Everybody else had 2 minutes.
No, they did not. That was voted down.
Okay, one more question. Some of the speakers, there's interaction between you and the speaker.
Because I know them. I've known them for years.
So it's arbitrary when there's interaction between?
It was not talking about the project. It was just saying, welcome, thank you for being here.
No, Vern, you had some interaction with. And you corrected Wes. Are
Well,
my comments going to be corrected before I say them or afterwards?
I didn't hear what you had to say.
How about, what I'd like to know,
I
is
will
this an
listen.
interactive or is this my public comment without an editorial in between?
I never interrupted anybody. I spoke to them after. So, Mr. Herbert, if you'd like to take your 3 minutes, please do.
I'd like to put these documents into the public record.
Okay, the city clerk will come and get them from you.
Okay. At the workshop on the 23rd, our planning and building director and assistant or deputy city manager was unable to give us a number on the estimated new visitors to Disneyland with the expansion. 5 weeks later, we've learned why, and it's because that number is proprietary to Disney. For those who like to hear Mr. White's comments, you might check the 1 minute, the 1 hour, 55 minute, and 8-second mark of that council meeting. It's a shame it took 5 weeks to get the reason why we don't have that number. My first question is, since we didn't have the benefit of that number, or in the words of Mr. White, that lens, what number was used to produce the future projections in the 17,000-page EIR? The future projections concerning housing, traffic, employment, noise, water, greenhouse gas emissions, and air pollutions. I think we shouldn't be in such a rush. I need some more time to get that figure to see if those projections, how accurate they are. In attachment number 13, table 5.10-1 of this agenda tonight, under the consistency of the project with the general plan, goal 1.1, provide a balance of housing options and job opportunities through the city. Now, the EIR states Disney forwards increased demand for housing would be within the housing projections for the city. That may or may not be true, but a projection is not the same as gaining the approval from the state on the 6th housing cycle element. And we're now in our 3rd draft, still waiting approval for that. So my question is, does the EIR need to be in compliance with the general plan in order to be approved by the council? If it doesn't, what other parts of the general plan do not need to be in compliance for the EIR to pass? And does this open the city up to future litigation? And let's see, running out of time here. Let's not forget that the mayor, council, and staff have been unable to meet the demands, the targets of our housing needs. And recently, the evictions on Walnut Street apartments have shown it's incapable of keeping 48 units of affordable housing across the street from Disneyland up to code. Is Anaheim planning to increase its current code enforcement? If so, what
Mr.
is the
Herbert, your
projected
time
cost
is
of
up.
code enforcement for the Disney expansion?
Your time is up. Thank you. You can, Ted will take them. Just hand them to.
Okay, I want to make sure they get in.
Okay, welcome, Cynthia.
So, before you start the clock, just very quickly, I want to say I didn't turn in a speaker's card earlier. So I am terribly sorry for the confusion if it looked like I left you sitting and I stood you up. I just got here, so I apologize for that.
They said you were on your way, so no problem.
I want to address a couple of issues for tonight that I don't think would otherwise be considered. The first is the statement of overriding consideration that you're discussing tonight, allowing negative impacts to be ignored instead of mitigated, was based on economic benefits in a study by Cal State Fullerton. But there is no net new investment in the amended development agreement that is not already entitled in the current agreements that Disney was supposed to have completed by 2010. Disney has gone to great lengths to tell us they are only building the same number of hotel rooms and theme park square footage, which need the same number of construction jobs and cast members that would be needed for the already entitled identical development. So Anaheim is no better off in the new agreement than in the current one. Great, my stuff is stuck, okay. We are going to give them another 40 years to build what they already failed to build by 2010. The benefit that comes from the voluntary donation of housing and parks funds was not identified in the statement of overriding consideration, so cannot be used to justify benefits that outweigh the negative impacts. Years ago, I had the unpleasant experience of watching an attorney working on behalf of the city of Anaheim make an argument in litigation that verbal testimony by staff or applicants is not legally enforceable. If verbal information conflicts with or outright misinforms you about what is actually in the documents, the only enforceable element of today's decision is what is in the documents themselves. Unless you can confidently state, possibly under oath given how contentious this issue is, that you have read all pages of all documents, fully understand how the nearly 3,000 pages fit into the roughly 17,000 pages in the earlier documents, and how the current documents change and nullify the 1996 agreements that will no longer be enforceable, then I would challenge that you are unable to take action on this item with good conscience tonight. We will live with the conditions of this agreement for 40 years, and I don't want to be several years in and get blindsided by a provision buried in the small print that nobody caught. Since a team of volunteers were unable to completely review all of the documents released on Friday, I would guess you were similarly challenged. And I ask you to please not take action today, but allow time to review and fully understand the documents and not the multimedia visuals that are not legally enforceable contracts. And I've got just a little bit of time, so I want to follow up quickly on something that Vern was talking about, the fireworks. I discovered this years ago. Ask staff for a study on the fireworks, any study, AQMD, CEQA, anything at all. Ask them for a study on Disney's nightly fireworks and see what you get. Make a fool out of me. I know there are a couple of you who would really love to do that. Give me a call and say, hey, I got it. I would like to see it because I've been asking for it for years. Nobody has it.
Thank you, Cynthia. Okay. Well, that completes the public hearing. And if the applicant would like to come forward and respond to any of the statements made. So Joe, that's you. And there's no time limit on the applicant.
I don't need very long, just very quickly, and we'll take any questions that the commission has. There was one comment that was made regarding the closure of pedestrians of Magic Way and us putting some kind of a ticketed gate there. I think that comment was made a couple of times. So again, I just would want to make sure the commission's aware, and Mr. White and covered this in the last presentation, that there is an obligation on Disney's part to maintain free pedestrian access east-west from Walnut through to Harbor. So that appears in the specific plan, and also it appears in the development agreement as well, an affirmative obligation for a non-ticketed entry on both of those. So beyond that, I have nothing further to add, unless there's any questions the commissioners have.
Okay, Commissioner Perez.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. I think the public is aware how dense this project is, but if we could go back to the table 1 and the figures of the utilization.
Commissioner, would you like me to read those percentages for you?
I have the table on the screen, so.
In the hotel district uses, starting at the first line, the hotel rooms, there was a total of 5,600 hotel rooms, and the remaining entitlement is 58%. Hotel retail restaurant was 300,000 square feet, the remaining entitlement is 47%. Hotel meeting space, 200,000 square feet, remaining entitlement 19%. The parking spaces of the 9,930, 41% of those remain. In the theme park district, of the 6.85 million, 53% is left. Of the administrative building, 475,000 square feet, there's 36% left. In the administrative building parking, of the 2,300 spaces, there's 33% left. In the parking district, the east parking district, of the 17,600 spaces that were allowed, 88% of those spaces remain. And in the west parking district, of the 16,700, there are only 2% left.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have a picture of the bicycle master plan for the city and for this project in which the improvement and changes are?
It'll take a moment to pull that up, but we can get it.
Thank you. And kind of with that, my first question is regarding if you could communicate to me what the difference of the classification of the bike lanes and the bike paths.
That are a part of the proposed project?
Correct. And then overall, what's part in our strategy?
Here comes the traffic engineer. Welcome.
Commissioner Perez, so is there a specific classification that you're looking to get a comparison between, or?
Just overall first, and then I have follow-up questions regarding the bicycle master plan.
As an example, Walnut, the project proposes to install a Class 1 bike path. That's an off-street bicycle facility that is completely off the street. What was originally proposed in the bicycle master plan for Walnut was a Class 2 bike lane. That's what's commonly referred to as a stripe that's in the travel lane. You've got a Class 3 facility. That's where you see those sharrows. We've got some up, I believe up Walnut, just north of Ball Road there into downtown Anaheim. So those are generally your different bicycle classifications.
Okay. I do have one question on the improvements in terms of Walnut. How come it's only on the east side of Walnut and not on both?
Great question, Commissioner Perez. Our bicycle master plan had a Class 2 bike lane on both sides of the street. California Vehicle Code only allows bicycles to be on the correct side of the roadway, so we wanted bicycles to travel in both directions. We would need to install a bike lane southbound and northbound. With a Class 1 bike facility, that accommodates for two-way travel, both northbound and southbound, so that's why you only see it on the east side. Reason it's on the east side is there's much less conflicts than on the west side. For bicycles, it's much better when you don't have driveways that conflict with them, so that's why you only see it on the east side.
So in terms of the east side biking lanes, would you be able to go north and south or only north if traveling up Walnut?
North and south.
North and south, okay, perfect. And then in terms of what we have in the ARSP and the DSRP, what is our complete build out of the bicycle master plan?
What do you mean by complete build out?
Like in terms of what has been proposed and what has been constructed?
So
existing.
Citywide?
Or within the specific plan first and then citywide?
I'd have to look to specifics, and I'm just running off the top of my head what we've got. We don't have a lot of bicycle facilities in the Anaheim Resort, and that was done intentionally. I think of it like a college campus, right? When you used to ride your bike to college, they would tell you, hey, reach the edge of the campus, get off your bike, park it, and walk the rest of the way. So if my memory serves me correctly, we've got bicycle facilities in the periphery on the west end and Walnut, and we've talked about those. Where we had the other bicycle facility there, you see it up on the screen, is on Disney Way. The intent of that was really to bring a bicycle facility into the resort. When we developed our bicycle master plan a couple of years ago, we're not quite sure where we wanted it to end. We knew we wanted to end in that general vicinity, get people close to the resort, get them off the bikes and get them to walk. So that's why we showed a bicycle facility headed westbound on Disney Way down to Harbor. And that was our best guess as to where we thought we'd likely want this bicycle facility to end.
Got it, okay. And then in regards to this, are there going to be bike lanes into the multimodal transportation center, or how is that operation-wise going to be look like, or what?
So with the bicycle master plan modification that's proposed as part of this project, it would start at Hastur, Anaheim Way, head westbound on Disney Way to Clementine, at which point it would head northbound on Clementine and somehow enter their facility there on the west end, where there would be bicycle lockers and bicycle facilities, and that would be the kind of terminus of that bicycle facility into the resort.
So the bicycle facility would be in their multimodal transportation operation center, whatever would that be?
It would end there.
Got it.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then going back to my other question of what has been completed by our citywide bicycle master plan.
So currently, we don't have the bicycle facility on Walnut, and we don't currently have the bicycle facility on Disney Way between Hastur, Anaheim Boulevard over to Harbor. So what we don't have is the red, and generally what we do have is the green.
Okay, can you give me kind of, in terms of what has been built out, like in terms of a percentage, can you give me a percentage?
That'd be very hard for me to cut.
Ballpark
Number,
it.
citywide? Yeah. Citywide, I'd say of our entire bicycle master plan, we've probably built out about 30%.
30%.
Of what's on our bicycle master plan.
Perfect, thank you. And then, Raphael, I actually, you could say up here, I actually have questions about the traffic study on Magic Way. And this is, from my professional and background and understanding in this, any type of traffic study on Magic Way in regards to the vehicular circulation, there has to basically be an automatic assumption that 99% of those vehicles are going to Disneyland, the resort area, or the park itself, what DSRP, ASRP, whatever we want to call it. Correct? Would you concur?
Sorry, can you rephrase that question?
That any type of traffic study regarding the circulation of the vehicles on Magic Way, we would have to make the assumption that they are going to the ARCP or the DSRP?
We wouldn't have to make that assumption, no.
Okay, but would not, in terms of clarification, wouldn't there be a high likelihood within the methodology that the assumption can be made that the vast majority of cars are going to the resort area?
So not based on the methodology. We're engineers, we do data-driven decisions. We go out and collect data and determine based on the data we collect what we have. I think anecdotally, right, and knowing this area, I would say, hey, a vast majority of the vehicles that would travel on Magic Way are gonna be resort-related. How many? I'm not sure, and that's where we actually collect data, origin destination type of analysis to actually quantify, not based on assumptions, but actual data as to how many people are resort related.
And with that, I've heard from people who live in the Pepperwood Village and along Walnut, and just even during public comment, we've heard of accidents, high rates of speeds. Obviously, that occurs across the city. Have we thought about including speed bumps to discourage through traffic on Walnut?
Another great question, and I'll share this with you, Commissioner Perez. I've been here at the City of Anaheim a decade. One of my first tasks was go out with the Walnut neighborhood because we received a traffic calming petition. So it was one of the first times I went out to the neighborhood. So this neighborhood is near and dear to me because it was one of the first things that I did. So have we considered it? Absolutely. Can we do it? We cannot. There's certain roadways where it's safe, right, and we're allowed to install speed limits on. Walnut is not one of those roads. There are other ways that we can try to see if we can calm traffic on that roadway. One of the examples that you heard from last time from one of the residents was one of our speed feedback signs, right, that was unfortunately knocked down due to a traffic collision. That's one of the many tools that I have in my tool belt to try to reduce vehicle speeds on Walnut Avenue. So we're still actively looking at that, not as part of the Disneyland Forward project, but as part of what we as Public Works provide our residents, right, addressing their concerns from traffic-related matters. We are looking at other opportunities to see how we can calm traffic on Walnut.
Thank you, Raphael. I think I don't have any more questions in regards to Magic Way or the traffic study in regards to that. I did want to communicate something that I read in the original 93 EIR. So if anybody wants to entertain this, you could go to section 3, transportation and circulation, and then I believe it's page 132 of that subchapter. Speed capacity restrictions on Walnut Street. Between Cerritos Avenue and Ball Road, Walnut will be improved adjacent to the Strawberry Field in accordance with the City of Anaheim General Plan circulation element. However, this improvement could make Walnut Street a more desirable street for through traffic. To discourage any increase in traffic on Walnut Street, the capacity of the road will be restrained from Catella Avenue to Ball Road by physically prohibiting selected turn movements or by other methods yet to be determined. One possible mechanism for limiting through traffic on Walnut Street is to make the street discontinuous so that through trips simply cannot be made. Another option is to place speed humps on the street to discourage unnecessary travel. These and other options will be evaluated, and a plan to maintain the current character of Walnut Street will be developed. This action will allow the Walnut Street-Ball Road intersection to remain as is. The need for some of the baseline improvements is eliminated. Continuing to that, on the following page 133, there's a discussion about the Cerritos Avenue realignment. With the development of the hotel district, Cerritos Avenue between Walnut Street and West Street Disneyland Drive will be moved approximately 200 feet to the north. The new roadway will be 2 lanes wide and will be designed to discourage access from or onto Walnut Street. Southbound left turns will not be allowed at the Walnut Street Cerritos Avenue intersection. Westbound left turns will not be allowed. This realignment will be required an amendment to the City of Anaheim General Plan circulation element. Refer to section 3.1.1, land use related plans and policies. This question's to the city staff or city attorney. Is there any obligations for us to continue to have that be a right-of-way in terms of the EIR? I know we've had comments from the public stating that.
You mean Magic Way? Yeah. No. We have an easement for right-of-way, and the city, independent of this project, could make findings that it no longer wants to maintain that right-of-way. As to the 311 EIR, there was no mitigation measure requiring Magic Way. There were, as you just noted, project design features that were adopted as part of the project in order to discourage through travel.
Thank you, Leonie. That's a lot of clarification. Now, I want to read a continued portion of that 93 EIR on section, and it's a couple pages later, on 3-127 on section 3.3.2.8, neighborhood preservation. Traffic to and from the project is expected to concentrate either on the freeway system or remain within the commercial recreation area. It will therefore have minimal direct impact on residential streets within the city of Anaheim. Whenever traffic is added to the arterial highway system, however, there is the possibility that other traffic, especially local commuter traffic familiar with the arterial highway system, will use residential streets as a shortcut to avoid congestion on the arterial highway system during the peak hour. Ball Road, Catella Avenue, Walnut Street, West Street, Disneyland Drive, Euclid Street, Harbor Boulevard, and Orangewood Avenue are the most susceptible streets to through traffic. Table 3.3-15, traffic levels in or near neighborhoods show the estimated traffic levels at these neighborhoods with and without the project. The table shows that the impact of the project on the neighborhoods will be small, with only minor increases in traffic due to the project. Some of the impacts of the project will benefit the neighborhoods. For example, access and egress to the project will be removed from Harbor and Catella Avenue. Instead, the access and egress points will be located on Clementine Street and on West Street / Disneyland Drive. This will remove congestion that currently occurs at the theme park entrances and exits from the major arterial highways in the commercial recreation area. As a result, neighborhood residents will find their ability to access the transportation system enhanced by the project. In addition, other benefits to the local neighborhoods will be the realignment of Cerritos Avenue and restricting further traffic volumes to those traffic volumes currently on Walnut Street between Ball Road and Catella Avenue, resulting from physical prohibition of selected turn movements and other methods that will be selected prior to a project approval. I just wanted to speak that into the record because I think it's important to see what the physical integrity of the infrastructure of the city when this project was passed, or the EIR was passed, is completely different to what it is now. In many ways, I would say that there's the Anaheim pre-1955, where we have our farmland and whatnot. The boom of the resort from 1955 on to now is now we're addressing Disneyland Forward. And I think it's just, I think I wanted to opine that I think things change, development changes, and developmental standards and what we view as progressing things forward. With that, I wanted to ask another question about the structural height map. If you could please explain to me, is that process also going through an administrative review streamlined process, or how does that process work?
The request to modify the structural height map is before you tonight, or to make the recommendation to City Council. So the map that's included in the documents is the proposed map. Would you like me?
Yeah, if you could please put it on. And I asked in this kind of a hypothetical, right? If we were to approve it as is, what is the process to change the structural height map again? Is it again an administrative review? Does it go back before the Planning Commission? Does it go back before City Council?
The process to amend the structural height map is through an ordinance. It's a change in our zoning code because Chapter 18.40 of the code refers to this map. So any changes to it requires an amendment, which is Planning Commission recommendation to the City Council. So what you see on the right side of the screen is what the proposal is, and essentially that larger areas of Disney properties would be subject to the zoning code.
Perfect. And then, Elaine, can you communicate if there's any changes to the structural height map? Are there any changes to floor area ratio?
In the Anaheim Resort, we don't use floor area ratio as a metric.
What metric do you guys use?
For the CR district, we use hotel room density. So there's different density categories for hotel rooms. So we have the 50 rooms per acre, 75 rooms per acre, and 125 rooms per acre, based on infrastructure studies at the time that the ARSP was approved. So that's based on hotel rooms. And then with the Disneyland Resort specific plan, it's what's in that table, the square footage of theme park, hotel rooms, et cetera.
And so, because we don't use FAR and we use another form of density metric, right? Is that through administrative review?
A change?
Yeah.
Well, it would not be an administrative review process to change what's allowed under the specific plan. If there was a request to have more density, it would be an amendment to the specific plan and would come before Planning Commission and City Council.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then I do have some questions for the applicant. And this is, I think, geared towards you guys in terms of your, I think what you guys could answer.
I'm going to suggest that we put a time limit on because we've been here almost 6 hours. And we've got to stick with what is on the agenda now. We can't go off on tangents. Okay, so go ahead, ask the applicant.
Is there such thing as limiting time for discussion?
Well, I do think that the chair, under the rules, does have the ability to maintain order and a sense of progression. So I would encourage you to ask questions to the extent that they need to provide you with information in order to proceed with the recommendations before you.
Okay, and with that, so with this, staff couldn't give me an answer in terms of the construction costs of the remaining entitlements. Is that something that you could provide to me, even just a ballpark figure, a skeleton pro forma, something, just so I know?
Well, Commissioner Perez, what I can tell you is the first 10 years of the commitment we've made, which is $1.9 billion in new lodging and new theme park development. That's what we can see in front of us. You know, Disneyland Forward really stretches out over multiple decades, and it's very difficult. I'm sure you can appreciate at this point. It's very difficult to stand here today in 2024 and try to assess what decade 2 or decade 3 might cost. What we can tell you is what's right here in front of us, the first investment, which is equivalent to what would be the opening day project under the current development agreement.
Yeah, and I think for even the public's information and notice, I think I would like to clarify, development in the United States of America doesn't occur without private equity. And I think that's a very key component to it. And I realized that this figure, 1.9, if that's the basement, if that's the floor, and 2.5, 2.9 is the ceiling, that's a great house in terms of economic development. I completely understand that. I mean, even during COVID, I petitioned the state for rules in order to open up Disneyland again, in order so that we can have the business flowing, and I understand the value it brings to the city from an economic standpoint, without a doubt, 100%. Now, with that, would you concur that the majority of people who come to the parks or the resort, 70%, 60 to 70% of them live within 60 to 80%, or 60 to 80 miles of the park?
I'm not able to concur because I don't have that information. Unfortunately, Commissioner Perez, I don't have that in front of me. Current
Okay.
visitation numbers.
And again, that's way out of our agenda item.
I think to the point that I'm trying to make, Visit Anaheim, they say that I believe the annual visitors to the city of Anaheim is tuned to 30 million guests. For sure, I've been on enough flights up and out of John Wayne to know that every time I get on a flight, there's a family coming to Disneyland. Every time I'm riding up and down Ball, you could see the stickers of, our guests coming, and I love it. I love Disneyland. I mean, I go there with my fiance almost once a week. I actually had my reservation today and I forgot I needed to cancel it. So to that point, I knew I wasn't going to get out of here, but I love Disneyland. I get it. When I was a kid, before the recession, we had annual passes, and even during the recession, the way we got in was, hey, you knew somebody, your cousin, your friend, here's 20, 30 bucks, we'll go to the park, whatever. I still have my pass, and as I go often, I've seen how the park, in my understanding, all I know is a year-round tourist destination. I go there at 3:30 on a Tuesday, it's packed. I go there at 6:30 on a Thursday, it's packed. I go there at rope drop on Saturdays, it's packed. And I love it because I understand that every individual that goes to that park contributes to our city. And not only that, I think you guys run an amazing theme park. I think of all you guys' theme park, I think this one's still the most profitable per square footage. And to that extent, right, it's the leisure activity that you bring to the city and the economic revenue to it that, as an example, this is what I say. I think the best kept secret about Disneyland is that you could go there and feel 100% safe. When I go to Disneyland, I check out my mind. I don't worry about whether someone has a gun, whether somebody is going to assault me at a concert, or anything of certain nature that way. And so part of that, I understand it's almost the methodology of attracting the guests to go and spend. Because when I go and I take my nieces, or I go with my friends or my cousins or whatever, I love it. And I love, hey, we'll drop $100 today and try all the food, whatever, great. And I get it from an economic standpoint. I think it's a great understanding that, or you don't have to agree with me, but I would opine, and my assumption is that 60 to 70% of the guests who come to our park currently live within 60 to 80 miles. And what that means is, at the end of the park, at the end of the night, when they're coming to Disneyland, they're not staying in our hotels. They're home. I don't know anybody who doesn't drive on the freeways above the speed limit. And to that point, once it's 11 midnight here, there's no one on the freeway. So if the vast majority of the people who are coming are paying into our city funds and whatnot through sales tax and all that, great. Majority of that goes to the state, which, again, great. Great for the state. I think what I'm looking here for is kind of something to address what this project will look like at 100% utilization. And I'll just be direct. So, and I don't know, Joe, if you could answer this, or this is more of a Ken question. Disney, are you amenable to a 1% self-assessment on ticket and pass sales meant to address the lack of future projections or data not included in this project about how the stressors of our soft and hard infrastructure will be affected as we get closer to 100% utilization? And I say that because there are no There are no metrics once we get to 100% utilization. And I say this because also too, I think it's important to understand the historical context about the park, right? When Walt Disney was looking for the place, he hired the Stanford Research Institute and hired Harrison Buzz Price, who was the numbers guy. He also did the developments for Disneyland Tokyo, Walt Disney World. I mean, he's a legend in the theme park industry. Every theme park from the 1950s on is attributed to him, essentially. Part of that, right, I do think there is methodologies and ways to look at what the construction costs will be. And I say this because I have my background in public-private development from USC. So I know that these are models that you could plug into Excel and you could get a skeleton of it. And with that, I think the public could go, and there's a website where the aspect about Harrison Price, he was a numbers guy. And this was the crazy thing. Walt Disney basically told them, hey, we have this amoeba, which is now the Los Angeles metropolitan Long Beach area, right? The LA, LBC, Anaheim metropolitan area, which includes LA, Riverside, San Bernardino, San Diego, Orange County. Their first location, their first desire, their perfect spot as attributed to them was this Ball Catella property. This place was always going to be Disneyland. And from my understanding, when Walt Disney bought the property in 1952, or when he was assembling the property, it was unincorporated in Anaheim. And part of the way we even got here, why you're here, is that the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce cut the deal so that the city could incorporate around the park. And
Okay, excuse me, Commissioner Perez, we have gone around and around. Going back history for 70 years is not appropriate to this. People have tried to get $1 admissions, and Disney doesn't pay for it. The person, you, who goes into Disney does it. So unless you have a specific question, you cannot have these people speculate. And we would not have the conventions, the large conventions that we have, NAM, Natural Products, Helicopter, if it were not for Disney. And those people are flying in from all over the world. So I don't know where you get the idea that 60 to 80% are five freeway drivers, frequent flyers on the 5. I don't know where you get that. Joe said he has no knowledge about it. I don't know if Ken has any knowledge. That people don't sign up and say, well, I'm from Nevada or I'm from Anaheim. It doesn't happen. This is all speculation. And we have to move on. So, the other commissioners.
I did have a question that I did ask him, so I'm waiting
Well, get
to
to the
respond to it.
question, please.
No, I did ask, and I could repeat it if you'd want me to.
Yeah, do you mind? I'm sorry, I lost
Of course.
track.
That's fine. Disney, are you amenable to a 1% self-assessment on ticket and pass sales meant to address the lack of future projections or data not included in this project about how the stressors of our soft and hard infrastructure will be affected as we get closer to 100% utilization?
So I think that I'll take the second part of your question first, which is, I think if I hear you correctly, the root of the second part of the question is in mitigating in a cost standpoint the impact of the project, right? Did I understand that correctly, Commissioner?
Right.
Okay, great. So the environmental impact report, which staff has talked about quite a bit, identifies a number of mitigation measures covering every possible category. Those mitigation measures span from today to full build out. So to use your term, 100%. So the good news is the answer to your question is that's all covered. That's covered in the environmental impact report. That's covered in the mitigation monitoring program. Now, with respect to Disney's contribution to the economy, what I can tell you about Disneyland Forward and about Disney is that there's a 70-year track record here in Anaheim. One does not have to look much further than the city's own website to look at TOT revenue and look at that graph that's on the city's website to look at how much it grows every time Disney invests. And the Cal State University Fullerton study confirmed that. There is a long-standing correlation between Disney's investment and general fund revenue and prosperity here in the city. And so I would answer the question that way. So the second part, with respect to impact, it's been looked at. There's mitigation measures. That's Disney's responsibility to comply with those.
So was that a yes or a no?
I think, sir, what I've done is I've said that tonight we're talking about Disneyland Forward. Disneyland Forward is a significant additional investment in the city. We've studied the economic impact, Cal State University Fullerton has, and we're building on our 70-year tradition here in Anaheim to continue to contribute to the economy.
I completely understand that. I just want to direct yes or no.
Commissioner,
No, it's not on the agenda.
I think the applicant can ask if they're amenable. It's a self-assessment. I'm not forcing them on them.
They have said no for a
Commissioner,
long time.
I haven't heard no or yes.
Not here, but other places.
I think Commissioner Pernez, what you're hearing is, I'm absolutely pleased, and I will stay here as long as I need to talk about Disneyland Forward and talk about every single one of the questions that are within the four corners of the project. I think the larger economic and policy debates and things like that, that's not something I'm prepared to answer. It's not my specialty, but we can talk about economic impact. We can talk about the project that's before us, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
No, thank you for that. And
Thank you, Joe.
I have no doubt that you'd be willing to be here and talk about the project forever, right? I just would very much appreciate a very direct answer, whether it's from you or somebody on the applicant's team. And it's just so that we can move this along, right? If we want to vote on this project tonight, I have no further questions.
Okay, I have a question, I have a comment. You can sit down, Joe. A lot of people say, what's the rush? What's the rush? No, you can sit down.
I can sit.
It's a comment, not a question. What's the rush? Ladies and gentlemen, they have been working on this from March 21. When I look at the calendar, that's 3 years. How many more years do you really want them to look at this? That is a long time. Well, according to a lot of people, it's A-OK. So I'm going to, oh, excuse me, Commissioner Lieberman.
I'm sorry, I'm getting extremely tired.
So are we.
I'm trying, the 17,000 pages are 31 years old,
Yeah.
okay?
Kill-
We're not approving an EIR tonight. We are
Sending it,
we are recommending approval of a subsequent EIR.
Right.
Not the same thing, not 17,000 pages. The list of items we have before us tonight is actually fairly short. I got it
Right,
here
it
someplace.
is.
And I got to tell you, I am so offended, Commissioner Perez, at your behavior tonight. Early on, Chair Kring brought to the fore the items that we are not covering here. It is not anywhere near our purview to discuss dollars, to discuss gate taxes. I don't know where you're coming from. I'm extremely offended.
I never said gate
Wait a minute,
tax.
I have the floor.
yes.
I did not interrupt you. I happen to like you, but you've passed my limits. I'm not a member of SOAR. Okay, I shouldn't go there, should I?
No,
You know better.
yes.
I also know SOAR's not Disney, and Disney's not SOAR.
Right.
And in fact, it's offensive to all the hoteliers and
Yes.
restaurateurs who came here tonight to insinuate it is. I'm sorry, I
No,
don't
go-
mean to be rude.
Michelle, you're doing a great job. Let's
That's
go.
just not like me.
Keep going.
I don't know, I guess I need to calm down.
Excuse me, Chair, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt the Commissioner's
done.
comments, but I would like to make a few comments in response to, excuse me, some of the comments we heard earlier on the sufficiency of the environmental analysis, whenever
Please.
the Commission. Is now a good time?
Sure.
We did indeed receive some written comments. I will assure that the group that wanted to be sure we got the lengthy one, and it did come from Ms. Ward on behalf of others. We did receive that, and we have reviewed that. In addition to the comments included in the written, there were also comments out loud, and in order to keep this process moving forward. I would like to sort of group some of them, which was basically a challenging the sufficiency of the supplemental EIR. And one of the groups was that there was addition of new information that was provided or non-disclosure of information, which somehow precludes this commission from making its recommendation tonight without violating the California Environmental Quality Act. There was also a suggestion that the project description was inadequate, that there was an insufficient baseline used for the project, and our office has worked over the last years very closely with our esteemed outside counsel, who's very familiar with these, and I would like them to address those issues in particular to assure this commission that certainly information is not available. Perhaps that's attendance, things like that. It's not relevant as far as the sufficiency of the CEQA analysis. And I also do encourage this commission to understand that traffic studies were completed and that subsequent traffic counts were made to amplify those studies. That is not a suggestion that all the relevant information that needed to be included in the SCR was not there. So with this, I will ask Mr. Kremen if he has anything else to add.
Commissioners, I think maybe I'll just speak briefly to a couple of issues that Leonie identified. One on the baseline, it goes to Commissioner Lieberman's comment. It's a supplemental EIR, not an original EIR. So the law they talked about baseline applies to the first time you approve a project. Here, as was discussed in the staff report, it's a supplemental EIR under supplemental review standards. There's a presumption against further review or re-reviewing approvals that have already been given. And that was covered in the staff report, so I'm not going to add too much more, except it was done in compliance with those standards, which have a different, quote, baseline. It's not really a baseline analysis at this point. On the adequacy of the project description, we read the letter, just so everyone knows. We read it in detail. They mentioned a case called Stop the Millennium Project. It was a case where they said that the project description was not definite and stable. The issues in that case were that it was a mixed-use project with residential and commercial uses that allowed any mix of them anywhere on the property, and they had an overall square footage and FAR that was not assigned to a particular use or not assigned to a particular parcel, and therefore the court said, if the point is to analyze a project, you need to let the public know what the project is, and that's insufficient information about that project in that particular case. Here, in contrast, Disney has more concrete indefiniteness to its standards. As the chart we've gone through a couple of times tonight on percentages shows, they show types of uses in each district with development and design standards and square footage. And so it is just a different situation and, in our opinion, complies with the law. On significant new information, that's a term of art under CEQA. It's significant new information that precludes information about environmental impacts. So it has to show that there's a change in the environmental conclusions and analysis in the EIR or the mitigation measures. And here I'll just point you to the final SEIR, which shows in section 3 the changes and corrections that were made to the draft EIR. And just looking at that red line list of changes that were made, you can see that they were minor, limited changes to the information that was provided. I'll say that if you have additional information that comes up later in the process, like the traffic studies that confirm or amplify information that was previously disclosed in the appendix to the draft EIR, which had a traffic study, that's allowable under CEQA. So the significant new information that they pointed to does not meet the standards for violating CEQA for providing the information for public comment in a timely manner. And I think the last issue was attendance. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the environmental consultants who did an analysis of how each impact area analyzed, like the metric that was used under transportation and air quality and services and utilities. And none of the metrics that were used to analyze those impacts were based on attendance. And I'm not going to go through each one, but I can just say that we asked the question to the technical consultant, and they provided that response to us, and I'll just say that on their behalf.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Lieberman, do you still want to? You had the floor.
I did, and I hit the button again. And you know what? I love this project. I love it. Disney, is taking what was previously agreed upon, doing this on their own property, not coming up with any higher densities for anything. I get it, and this, when 30 some odd years ago, when this initial project was put forward, the realm of entertainment industry was a little bit different. And if you think about things today, like the Great Wolf Lodge, half the new hotels, oh yes, we do build a lot of new hotels. We approved one last month. If they were going empty, they would, anyways, in my mind, the entertainment industry's changed a bit. Half the hotels out here, the newer ones, they're putting water parks up on their roof. They've got, kid-friendly activities going on to enhance their offering. And especially a place like the Great Wolf Lodge, I mean, it's like going to an indoor beach. With the water park. And so the line between hotel use and entertainment use is getting a little blurred. So it makes sense to me that you want to blur it as well. Anyways, I actually would like to move this item forward for approval.
Second. And I'll make a comment to the woman, she's still here. You were worried about being displaced from your apartment at Hastur and Catella. Disney's not doing anything there. They're staying in their own property. They're not venturing outside, as Commissioner Lieberman mentioned. So we've got a motion and a second on.
I'll make a substitute motion. And this is, in terms of my opinion, I think me and Commissioner Kring are the only two commissioners that have seen the Ducks, Angels, and now the Disney project, if I'm correct. I think part of the project, I think is great. Obviously, if this gets approved, you guys are gonna make money, the city's gonna make money, the state's gonna make money. There's gonna be more money in terms of the general fund, more in revenue, more in TOT, amazing, great. Do I think this is a very complicated project? Of course. Do I think the public should take a week, 2 weeks? Honestly, doesn't matter. We could come back here next week just to digest. I think we need to. I think to not take a good look in terms of the operations of the city, and I say this the last time we were approving a large development like this, Planning Commission Monday, City Council meeting Tuesday, FBI drop Wednesday. I think it should just be about digesting the public information, whether you understand it or not. I don't think that's the point. It's about whether the public just has a chance to digest it. Whether it's a week, 2 weeks, I'm amenable to that. But that would be my substitute motion.
I'm going to jump in here. I recognize your substitute motion, but in 2 weeks, is everybody going to understand it? They've had 3 years. All of the people, all of the meetings that they've had community meetings, they've had places in the park. They met with each and every one of us, not once, multiple times. They met with council multiple times. They met with Sacramento legislators multiple times. I mean, how many more people, seriously, can these people meet? I mean, we've gone through everything. We've gone through the parking, the hotels, everything and the vacation club, and all the new jobs. I would think that would be critical. The jobs, we have a lot of union people here. I'm surprised there weren't more wearing their jackets, but that's okay. We had enough representation. So the unions are going to be the winners in all of this and their families. And the cast members were so energetic. They've been working with Disney for years, and somebody started out at whatever age, and now he's a VP of the entertainment. I want a job at Disney, but that's beside the point. Go.
To address your,
So
what,
I think that everybody has heard this. You-
Commissioner Kring, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you that I think there has been a lot of public discussion and a lot of
Absolutely.
interaction, and that the applicant has met with a lot of stakeholders.
Absolutely.
Completely. We've communicated this before. My interest in entering in civil service was when you were on the council and
Right,
discussing
Garden
Garden
Walk.
Walk. I must have been 13 in the back row, and we were here till like 2 in the morning. But to that point is that normally I could count the number of projects I've denied or made a measure to cancel. But to what I'm trying to say, especially coming out of the whole angels aspect, and to the reference, right? Do I think how we vote tonight, or if we vote in a week or in 2 weeks, will change? No, I don't. I really don't. But I think it's about the public digesting the information.
The Angels deal was a completely separate issue, and I was there, I voted for the Angels deal, and I think there was a big miscue there. But I'm admitting I was there, you were there too. And so we'll take a straw vote and see where it goes. But remember, there's,
I'm sorry, I don't believe there was a second to the,
that's right. Correct. I jumped in. Okay, fails for a lack of a second.
Then I call for the question. You're seconding?
You seconded it? Okay, we'll take the substitute first.
Would you like a week or 2 weeks, Commissioner Martin?
Don't meet next week.
2 weeks? Okay, 2 weeks.
What is that, March 25th?
25th.
And how are these people going to get
We don't,
knowledgeable
we
about it?
could close the public comments so that there's no
We
new
closed
public
the-
comments.
Well, that's already been
Yeah.
closed.
Well, I'm saying in the terms of, we don't have to redo it. I know we've done that with other projects that we've continued, so no new public
Okay,
comments, no new
I want to
anything.
know, within 2 weeks, how are you going to advise the people who say they've never heard of it or they don't understand it? Are you going to go out and talk to them?
If someone wants to call me like they have, yeah, I could explain the project to them.
Or is it up to Disney to go out?
No,
And
I
find
just
these
think,
people?
I think it's just the public should digest the information, whether they understand it or not.
They were here 2 weeks ago. They could have called and gotten their questions answered. But let's try the substitute motion first.
I just want to clarify, we do have a main motion, which was seconded, and that was to move staff's
Approved.
recommendation.
Right.
You are now making a subsidiary motion to postpone to a date certain, which is March 25th. And it was seconded by Commissioner Chan Martin. Thank you. You can proceed to vote on that if you would like.
We don't have the buttons yet.
Motion fails. 2 yes votes, 3 no votes, 1 abstain.
Okay, the original motion to approve the project tonight. Motion and seconded it. Let's vote.
Not to approve the project, but to approve staff's recommendation.
And to go to
which is
council.
As presented to you, all of the items.
Correct.
All of the items.
Right.
Under our review.
Yeah, under review. Not magic way. Yes, very short. No speed bumps, no magic way.
Motion carries. 5 yes votes, 1 no vote.
Thank you, commissioners, and I want to thank each and every person who came tonight to speak their minds, whether you agreed or disagreed or were neutral. And I want to thank Disney for bringing this to us and make us proud. And Ken, good to see you. Bye, Joe. Oh, I'm not supposed to talk.
Next, the money and the vote.
All goes to the FBI.
Just forward me this
We'll see
picture.
what they bring out of it for you, Lucille.
Can you just forward me the picture? That'll be so much easier for me. I'm gonna follow you through.
Well, that's right. I know. Oh, okay. Okay. Please, when you leave, remember the doors open and close, so please leave quietly.
What? Clearing out, and now we still have planning commission updates.
I'm sorry I kept interrupting
No,
you,
that's
but
fine. I understand.
you are
No, I
way off.
Any, there,
Yes.
wait a minute.
Chair, if you would like, I can give a brief council update.
Well, the agenda is not completed,
Yeah,
and I had a comment to make.
okay. Everybody has comments. Okay, Commissioner Lieberman, you're up.
I just want to thank city staff and the city for allowing me to go to the planning.
Wait. Police officers, please be quiet leaving.
I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to say thank you for sending, allowing me to go to the Planning Commissioners Conference. It was very interesting, very informative, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I like that too. I'll second that one.
And I will too. It was very informative, especially CEQA. Oh, what is CEQA? Okay. And Commissioner Tran-Martin?
Those were my comments as well. Just really appreciated the opportunity to be able to attend to learn more. And then also wanted to thank everyone for today. I know it was a long meeting, but really appreciate the
Yes.
patience in answering all of our questions. So thank you so much.
And Commissioner Perez?
Yeah, and then to ditto off of that, thank you to staff, everybody on the team, everybody who's still listening. You guys did a great job. I think just clearly, right? I mean, this is one of a once-in-a-lifetime projects. So, and then to the public, go to ask.buzz, ASK.BUZZ. You could see economic models on how to develop theme parks,
There you go.
museums, and mixed use.
And I want to thank our staff, our amazing staff, who always rises to the top. And with your acumen and your putting all this together and all the research that you've done. And thank you, Leona, for helping me tonight. And Heather, thanks for your blanket.
And we didn't
She
make
gave me
our
a
desk-
Got her a blanket.
Ted, do we have any updates?
I just wanted to thank staff as
Oh,
well.
I'm sorry.
Just wanted to thank you guys for all the information and the thorough reports and to help with the outreach for the last 3 years with the community. So thank you and good job.
Thank you. So I know I've talked to a few of you who had provided some feedback on the league's planning commissioner conference. So if there was anything that you thought would be worth sharing for the group or something that you thought, oh gosh, I wish I knew that from day one, feel free to reach out and we can definitely address your comments and kind of shared experiences. In terms of upcoming agenda items, for the next council meeting, we are having the second readings for the adoption of the annual code update, and that was recommended forward at the last meeting, as was the La Quinta Hotel project. So that, as you'll recall, had a reclass, which is why it was before council. So that the reclass takes 2 readings, so that will happen at the meeting on the 19th.
24th.
And then, sorry?
Isn't it the 24th?
19th.
19th, we have back-to-back meetings on the 19th and then the 24th.
Oh.
Yes.
Or the
I got
26th, I believe.
26th.
Yeah, 26th.
Oh, 14.
Yes. And then for Planning Commission on the 25th, we do have 2 items. One is a new location for scholarship prep. They're already in town looking for a different location, and also a variance for a fence. So 2 items for the next meeting.
Thank you.
A fence variance.
Okay, and with that, we are adjourned.
Before midnight.